Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so Obuni kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do.
Okay now. To press between my bed. I see. I see what I want to do when you forget me. Okay. Papa, you look at me. One day, you get out. Mama, say, I want me to go. I got no one to tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to never tell them what they were. That's how the one day I did not buy a dog.
Oh! ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún èdè ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ pardon me so Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tọ́túnba bá ti sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti tán nìyẹn so thank you everyone, good day to you and good to be in your company again. Thank you everyone, good day to you and good to be in your company again. So another day, another session, of course, another day, another session. When was there another day that there wasn't another session? So on and on it will go, as you know. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in, subscribe. And by the way, do that just as I'm calling you out to do that. So I'm calling you out to do it, so please do it. Click on the like button, and we need 10 subscribers to take us over. Actually, we always need subscribers, but we need 10 subscribers to take us over a particular hurdle. So we need 10 people, either in the course of the stream or in the watch back, to subscribe. So click on like, so that helps towards getting numbers up. Click on subscribe, that's a literal getting numbers up. And then, of course, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, this invites you into a studio space. So if you click on this, I'm just, let me just bring it up. Where is it? Yes, right. So let me send it to the comment section again, so it's immediate to hand. So click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finished reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. So yes, so that click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then the $ at the bottom of the chat section on YouTube, or the star sign on Facebook. Use that to donate towards the platform. We have anticipations of 5 minimum super chats in the course of a session. That's for YouTube and of course for Facebook as well. But we have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats towards the platform. So do that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the branding that says StreamYard, click on the $ super chat towards the stream. So all those, and you'll be, what do I say? Yes, you'll be subsumed. Once you've done all that, you will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. You know, you'll be subsumed. Your whole body will just cozy over and you feel a glow of well-being. So do all that, and then you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So a glowing feeling of warmth, but somebody that is not feeling any glowing feeling, warmth or otherwise, your friend and mine, of course, care of DSS, Abuja, whatever office, Nnamdi Kanu back in play again. So Nnamdi Kanu back in play again, and they push to get this guy out of incarceration is ratcheting up to somewhat of a fever pitch. 5 representatives write Tinubu demand Kanu's release. So we started with this one. Not 5, or if only was 5, 50 reps write Tinubu demand Nnamdi Kanu's release. So 50 members of the House of Representatives from different parts. And this is the most pertinent one because, of course, from the headline, you immediately, not lazily, but just knowing the cast of the Nigerian space, you make the subliminal assumption that there will be representations from his particular region of the country. But it looks as though the entirety, 50 members of the House of Representatives from different parts of Nigeria and political parties known as Concerned Federal Lawmakers for Peace and Security in the Southeast have appealed to President Bola Tinubu to invoke Section 174 of the Constitution of Nigeria of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015 for the release of the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, from detention. So what does that tell us? So that tells us then that it is within this facilitation within the Constitution that allows Tinubu, because we've been having this debate around clemency, and people have been arguing that clemency cannot be granted until a judgment has been arrived at. But it looks as though there might well be a facilitation within the Constitution that facilitates for Tinubu, because of course they say that the Nigerian president is the most powerful president in the world, and it looks as though that facilitation is there. So there's a facilitation within the Nigerian Constitution that Tinubu can leverage to release this guy. So let's take it from top again. We speed through it. 50 members of the House of Representatives from different parts of Nigeria and political parties known as Concerned Federal Lawmakers for Peace and Security in the Southeast have appealed to President Bola Tinubu to invoke Section 174 of the Nigerian Constitution of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015 for the release of the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, from detention. So, yes, the lawmakers, I'm only going to give you 3 more paragraphs. The last paragraph will be a readout of the names, but I'm not going to attempt to read out the names of the lawmakers making this appeal. I'll just read out the states that they come from. The lawmakers made this appeal in a 3-page letter signed by the lawmakers, dated June the 19th, 2024, and addressed to President Tinubu. The lawmakers also appealed to the president to commence a presidential peace initiative to address all issues and challenges bedeviling the southeastern region of Nigeria. So that I endorse. There has to be an active, I'm not sure even if it's a Marshall Plan, but there has to be an active plan to address once and for all the goings on within the Southeast. Because the Southeast has always been traditionally a restive and a peaceful and a friendly place. So this high tension there is something that needs federal intervention. So the lawmakers also appealed to President Tinubu to commence a presidential peace initiative to address all issues and challenges bedeviling the southeastern region of Nigeria. So the signatories, so they include an honorable from Abia, Imo, Kaduna. So there's a Kaduna person there. There's a Borno honorable, Anambra Rivers, Anambra again, Delta, Katsina, Imo, Yobe, Anambra, Kano, Abia, Anambra again, Kogi, and Ebonyi. So, so that tells you then that there's a broad spectrum. You can see the north to the core north, Katsina even. You can see the middle belt with, not the middle belt, you can see the south with Delta. of course, the Southeast, that's easy to assume. You can see an honorable from Kano as well, appealing to Tinubu to grant some sort of clemency. The only thing you can say actually is a southwestern name. They urge the president to direct the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, to invoke his powers of nolle prosequi. So that null or nolle prosequi, however it's pronounced. I'm not a Latin man, I'm an Oyo man. So that is just the literal reading of it, the resonation of the soundings of that Latin word. It's essentially to say no prosecution. That's just how it reads. They urge the president to direct the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, to invoke his powers of nolle prosequi under the provisions of Section 174 sub 1 of the Constitution of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, and cause the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from detention and discontinue his trial. According to the lawmakers, they believe it is long overdue and would be instrumental in opening the door for much needed conversations surrounding peace restoration and inclusivity, as well as addressing the issues that led to the agitation. So yes, I'm not averse. All right, thank you, Alexander. I'm not averse to the release. I don't think anybody would object. Well, maybe some people do object to the release of Nnamdi Kanu, but it's just the facilitation for it that people wonder sometimes, because he has to give something back to the state. But is he willing to give what is required in order to facilitate that? They recalled that the president extended this gesture through the Office of the Attorney General in the charge involving Omoyele Sowore, wherein he was charged with treasonable felony in charge number XYZ and Sunday Igboho as well. The concerned legislators lamented that the Southeast is in turmoil and unsafe for various reasons, including a breakdown of security, a downturn of economic activities, families running away from their homes, and businesses crumbling. They suggested that fixing the challenges in the Southeast would go a long way in changing the narrative and showcasing the president's commitment to upholding the principles of rule of law, justice, and fairness, which are the bedrock of our democracy. They also stated that addressing issues through dialogue rather than prolonged political and judicial persecution. So they are using it's not a persecution, no, because it's a prosecution, because it can only really be a persecution if there were no legitimate reasons why it's being held. The reasons why it's being held is in abundance, is in the abundance of common understanding. We all know why it's being held. So it's not persecution, but you can say it's prosecution. They also stated that addressing issues through dialogue rather than prolonged political and judicial persecution would pave the way for peace initiatives, economic revitalization, and a renewed sense of belonging among the citizens of the Southeast. Expressing optimism about a positive response from the president, the concerned lawmakers added that this would enhance President Tinubu's administration's legacy as one that prioritizes national unity, peace, and progress. So it goes on still, but I think that gives us a good feel of where they are. I am not going to knock. Often instances I would knock that Nnamdi Kanu should not be released for the abundance of reasons that all of which you know. But the release of Nnamdi Kanu is entirely a political matter. The one thing that I can with some certainty conclude is that Nnamdi Kanu will be released. I think there's no doubt that Nnamdi Kanu will be released, but Nnamdi Kanu will be released politically. So that's one. Nnamdi Kanu will not be released judicially. It will not be released as a consequence of him winning or losing any court case. No, and it's not going to be jailed as a consequence of him losing any court case. No, Nnamdi Kanu will be released, but he will be released politically. So have that understanding, and there should be that broad understanding that the release of Nnamdi Kanu will be politically led. So if you have that understanding, then you then have to reach the conclusion then that if it's going to be released politically, then he will only be released politically when it is expedient to do so. When it serves the sitting government's interest the most to release him will be when they will release him. So it's just its release is entirely political, nothing to do with the law and order. Although his incarceration is a law and order matter. Tinubu calls for punishment of civil servants receiving salaries abroad. So this is a story we happened upon a couple of sessions ago. We advocated for this, and of course, our people listening in Aso Rock, they acquiesce. Tinubu calls for punishment of civil servants receiving salaries abroad. Yes, because they have seizable assets. So you can say, oh, they live in America, what can they do? I'm sure they have seizable assets. They have something that the monies that they've collected can be attached to within the Nigerian space. President Bola Tinubu has demanded severe penalties for Nigerian civil servants who relocated abroad whilst continuing to draw salary from Nigeria, as well as those complicit in facilitating such fraudulent activities. Addressing attendees at the grand finale of the 2024 Civil Service Week Award and Gala Night held on Saturday, June the 22nd, President Tinubu expressed his concern over revelations shared by the head of service regarding employees who had unlawfully received salaries after moving abroad without formal resignation. We must ensure that those responsible are held accountable and restitution is made. The culprits must refund the money they fraudulently collected, and their supervisors and department heads must also face consequences for their complicity, the president asserted. Emphasizing the importance of a robust and disciplined civil service, President Tinubu underscored that such misconduct undermines the integrity and effectiveness of Nigeria's governmental institutions. So I think there's sufficient enough from there for us to get a clear understanding of where that is. And the room needs populating, by the way. If you want to hop on. Let's go on from this. This one, a poke in the eye to the naysayers. The many poke in the eyes to the naysayers. This one, yet another poke in the eye to the naysayers. So it looks as though the first set of beneficiaries of that student loan scheme have been identified. They have been successful, so the payments now to be released. Student loan, Nigerian government set to pay 35 billion naira to 70 successful applicants. So I hope it gives us a geographical spread, a demographic spread of who the beneficiaries are, who the recipients are. Plans have been concluded by the Nigerian Education Loan Fund to pay out a total of 35 billion naira in fees and monthly upkeep allowances to 70,000 applicants who are already successful in their loan application. Correspondents can report. The successful applicants, who are students of federal government-owned tertiary institutions across the country, were drawn from the pool of 120,000 applicants who sent in their application as of Friday, the 21st June 2024. Yes. So, yes, should I just that there? Sources confirm that the successful candidates can check their dashboard on the agency's portal to know the status of their application. Though the spokesman of the NELFUND, Nasir Ayitogo, said he could neither confirm nor deny the information when our reporter reached out to him on the phone for confirmation. Other highly placed sources within the agency confirmed the development. Mr. Ayitogo, however, said the agency was working hard to fulfill its mandate of bringing smiles to the faces of indigent Nigerian students who he said are eager to benefit from the initiative as approved by President Bola Tinubu. The source said this will be the last paragraph. The source said each applicant's status is expected to show the processes of verification up to when approved or denied, and when the funds will eventually be disbursed. So there it is right there. That sounds like a success story to me, of course, but I'm pretty sure that somebody will come and tell me very soon that it's actually a categorical failure. Ajaokuta Kaduna Kano gas pipeline to be completed by Q1 2025. So this is Mele Kyari, of course. In all of the now 7+ years that Mele Kyari has been straddling that space, is always to be completed. And when it comes to the first quarter of that space, it will tell us that it will be completed a further distance down the line. And what he usually says is 95% completed. That's his next go-to. So now, people have been saying they've had no feedback from Dele Alake, but it comes bringing tidings, and that tidings of a golden nature. Gold program, Tinubu hails $5 million boost to foreign reserve as milestone in renewed hope agenda. So this is Dele Alake, the Minister of Steel and Natural or whatever it is, that is now bringing the gold that his ministry is mining. President Bola Tinubu has commended the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development over the first commercial transaction under the National Gold Purchase Program. The president said this when he received gold bars sourced from artisanal and small gold miners from Dr. Dele Alake, Minister of Solid Minerals Development, on Sunday in Abuja. The News Agency of Nigeria reports that the gold was refined by Solid Minerals Development Fund, an agency of the ministry. The program has delivered $5 million into Nigeria's foreign reserves and injected about 6 billion naira into the rural economy. So the math doesn't work out on that. You're spending 6 billion to get $5 billion. I'm sure the mathematics does not work. Tinubu said the ministry had achieved a major milestone in the administration's drive to diversify the economy. This is another concrete step towards the diversification process under the Renewed Hope agenda, the president said. Alake, who presented a symbolic gold bar to Tinubu. So these gold bars now, it looks as though what is started, they are just plastic. I'm not sure if it's a symbolic gold bar, or I'm not sure what a symbolic gold bar means, but Alake, who presented a symbolic gold bar to Tinubu, said the NGPP would increase the country's foreign reserve and boost the value of the naira. The minister also commended the president for supporting reforms in the solid mineral sector. The successful completion of the first commercial transaction clearly demonstrates the National Gold Purchase Program's effectiveness. It has increased the nation's foreign reserve assets and shown that using the Nigerian naira to purchase a liquid asset traded in dollars, such as gold, is a viable strategy. So there it is. I'm not quite sure, but there it is right there. I'm not quite sure if we are out of poverty streets just yet with $5 million worth of gold bars. So now, this comes off the back of what we were discussing yesterday. The visits of the North are circle wagoning. They're regrouping. It's a form of circle wagoning around the Tinubu administration. We saw the whirlwind visit of what's his name, Atiku Abubakar, just a couple of days ago, visiting Babangida Abdulsalami to then land in Daura to the Mala there. So now, mini-me. And it is notable to note that people who have grievances with the Tinubu administration are the people making this pilgrimage around the northern powerhouses. El Rufai visits Buhari, Rada, others in Katsina. So that's El Rufai, of course. trying to pretend like it's a respectful. I think it's actually trying to wiggle his way out of the nearly $500 billion naira that he allegedly stole from Kano State. El-Rufai visits Buhari rather others in Katsina. A former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, paid a visit to ex-president Muhammadu Buhari in Daura, Katsina State. El-Rufai also visited the emir of Daura, Alhaji Umar Farouk Umar, at his palace. So I'm not quite sure why he's on bended knees to greet Buhari. You see, he's on his knees to greet Buhari, but he's sitting doing high five. It's almost a motion of slap towards the emir. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Not done. The former governor also paid courtesy calls on the emir of Katsina, His Highness Alhaji Abdul Mumuni Kabir Usman, and the governor of the state. So I'm not quite sure. These are intimidatory tactics. The North is signaling to Tinubu, but what are we reading into these signals? It is patently obvious that the North is signaling, but is it the aggrieved North? Is it the aggrieved North, or just a couple of miscreant, disgruntled elements just trying to posture? That's really, is it the aggrieved North, or is it posturing by disgruntled elements? So you can categorize Atiku Abubakar, of course, and El-Rufai as disgruntled elements. All right, so I think that's sufficient enough from that. Let me just see, maybe a couple more, and then we kick off the conversation. Nigeria boosts foreign reserves with so that's Dele Alake pretending as if he's doing some sort of work. Let's see, was there one more that especially? Oh, let me bring you this one. This one has somewhat of an international flavor, an international flavor. Un momento, por favor. Let me just make sure. Un momento, por favor. Un momento, por favor. Let's go to this one. We're not seeing the super chart flash through the screen, by the way. Let's see the super charts flash through the screen. So now, Rwanda ready to fight with Democratic Republic of Congo if necessary. This is Kagame, the president of Rwanda. So what's going to, and you know the fights in that space is usually, it's just so gruesome. Okay, I think we actually have a clip. So let's listen to him rather than have to read it. Hopefully it gives us the backdrop to this.
Hello and welcome to Tête-à-Tête France 24's flagship interview show. Our guest today is the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame. Mr. President, thank you very much for being our guest.
You're welcome.
In a recent interview, the president, Felix Tshisekedi, said, quote, "What's happening in Eastern DRC is a genocide 10 times worse than the one in Rwanda in 1994. And he points the figure at you and say you deserve much more than the International Criminal Court." What is your response?
Well, you can't be responding to everything and everybody says, whether it is an exaggeration or fabrication or people running away from their own problems and blaming others, which this case seems to be.
All right, this looks like a long and winding question and answer. So let me just give you the readout instead. Rwandan President Paul Kagame has declared that Rwanda is prepared to go to war with the Democratic Republic of Congo if necessary. We are ready to fight, he said in an exclusive interview with France 24. We are not afraid of anything. This comes after Congolese President Felix, I won't attempt his last name, accused Rwanda of orchestrating a genocide in Eastern DRC. In response, Kagame accused the Congolese president of fostering the return of a genocide ideology in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo aimed at Congolese Tutsis. What Kagame said. What actually is taking place in Eastern Congo should be understood, even by the person who leads that country. He does not seem. Let's again. What actually is taking place in Eastern Congo should be understood, even by the person who leads that country. He does seem to have a selective memory of what to call what is happening there. To ignore that and to want to call it something else, somewhere else by somebody, I think you have to be missing something in your head. So this is a president of a sovereign nation saying on an international televised platform that the president of another country that is an idiot. I think you must be missing something in your head. That means that he's an idiot. Is essentially what he's saying. Kagame also declined to confirm the presence of Rwandan soldiers in the DRC, stressing the importance of addressing the underlying causes of regional tension. The decades-long conflict in Eastern Congo has produced one of the world's worst humanitarian crises, with over 100 armed groups fighting in the region, most for land and control of mines with valuable minerals. So this is a proxy incursion by the Western space, of course. So the Chinese, the Russians now, although they ally somewhat, the traditional Western spaces, the French, of course, who shoot their way through Africa to seize assets. It's just man, you know. We had this. We had this conversation a couple of sessions ago. Gas them up was here and over. That essentially we're perennial victims in the world dynamics. The African blacks, you know, they just come in, shoot you up, clear you off your land, and take your resources. Especially in the Congo, which is the most resource-rich country on the planet. The decades-long conflict in Eastern Congo has produced one of the world's worst humanitarian crises, with over 100 armed groups fighting in the region, most for land and control of mines with valuable minerals. Some are fighting to try to protect their communities. Many groups are accused of carrying out mass killings, RAPEs, and other human rights violations. The violence has displaced about 7 million people. That's bigger than the population of Switzerland, by the way, 7 million people. They don't even categorize. You know, if one person dies in Switzerland, it would be a global event. If they wiped out these 7 million people, it won't even make a footnote in most international spaces. The violence has displaced over 7 million people, including thousands living in temporary camps, like the one that was attacked last month. Many others are beyond the reach of aid. So that is Rwanda back to as we know it. So that is Rwanda back to as we know it. Rwanda back to as we know it. But let's so Rwanda back to as we know it. So the room does need populating. I'll send the link again. Anybody that wants to hop on. Let's play the Kegite music. Hopefully the room populates a lot more by the time that's done, and then we kick the session off. But first, of course, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us, a blast from the past, Posh Collins, a regular as a clockwork, Adan Lekoko, Tony joins us. Hopefully it doesn't disrupt the session. Thomas here to keep things 100. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. See plenty of spaces in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on. Of course, we'll start with Collins. It's been a moment since we last heard from him. Collins, how far?
I'm all right, bro. How have you
been? Kwata, eh? The Alpha One of London City.
Yeah, I've kind of turned off completely from everything happening in that space. So
yes, it's a real torment to the senses, isn't it? Just it's an endless grind.
It is. I just figured that for my mental health, it's best not to listen or engage. But because I'm actually here today out of respect, you know what I mean, given this that I've been getting. So I was like, okay, even if it's just for a brief moment, let me just come in so that you know that I'm still the owner of the number that you're sending messages to.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. So, do you want to free flow at it? Because you said you have recoiled from the Nigerian space because it's just the relentless negativity and nothing positive coming out, and toxicity, even tribalized tonality, everything just grinding. It's just a bottomless pit of spiraling down the abyss. So the torment of it. Tell us what your experience is and how you've arrived at the decision just to keep it at a distance for the moment.
All right, then. I will freestyle. I will not go by any of the things that you read out. I will just freestyle on everything. Firstly, after the election was over, I thought that it was wise, first of all, to give it some moment to actually see what the president and the cabinet were going to do. So I just felt like commenting or trying to guess what you think that somebody would do without them actually doing any work is just talking for the talking's sake, really. So I just felt like, okay, give it some time and every other thing. Then I was also in Nigeria February, and I was there for about a month, thereabout. So the tribal thing that you see is basically online, to be honest, really. I think that the people that push majority of this the majority of these negativities are those of us that live outside. When you come back down to the reality on ground, people are trying to survive and nobody really give a whatever of where you're coming from, what your tribe is. So, okay, out of joke, there was a day that I went to get a mattress. That was when I think pounds at that time was about 1,900 per 1 pound for naira. So I sat at that shop. It was an able woman shop, and this Yoruba woman came to buy a mattress, and she was really vexed at the price of things. Why things were not coming down. So jokingly, I said, didn't you vote Tinubu or something like that? Her reaction was normal, to be expected, but I said it jokingly, obviously. But bottom line, everybody just going through the same thing. It doesn't really matter tribe or wherever. We just sat here on the internet and we just drive this division. And it's funny because we all live on other people's land, regardless of the passport that we hold, you know. But I figured that in reality, back there in Nigeria, people are just going through a lot, you know. So, and I'm trying to, for those of us who are a little bit privileged to be outside of that economy.
Yeah, before you carry on, what was your people are going through a lot. I know we all know that as well, but you've been to Nigeria recently. What was your sense of how people are digesting what they are going on, what they are going through rather? What was your sense of how they are digesting it? Are they digesting it as to say that the government institution has put them in real hardship? Or are they understanding that there's somewhat of a necessity to the pain pinches that they are feeling at? So what's the
No,
general feel of
they are not understanding of anything, first of all, because Nigerian system, we are not mature to the level where we elect or want to vote based on anything. Everything is based on sentiment, you know, sentiments in the sense that we believe that our situation is just because of that person that is there, that once our own person gets there, that things will be better, you know. So the disappointment, because I stayed in Lagos majorly, I was actually in the East for about, out of the 1 month that I was around, I went to the East, I think on Friday. No, I went to the East on Thursday because I know that I stayed in Enugu Thursday. Friday, I went to my village. I stayed Saturday. Sunday, I came back to Enugu. Then I left Wednesday. So I stayed in the East about a week or thereabout. So majority of the time I spent in Lagos, and I did spend it going to club. I interact with everyday people that probably helped me to do one or two things in the past or something like that. So locals, Yoruba guys and everything that voted Tinubu. So they are not understanding of anything. They just cannot believe or couldn't understand why they're going through what they're going through, you know. And I just take that to be that we are not even really informed, because our politics haven't actually developed to the point where the manifesto means anything and people comes to defend it prior to their election, so you know what they are offering you and you know what you're supposed to get. So which makes the disappointment a lot more heavier than what you would probably get from in the Western world or something like that. So no, with my experience with ordinary people that I was associating with and everything, I was just laughing. I just make a joke of everything, obviously. Somebody who doesn't know me will probably think that I'm bitter, that Peter is not. But I just make a joke and everything, and they just keep cussing on the man who is the president. And no, they're not understanding. They don't understand what is happening. They don't even understand that Buhari probably played a part in what is going on today. So all they know is that they're hungry, and things have gotten a lot worse from what it was to what it is now.
That hunger, we get different accounts of it because we have a lot of people, well, not a lot actually, a few people though that join us from Nigeria, and the description of that hunger, it's always dependent on the political inflection of that person. You know, so if we had like an obedient reporting
Okay, one
yeah,
man. Let's
yeah.
forget obedient, because that's another thing that I really, really don't like after the election. Because whether we like it or not, obedient and P2B will always have a voice. But the truth of the matter is that Tinubu is the president today. So
Hold on, Collins.
hold on,
I wanted to get
hold on.
your account.
I'm
I
going
wanted to
somewhere.
get your
I'm going
account.
somewhere.
Yeah, because it's
I'm
a
going.
balanced view. Okay, carry on, carry on.
Yeah, I'm going somewhere, because what I
Yeah.
wanted to say is that when I was in Nigeria, one egg was 250 naira. You know, one egg was 250 naira. I know this because I made egg sauce 2 or 3 times that I used to eat yam, you know, while I was there. So on average, you get like 8 of that for 200, 250. You get tomatoes for maybe like 1,000 that comes in bits and pieces and stuff, something like that. Maybe doesn't look good, but at least I know it's natural. So I'm not complaining about how they looked. Against what we have here that we, you know, that is not real. So with tomatoes, so by my calculation, obviously I'm spending pounds. So I could do that meal with £5 and it would be a lot cheaper than what I would get here. But that's only because I'm doing it because I'm using pounds. But in reality, what is the average wage? People that goes to work, that transport themselves, that do everything. Like I cannot tell anybody. Like if you tell me, if you know that I'm around and you say that you're coming, if I don't have transport to tell you, I will find a story to tell you. Because by the end of the day, it doesn't matter your level. I know that you need your transport back home. Even if you have that money, I need to make you not feel like you've spent this money to come and see me and you've lost out or something like that. The truth of the matter is that things are hard. It has nothing to do with obedience. If somebody is supporting Tinubu and want to feel like these things are not real, the truth of the matter is that you ask for price of things and you ask for minimum wage, what people get on average. Obviously, if you're talking with rich people, like I said, I deal with everyday Nigerian. You know, if you're talking with rich person who doesn't see 10,000 naira as anything, obviously it means nothing. But if 10,000 naira is one third of your pay, it's not the same. You know, if I'm telling you to come from the mainland to come and see me in Ajah where I stays, I know that on average, go and come back is going to cost you nothing less than 5 to 7,000 naira, and your take home pay, depending on what you're doing, is probably like 70,000. I should be smart enough to know how much that has taken from you. So this has nothing to do with obedient or Tinubu, except if you want just to be playing politics with everything.
All right, Colin. So, how are the people coping with it, and why has there not been a mass lash out against? Because we hear this often. This narrative you painted is what we hear routinely, but people must be coping in some form. So how? And if it's beyond the threshold, then why has there not been some sort of combustion?
The truth of
Yeah.
the truth of the matter is that the politicians in Nigerians are smarter than everyday Nigerians, because we have more that divide us than more that unite us. What unites us right now is hunger and poverty, everything that we are all going through, regardless of your tribe. Every person is passing through it. But what divides us still is tribe and religion. And because of that, it will always play in the politicians' favor. Now, how are people coping? Like, I've adopted this. I actually occurred to me like last 2 weeks. If I wake up in the morning, if any person that I'm not in constant conversation with message me earlier than 8 a.m., I'm wiser now not to respond based on experience. Because they will, oh, how are you doing? This or that, and you innocently respond, bro, what will come next will not be what you expect. And the truth of the matter is that they are not lying. They are not telling you that they are going through this because they just want to scam you, or they're playing to be smarter than you. They're actually telling you their realities. You know, so what Nigerians have become now are every person is almost like a corporate beggar. You know, so they beg to survive. So that thing that we're expecting that would happen will only happen in a country that we see our struggle as one. But once you see it like, oh, you want to take out my own person so that your own person will be there and everything, there will be that divide. And once there is that divide, the politicians are winning. You know, so that's why I kind of believe that they're a lot smarter than the people electing them or into the office because they've been able to utilize that to their benefit. So people go through things and they really don't know how to come together and fight what they believe to be injustice on them. They just believe that it's my person, it's my it's my tribesman, it's my faith person, and it just goes on and on. But everybody is it depends on the people that you're dealing with. If you're in touch with every normal day Nigerians, trust me, you'll be getting at the very minimum 50 requests every day. And these people are not saying this because they want to beg you. There was a time that I used to believe that Nigerians, they just want to take the peace or something like. People are actually hungry. It's not even a case of they are trying to scam or being smart. People are hungry, So anything that you can give to anybody. There are some relatives that I have that never asked me for anything. All of a sudden, recently, I started thinking maybe I should reach out. Maybe if there's anything that I have, I will give them, even though they are not asking. Okay, I will give you a typical example. A sister of mine that lives in Nigeria, my immediate elder sister, throughout the Buhari regime, she never complained. When I saw her in Nigeria this time, for the very first time, my sister never complained. She has never taken anything from me. She has never asked me anything. Not that she asked that time, but she told me that for the very first time in her life, that she's not able to do the things that she wants to do the way she wants to do them because she's a businesswoman. And normally, people will bring these goods from everywhere and they will bring it to her because they know she will sell them. But what they do now is that she will even go and beg them for these goods. They will be like, they cannot because the price of this thing keep changing every day. That was during the time that dollar was changing every single day. So instead of now using other people's money to be doing the business that she used to do, she's now using her own funds. And that my sister, I tell you, this is not because she's my sister. She has never, ever asked me for anything. She still did not ask, but she never complained, even throughout the Buhari regime. So that's kind of, I was taken aback by what she said that day.
So, what's the way out of this? Because there must be light at the end of the rainbow, and also before you even chart the way out, do you think that what Nigeria is going through now is the result of all those blank checks that we have been signing pretty much since independence till date, living a life of excess, poor administration, bad governance, all of these things? Good example is Nigeria has been living a subsidized life pretty much throughout all of from birth till now. The foods are heavily subsidized. The naira is very, very subsidized. Fuel subsidized, everything subsidized. We live a very cushy life, insulated and cotton wooled by the state. So is it are you of the view that what we are going through now is a consequence of decades of living in excess, that gluttonous life?
I would think that was the case if only the politicians have changed their own style of living. If only they are going through or they are saying to be understanding of what people are going through, I would believe that is the case. But when you look at everything that they continue doing, is my criticism. Okay, let me even come to this because I've not said anything about Tinubu since after the election. My criticism of Tinubu is not that he's president. My criticism of him, actually, as of today, is how he has continued as though everything is normal, whereas every other Nigerian is going through shit. I don't know if I can say shit on this platform. Apologies. Whereas every Nigerian is going through a lot, so I don't see them trying to sacrifice anything. So it's fair enough to say that Nigerians we have lived a certain way and now we have to, those benefits or whatever have to be, it has to be taken off. so that some money can actually come into the state to do some things and everything. If only this reflects on the kind of leadership we have. Personally, for me, I'm not speaking for any other Nigerian, I'm speaking for myself. Personally, for me, I will not have any problem. My problem is I don't see these people sacrificing or trying to sacrifice anything. And it makes me worry, you know, are we really, the things that we are making every other person's sacrifice, is it really worth it? And another argument would be like, even if the sacrifice is not going to make any significant change compared to what the masses are consuming and everything. But I say this as a rebuttal to that. You have to show that you understand what people are going through. Just by demonstrating or by, telling yourself that I know I deserve this, but I'm going to hold on this because I want to sacrifice for this nation. The leaders in Nigeria, one thing that they have never ever shown or demonstrated since I've become an adult is the ability to sacrifice for the nation. And that is what this government, this present government, is doing. That kind of makes my blood boil. Not so much about any other thing. Like I was talking with somebody, sorry, I'm digressing a little bit, but I said that I'm going to freestyle, so apologies, guys. So a few days ago, like 2 days ago, I was talking with a mate, so he was still going on P2B and every other thing. I told him, listen, mate, the truth of the matter is that I genuinely believe that the person best suited, forget tribe, forget political leanings or anything, to this position as of today is Tinubu, because he has the clout to make a lot of changes, thereby like building institutions that can actually outlive him. That even when he's not there, other people will come and the institution is already there. That P2B, with the best intention, even if he wanted to do it, he doesn't have the clout. One, because of where he's coming from. Two, because of who he is, and every other thing. So there will be a lot more viciousness and eyes on him that will not make that happen. However, Tinubu has that clout. So, but I'm not, it's just 1 year, but I've given it a year. My fear is that he might spend this time and not understand the kind of power he has. Obasanjo was the only person that had the same power that I feel like Tinubu of today has. He didn't utilize it because he wanted a third time. And because of that, we are going through everything that we are going through today. I don't know if Tinubu recognize the kind of power he has to do some fundamental changes that might not even get him back to 2007, but in 50 years' time, just like Awolowo or any other great leaders outside Nigeria or Africa, his name will be remembered. I'm not sure that he recognizes that, and I'm not sure if that is what he's going for, or he just wants to be a president for 8 years and just wash away like Buhari or any other that has come.
The Lagos Calabar superhighway, do you see it as a vanity project or a necessary unlocking of the wealth that is locked in the hinterlands?
Well, when it comes to that, I'm a little bit biased because I happen to have a property in Aja. So that's obvious.
Look at this guy. He always goes back to your pocket, doesn't he? Look at this guy.
I'm a little bit biased, so I have to be honest. Yeah. So maybe if I didn't, would I say it differently? Maybe. But looking at it and saying that that literally brings my part, especially my part of Raja, into almost VI, literally. So that kind of for me personally, I feel like okay, that's good, but for every other Nigerian that doesn't, that does, I'm biased. Just let me not go. let me not go and say rubbish that I don't know, because until it's finished, because a lot of people that I spoke to actually do not believe that that project will go beyond Lagos. That is what they think. That even if that the best Tinubu can do is to get it to Lagos, and if and when another government comes, it will be abandoned. That's what a lot of people believe. So I'm not going to speak on that really, but if they finish it and it becomes productive, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what the kind of things he will or will not unlock, but Nigerians are hungry, in all we do, because there is no way that we can think of.
Do you think if that hunger is removed, that will buy Tinubu a lot more time? That people are happy to look the other way if it removes the hunger, so if they have washed the country with food imported, however, to crash the price of because food are the most basic fundamental of needs. Do you think because we've discussed it all the time, that why are they not addressing that? Because if they removed that, then people are able to look more to the nuance of whatever it is that is doing. But when people cannot even feed, then they don't have the mental scope to reach beyond just those hunger pangs. So if you believe that, then why is it not doing it?
Like I said, I wanted to give him a whole year, because first of all, I wanted to see what he's able to do. But if I have to be completely honest, from his choice of cabinet, I kind of knew that I don't see until he started making changes. It was obvious that his appointment was mainly political, other than civics base or something like that, if that's the word that I'm looking for. So until he started making changes, I don't know what kind of people he has around himself, because any leader, especially in a country as big as Nigeria, you're only as good as the people that has access to you. So I don't know the kind of people that are advising him, because I see the hunger thing beyond people allowing him time to actually do other things that he might want to do. I see it more like a security thing. When people are hungry, if they are not fed and every other thing, it's really, really hard to want to punish someone genuinely for a crime that they committed out of hunger. If you're a moral person, it will be really, really difficult to try to like in this country, you and I live here. For a fact that if you do anything and you go in front of a judge in this country, they will be as brutal as possible, because one, even if you don't have job, you have benefit. They can pay your one room. They will give you about 75 or 80 quid every month to eat, every week to eat. So that thing is there for you to be able to feed yourself. So anything that you do out of that, you're not doing it because you're hungry. You're doing it because you want to do it and because you're greedy. So that comes back to the security part of it. So for me, it's beyond people allowing him time for him to be president for as long as possible. It's more like, how do you guarantee security if people are hungry? Because every person becomes a potential criminal. Every person becomes a danger to the society. You have people around you, you're just not comfortable, them hanging around you or something like that. You're sleeping. People that probably would come to your house and you'll be like, okay, there's a free room, sleep or something like that. You're suddenly scared. You're like, okay, if I wake up tomorrow morning, I'm very sure that I'm still going to see my phone or something like that. Because people are hungry. It depends on the people that you're meeting with. Because a lot of us here, especially the people that will speak after I've spoken, probably lives abroad, and they probably have different kinds of friends, the elitist ones that they deal with. But if you happen to be around everyday people, you will know there is a lot. Hunger is it's making potential good people become bad. And me, I cannot even blame anybody. That's just it.
All right. You were saying that the people he surrounds himself with, and there's a broad agreement somewhat with what you said. In previous conversations, people have said that as well. But people have highlighted also people like Dave Umahi, for instance, or the Minister of Interior, that there are star performers there in key industry, not industry places, but in key ministries that do the important work. So do you make that concession that the ministries that matter the most, like the finance minister, the CBN guy, the minister of works and housing, the minister of interior, so the key potent spaces, the right people fit those slots. Do you consider that, or you take a different view?
I know a little bit about economics here, so I've watched Cardoso and his stuff, and I say that he's using classical textbook economics to try to apply to Nigerian system, but I think personally for me, I don't even think that Nigeria is a nation yet. So even trying to use a model that works in developed world to try to fix Nigeria economic woes, I kind of think there is a little bit short-sighted or easy route, trying to take the easiest, the textbook oven ready kind of option to apply. The funny thing or the worst thing is that it's not making any kind of effect. So I would actually question if he's the right person in that position. Anyways, that's for the CBN. The finance minister, I don't know. I'm really not. I'm really not seeing. I'm really not seeing the. I don't know. I don't know what I'm expecting from him, but I'm not seeing it. Maybe because it doesn't look like anything is improving. Maybe if I come back here in the next hour, we'll be like, okay, they've been working on the ground all this while. All of a sudden, okay, this is coming to. But for right now, after a year, do I think that those two people are performing very well? Well, what am I going to use to qualify that? If I have to judge them by the state of the nation and everything that is going on, I would say that they haven't, that they are not the right people to be in that position. Really, the Minister of Interior, A1 plus, you cannot, I don't think any person that says, aside from when they said that he had some kind of dealings, a contract or whatever, but in terms of performance, deliverables and everything, he's been on it. You can see somebody who knows what he's doing and is willing to make a name for himself. Core professional, I will regard him as. Dave Umahi, he's obviously an engineer, a bit too arrogant for my liking, if you ask me. But yeah,
you can be arrogant now, so long as you have the goods to back it up, and it seems he can back his arrogance up. So yes, let him be arrogant.
So, but yeah, in terms of at least speaking to those people, like telling them what he knows and what they're doing wrong and stuff. We haven't seen that. Maybe he's doing that to prove a point or whatever. But yeah, at least he shows that he knows what he's talking about, like you rightly said. So that kind of. But that is just how many out of 40 something have you mentioned? Let's even give him the central bank governor and minister of finance. That's 4, 5. At best, you will get 6 out of 40 something. So they're basically political appointments. And these are people that he surrounds himself with. Insecurity still is a major problem. I don't see anything significant that he's doing in that area.
Did you feel a sense of it when you were there? Did you feel
You know what? You know what's funny?
unsafe in any way?
You know
Yeah.
what's funny? I went to Enugu on the road.
Did you feel unsafe? Because a lot of people, a lot of our guys go into Nigeria back and forth, and they come to. But did you feel a sense of
Okay,
unsafeness here?
I'll just put it this way. I wanted to go to Enugu. I looked at flights. It was 300 go and come. That's not my primary reason for deciding to go on the road. My primary reason was that I stay in Nigeria. By the time I will get to all the flight that goes to Enugu goes in the morning. So I will have to probably leave very early, say like 5 a.m. to get to the airport, and the flights are not reliable. So Wahab told me that Oga, trying to use this word, I might not be able to say it as a how is it. Oga, if you go,
Is Wahab, is that your driver or one of your mates? Because of course we know Posh
no,
Collins and his retinue of functionaries.
not my mate. I consider him a friend more or less. So he was like, okay, go in front of Abraham, you take this, that. So I went the day before I traveled. I got there, it was 38,000 naira to get on the Sienna. It looks like I didn't even tell. My brother also happens to be in town, so I didn't tell anybody, because if I try, they would discourage me or something like that. So I went there, I booked my thing in the morning, I left. By 2:30, I was in Enugu. So when I was in that Sienna, all the people that were with me, they were talking about how about they knew about we one of them is actually a godfather to his son. So that's the caliber of people that rode in that Sienna. So in my head I was like, what's the fuss about and stuff like that. So one day she was like, it's all about timing. If you leave at the right time, you get to where you're going, as long as it's not Abuja. And those guys also on that Sienna also said that they would travel anywhere on the Sienna aside from going to Abuja. That is only when they will fly. But within the southern Nigeria.
So that's what a lot of people report. So we talk about insecurity, but you're about the fourth, fifth, maybe even sixth person now that's been traveled the Thomas, who is on the screen here. He went to Nigeria. He got behind the wheel of his car and drove around Yoruba land. So it didn't feel at all. Didn't feel threatened in any single moment. Kulata the same, everybody the same, you as well. And we talk about insecurity, like it's this heavy weight that as soon as you get off the plane, they'll throw a net around you and take you into the forest. So do we over-egg that insecurity something?
Let me tell you about something else about insecurity in Lagos. In my place, I'm not even sure that the gate man locks my gate. I remember how many times that I've told him, Chijoke, fucking lock that gate. He doesn't lock it. And one day I went to the beach because I stay very close to the beach. I think I left the house around 10 or thereabout. We went to the beach, we sat around. Unfortunately, I didn't know that particular beach closes at 12 something. So when it closed, we started walking home. I have never felt more safe walking home around past 12 to my house.
This was at night, not 12 in the afternoon.
12 midnight. After
Yeah.
12 to 1, I have never felt more safe walking to my house with just one more person. After 12, walking home. We walked home, So the insecurity thing is not really okay. Luckily for me as well, where I stay doesn't seem to be a lot of mosquito. I think there will be a lot of mosquitoes and stuff like that. I've had cases where I left my door open, my door to the house, left it open and slept in my room, left all the rooms open. It's happened more than once or twice, So that's how much secure I was feeling, and I wasn't living in an estate though. I'm not in an estate or something that you'll be like, okay, before you come into the estate. The only gate is my gate before my house. And it felt totally safe. It felt safe. And in Enugu, I felt completely safe as well. As long as you're not moving a certain time that you
how do you blend in? Are they able to spot you as a JJC? How do you make the effort to blend in?
I'm not very good with pidgin. And I wear shorts and I drink a lot of water, so it's a giveaway. So
they can spot the brother from abroad, but that abroad, but I know you.
It's a giveaway. However, I don't think anybody really cares, to be, if I'm completely honest. The only thing that people care about is what they can get off you or something.
You know, they'll be used to that because Nigerians travel a lot anyway, so it's not some novelty that you turn up from the about 10 people who also did the same thing exactly. But let me take you back to the economy. Do you think the Dangote refinery would be a Trojan horse that will unwittingly ride to the rescue of the Tinubu administration? So I'm saying this, that if he comes in with the promises that he is making, promising to crash the price of petrol, if he crashes that, then that cascades into the auxiliary spaces of transportation of food, consequently prices of. So are you placing any hope on that as a rescue plan, the Dangote refinery?
Oh God, Dangote refinery is a private business. So if a country as big as Nigeria depends to use that, I mean, it's good to think how you're thinking and look at it that way, but it would be funny, to say the least, if that is what people in government would think, because by the end of the day, there is a private business and their men, they're in it for profit. Even though it will benefit the country one way or the other. But I just think that if the country, if that refinery were to be Nigerian owned, and they will be able to do one or two things to just get the economy and every other thing going, but it's private, and he took some loans and every other thing. So I would hope, as a Nigerian, regardless of what political whatever that we are affiliated to or whatever, as a Nigerian, I would hope that it does exactly what you're suggesting that it would do, because Nigerians needs some kind of survive wherever the hope is going to come from. And that is what I really, really hope for the country, and which will now benefit me too, because, okay, sorry, I digress again. There was somebody that I've known for the longest time. I think I met him during the COVID time that I traveled and everything. One thing that we always talk about his business. He seems like he's doing well. He will always even tell me to come and invest with him and every other thing. But obviously, I will not. One, maybe because I don't have the money, or because I also feel like I don't know you enough or something like that. But it was a few days ago that for the first time, this guy, like, his pin, his what is it called? His token, that he lost his token, that he needs money to feed, that if I can give her, obviously I didn't buy that story. So in my head, I'm like, oh, even people that I always think that they're doing well and every other thing, they are now resorting to dicks as well. So that is the level we are. So if any other person is telling you anything or saying any other thing, I'm talking out of experiences of people that I know. If that person is listening to this, he will know that I'm talking about him. I thought he was very comfortable. At least he's doing well. All of a sudden he needs a token. He lost his token and he need money for food. For me, it didn't make sense, because if that were to be the case, he would ask any other person around him, not me, because I'm far away, and we are not like that. If you get what I mean. So.
All right. Let me ask you one more question, Collins. Why do you think some people some people look at the Tinubu administration with some sort of optimism, and some people look at him with some sort of pessimism. So, do you think the people that look at him with optimism, they are doing that solely based on ethnic affiliation, ethnic familiar, or do you think that the people that look at him with optimism, they can see the action plan, and they can see that one, there's an inevitability to it, and two, it's the right plan. So that's that. And the people that look at him with pessimism, are they looking at him like that in equal measure for reasons of ethnic distrust, or that they do not see the action plan, or they see it and they cannot see how it works? I hope you understood that.
I understood, and thank you for that question. Actually, that's right on my alley, if I may say so. The thing about it is there are two ways to look at it, because I met some people, like I said, and I used to, if I hadn't gone home recently, I would have been like people supporting solely based on their ethnic stock and stuff like that. But I've met people, still Yoruba, but they genuinely believe that he could perform. They genuinely believe that he could perform. And they believed that there were a lot of things that he did right in Lagos. And me trying to argue that I don't see what you people see. I was in Lagos. I was living in Lagos when Tinubu was governor of Lagos. I had just finished. I was in my SS2 when Abacha died, just to give context to what I'm saying. So I had just finished. I was in Unilag when Tinubu was governor. I wasn't really too keen in politics like that, but I cannot remember or see anything significant. But in my house where I lived, I know that nobody ever spoke ill of him. That much I know. Even though that I was not politically inclined or anything. I think he was just there. The only thing that I knew about him was his fight with our Obasanjo. That was the only thing that I knew of Tinubu until Fashola took over. So there were people that genuinely believed that Tinubu is a magician and that he was going to work magic. They believed that, and some of them are the ones that are more disappointed right now because they are not seeing what they thought they were voting for, or they believe that he was coming to do, So that is on one side. And there are other people like me, or even worse than me, because like I said, prior to this presidency or something like that, I really had no strong opinion about Tinubu. My stand against his presidency, if anything, was not the man Tinubu. It was against APC as a government. Because APC, for 8 years, didn't do anything to retain or deserve that position again. More than anything anybody will say, that is my main reason. If you perform badly, you should be booted out. So you go and regroup, and you know that you can be booted out if you don't perform, so that you will know how to perform. That was more than anything.
Sorry, one man. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Yakub.
Yeah, can I just chime in, please?
Well, the floor is Collins. If it's happy for you to,
let him go on.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. I just came in purposely because of you. You said you are living in Lagos when Tinubu was a governor. Sorry, where exactly are you staying in Lagos then?
I was in I lived in Ikeja area.
Okay. I can point like 4 or 5 things that Tinubu did when he was a governor of Lagos State. So if you want me to go ahead, I can start listening them to you now.
No, don't list them because Colin said he wasn't really tuned in. He wasn't tuned into politics at that time.
Because
hold on, because hold on. He said he wasn't tuned into politics at that time, but he also said that the broad feel of where he lived was that they were not in condemnation of Tinubu. So probably he did something reasonable, but he was not. He was very, very young. So, and young people at that time, they are more interested in girls, which Collins never got because he's not as handsome as I am. But they were more interested in girls and partying. So it wasn't. Yeah.
One man, going forward, I just want to list like 2 or 3 things that.
No, there's no need because he is not in condemnation that he didn't do anything.
For future purpose. So he wouldn't say that again that he didn't know what Tinubu did.
No, you can list it, but he's talking about his lived experience. Let him tell us his lived experience. All right. Back to you, Collins. Yes, do you remember the question and where you were in your flow?
Brother, I appreciate you, but one man basically said it better than I would have said it. Like I said, it's not me trying to say that he didn't do anything. I'm just saying that as of then, I wasn't that politically interested in what is going on. But there was nothing that was sung into my ear that this man doesn't deserve to be governor or anything. If anything, aside from his fight with Obasanjo, the another thing that I knew was when Fusho William wanted to be governor, that he was going to, people thought that he could win and he died. So those are just the only things that I remember. But like I was saying, so people
sorry, before Tinubu was the governor, before there's no last man in Lagos State. There's no lawman. So there's no BRT lane in Lagos State. So just go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I
so
get
you cannot tell me you're living in Lagos and you don't see all those guys working, right? There's no CBD. I can start listing them, you can't tell me you're living in Lagos State and you don't see all those guys.
No, I get that. I get the lawman. I get the lawman one. The BRT one, well, it was already
the Akele road was dualized by him.
It was already
to Yaba.
That he kind of divided along that Ikorodu road. So, but that's by the way. I really don't want us to feel like this is my
even your Mobolaji Bank Anthony way.
Let him flow, please.
Yeah.
I don't know the whole Lagos like that though, because you might be more versed based on the places.
Yeah, I'm in Lagos, and I stay in Lagos.
No, carry on Lagos. Collins, rather, I think we understand where you are. At that phase where you were then, a very, very young man. Your interest was not in anything, Tinubu. You didn't really care. Or you were just having your fun as a young man. Yeah.
So there are people who, aside from that he's of Yoruba stock or something, they genuinely believe that they were voting for the best candidate. So I spoke with them. I tried to tell them that, well, I don't see what you guys see based on APC performance and every other thing. And they tried to be like, oh, they just felt like he was going to do this and that. So there are people like that. There are people like me who just against him, against APC as a brand. Because personally for me, we know that PDP was bad. And that is why everybody celebrated when they were booted out. But the difference between APC and PDP is that people are still not accepting how terrible APC brand has become or is been, so they just supporting regardless, So that's just the difference that I see. And there are those who believe that Peter Obi or Atiku would have been much, much better. And like I told you when I started this conversation, I had told somebody a few days ago that I really, putting all politics aside, I really do not see anything that P2B could have done any different, because the problem of Nigeria is one of institution. That is institution that Obasanjo failed to build properly. And that is institution that I know that P2B does not have the clout to be able to build, but Tinubu has. But is he going to recognize that and use it?
All right. Before I go on to the next contributor, I wanted to sum up on the cheering note. What can people? Yes, now Collins Okulata, you know the voice now, Posh Collins. What's the light in the horizon? What hopeful thing can people look to the future to? Do you see a pot of gold at the end of this rainbow, or it's not even a rainbow, is it? At the end of this torment, is there a good landing port?
We cannot hope for the best. You cannot wish Nigeria, you cannot claim to be Nigerian, wish it bad, because from what I see, it doesn't really matter who you are or where you're from. It's just general. Everybody is just feeling it. So I'm just hoping that if these people want us to, first of all, it has to come from the leaders. If they want us to believe that they're doing the best for us, can we see them trying to sacrifice something? Can these people go beyond wanting to occupy position, but wanting to build a legacy, one that will live long after they are gone? Tinubu has enough money. A lot of all these people has enough money. He doesn't need Nigerian money really to live a good life. Tinubu has a private jet, or probably can buy one. There are things, some people will be like, oh, but that's his president, it comes with the office. But there comes a time in a nation's life where some people stand and they want to be counted. They want to be remembered as people that actually built that nation. If Tinubu and his cabinet and the Senate, because I believe that if Tinubu is to, if we see Tinubu sacrificing things, he will force the Senate to make sacrifices. And with that, he will be able to do a lot of things. Nigerians are the easiest people in the world, because you would imagine, or I cannot imagine any other place in the world that you will have the kind of suffering or hunger you have going on, and people are not striking or causing a lot of destruction every day. But Nigerians will find a way to adjust. They will go and beg. They will do anything just to get by. So Nigerians are really easy. But can we see the leaders wanting to sacrifice something, no matter how little it is, so that we feel like they are with us? Because you cannot be living the life you live in, and all the money that is being thrown around or quoted wrongly or rightly, it cannot be going on and you telling people to keep dying, because that's just what I see it. People are just holding on until the day they die. And for those of us that just happens to be friends with everybody, I'm friends with everybody that I meet and stuff like that. It gets to a point that you're like, even if you want to be nice, even if it's 5,000, I cannot even afford it. I have bills every month that I have to pay. I have my own personal problems and needs and every other thing. So at some time I have to be mean too. I have to come across as very wicked or say no and every other thing. And so I just wish for the leaders to sacrifice. I just wish for them to understand the time that we are in and make significant sacrifices that people can see. And once Nigerians sees that, and that's why I've gone beyond politics, because most times I ask myself, we have significant people from Labour Party. Why are they not rejecting things? Even when they say that it has been budgeted and paid for, why are they not standing up and rejecting it? Just for whatever's sake, statement's sake. So people will be like, okay, that person rejected it or that person rejected, so for me, it's just like there's a conspiracy among the elite or the political class to just kill Nigerians. That's just what I feel, but I could be wrong, but that's just how it looks like, really, because these people are not sacrificing nothing.
Let me ask Collins a question. Collins, how are you now? Yeah, still back in Britain.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
You are back. Okay. Because I was listening to you, and I mean, let me thank you for all the information you share with us concerning the reality in Nigeria. And you know, one of those things that you said that you know, the cost of transportation by flight against by road, that's a very, very wide difference. 300,000 plus to go by flight from Lagos to Enugu, as you said, against 35,000 by Sienna bus. I mean, I don't know why it should be like that, but that is crazy.
That's return flight. 300 plus.
Okay. Yeah, return. Okay. Let's say approximately, to Enugu and back to Lagos, 70,000 against 350. Well, it's okay, but that's no problem. But my real question is this. You said in your statement that Obi and, what do you call it, Atiku wouldn't have done anything different or better than what Tinubu have done. You know that this vicious attack on Tinubu from the east, from the easterner, particularly all over the internet, and some that even if you watch some video, and you can see that most easterner doesn't want to show even understanding. Most of the time, it's always attack, and a strong opposition against Tinubu. So, my question is this: when you are in Lagos, since you are showing understanding of the situation, that look, you met a mess, and it was trying to fix some things, but because Nigerians, the reality on the ground, the hardship, Nigeria doesn't care about any policy or measure is taken, but the hardship is what the hardship they don't show any understanding because of the hardship, and they don't even want to know. They just believe that, okay, before he got there, this is the price of the rice. This is a bread and butter issue that really matter to them. But when you are there, did you talking to your, Eastern brothers, were you able to, tell them from your own understanding of the situation and what situation we found out? Were you able to try to enlighten or tell them that, look, this is why it's doing this, or this is why it's doing that, and what was their response when, maybe if you did that, did they show any understanding of, I hope you get my point. So
Okay, let me jump in. I think I know where you're going, but first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Jalekoko. It's been a really long time, but I have to first of all start by correcting things, because first, I haven't been listening to this or any other thing that has to do with Nigeria for a really long time, for reason of this sectionalization of the sufferings of Nigerians, because it doesn't really matter whether you're Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo. Nigerians are going through tough times. So if some people decided to be vocal because that person, they feel like they can, and some other people feel like they cannot be vocal because it's their person. It's a different thing. So let's try as much as possible not sectionalize it, because the truth is people are going through stuff. Because for those of us who are privileged or live outside of that country, to sit here and try to analyze this the way we do, sometimes it doesn't really give it the kind of it doesn't give it the whatever that it needs. I don't know the word that I'm looking for, but I'll just pass. I believe that I'm well understood. So having said that, I will go on to say that when I talk to the people that I meet, depending on who you meet, if you meet an average Igbo man who is a business person, he doesn't really care, because by the end of the day, like I gave example, like where I was buying foam mattress, and a Yoruba woman came, and she was priced, she was vexed, how the price, nothing is coming down and everything. So I jokingly and laughed and everything, and I said what I said. She was vexed, even with the things that I said. Is Tinubu the one that are? But the truth of the matter is that Tinubu's policy is affecting the price of what is making her angry. The Igbo woman selling the mattress to me and to her is not losing anything, that particular person. But it's not every Igbo person that is a business person. There are poor people who doesn't own a business, who probably are civil servants and stuff like that, and they still have to come and buy that. But for those who are doing business, for them, they will not sell less than what they're buying. They will probably even make more money than when they were. So it's different, really. It's not something about Igbo or Yoruba. It's based on what you do, and what you do determines. Because let's go back a bit and understand or respect the fact that Buhari's regime was a terrible, terrible time for Nigerians. Let's not make it look like Buhari time was good to Nigerians and Tinubu came and did it worse. Buhari time was already a very tough time for Nigerians. They were looking for a respite, and Tinubu came. The respite did not come. Everything increased. Their suffering got worse. Let's first of all appreciate that, and that's just the reality. Now, coming to what Tinubu inherited, I have already actually talked about this in so many different ways. There is no doubt there is a lot of rot in the system. A lot of things have gone wrong. But is Tinubu, his cabinet and Senate, are they showing understanding with the people from the way they are living their lives? And if they are not, why then should we try to understand them? I throw back the question to you, Mr. Jalakoko.
What's the question again? I wasn't.
If Tinubu, his cabinet, the Senate, the House of Reps, the governors, if they are not showing like they are going through all of this, remember, let me go back a bit. Remember that Nigerians were already impoverished during the time of Buhari. So they were already looking for a respite. Tinubu time is making it worse. But aside from it's making it worse, for reason that I may be able to understand because of my level of knowledge of other things that I know and stuff like that. But have they show any understanding with the people by sacrificing anything?
Not at all. Not at all. They've not shown. They are horrible people. They have not shown any form of sacrifice, and it looks like they are not even ready to sacrifice a dime for Nigeria. So and that is the worst part of it. If they have shown empathy and showing that they are sacrificed by their style of governance and conduct and practicing, in the way they're managing the resources. Yeah, so it will have been a different game. Maybe Nigeria will understand it with them, but they are not showing that. That is the worst part of it. Hold on, let me land. So, but my question to you have not really answered it. You said Atiku and Tinubu and Obi will have not done anything different and better than what Tinubu have done. Did you express that to your fellow Easterner?
I think he addressed it, Janle Koko.
No, the way I'm not sure if you really address it. Did you express that to them that look, this situation is this guy made a mess? These people that we supported, Obi and this thing, wouldn't have done anything better than Tinubu. And what was their response? Because this is your own position on the reality on the ground. Did you express that with them, and what was their response? I'm not sure I had a answer from you, but the way you answered it, you are referring to one Yoruba woman that was showing anger when he was buying mattress. That is not what I'm expressing. I mean, your engagement with your people when you are discussing with them, what was their response when you tell them, if at all, you told them that, hey, this is the reality. These two people too wouldn't have done anything. What's their response? So let me leave it there. Maybe if you can answer it there, then we can go. We can move on.
All right. I'm not sure. We can't hear Collins anymore. I think it may be attending to matters. I think it dropped. So that was Posh Collins, a long-standing member of the platform. Doesn't spend often enough time with us, but thank you for coming by, Collins. Come back and address Ajale Koko's question just as soon as you can. So I allowed the time because Collins has not been he's not been here for months and months and months, and it's always a good copy anytime Collins comes because it gives you it's not really an ethnophobe. It's a proud Igbo man, but it's not it's not like some extremist from the back of beyond, like people like Pansat and elements like that. It's just a balanced guy, as you heard. So that's why we allowed that time. So we're going to do like a 5 minutes monologue just to well-will round, determined that people will not be held hostage. Collins, did you hear Ajale Koko's question?
Yes.
And do you want to address it there?
I heard him. I was trying to speak. Just when I was speaking, a call was coming in. So as I was cutting it off, I think it cut my voice off. Okay. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Okay. Ajale Koko, first of all, sorry, I missed that part of the question, but still, in order to answer that, I still have to make a little correction. When I talk to people, I talk to Nigerians. I really don't talk to just Igbo people or Yoruba people. I talk to Nigerians in general. And that's how I prefer to say people. That does not take away my biases. That does not take. Sorry, let me just continue. That does not take away my biases. I know I have them, and I hold my biases to my chest. So that's not me saying that I'm beyond whatever. No, that's not the point that I'm trying to make here. But now going to the things that you say, yes, I do. But how I always say these things is that I think that P2B would do it differently. That P2B would probably not show some level of extravagance in the way that continuing cost of spending or dealing with certain things, because if you listen to me carefully, I made it clear that I actually do believe that in terms of strength, political wisdom, and everything, Tinubu has more clout and more ability. That is me. This is personal opinion. It has nothing to do. Make nobody now say that this is Igbo people view. This is my view as Colin. So I believe that Tinubu has more political clout to actually do more than what Peter Obi could have done. However, in terms of governance, I believe that Peter Obi would have shown more empathy towards the people in relating or making them feel that he's going through the same thing that they are going through. And the leadership or leaders without empathy is leaders that will always be criticized wrongly or rightly, even when they're trying to do the right thing. I don't know Tinubu. I've never met this man. I don't know Peter Obi. I've never met this man, these people. So I'm only speaking from afar, looking in, So I cannot speak with authority that I know that this is what Peter Obi would do or this is what Tinubu would do. However, only one person is president right now. So as much as possible that we try to do the comparison with Peter Obi, we also have to come back to reality of what is going on today. And the reality of what is going on is Tinubu, not Peter Obi.
All right, brilliant. Excellently delivered. So well said, Collins. So that's Collins, of course, posh Collins. The depth of the richness of the voice. It may not have the looks to get ladies, but it certainly has the looks to make the voice to make them swoon. So the voice to make them swoon. I wonder who catches the ladies more with the voice, Collins or Prince Daddy. So that's Collins. Collins, stay with us just for as long as you can. Interject as you will if you want to push a point. So let's go from you, Collins, just to sweep up the rest of the panelists as well. We're going to do 5 minutes monologue just to get to people quicker. We kick the 5 minutes off with Ekene, who joins us from Ojo somewhere. Ekene, you're up next.
One man.
Okay, pata.
Just come back from.
You want them? You want make I show your video? You that you come here, you that you come here telling us that people are at death's door every single day. You know I have people watching you in Nigeria. Do you want me to show them what you're up to?
Show them now. Show them.
Wait.
Show them now.
Okay, wait. That's a Kenny right there. The same Kenny that tells us that the world is about to collapse. There is a Kenny doing what Donald Trump was saying, grab them by the in a nightclub. Where's all this suffering? Where's all this suffering you are telling us about? Is this the suffering you tell us about, Ekene?
One man.
I mean, nobody you be alive.
I mean, now they say
Nigerians are suffering. People cannot eat. Where it's not even. It's a Sunday, but look, you this guy, man. All right. Nigerians are suffering. People cannot eat. But now, so you they pop champagne all over Lagos.
Look, I go die one man because to do the road. I don't feel die now because Tinubu the rule. I got enjoy any party where show will go. I thank Collins too much. Collins has made a great point that I don't even know what to say. I don't know him. I've never met him in this platform before. I think this is my first time of hearing from him. So, and his analysis make he's not somebody like me that used to shout. I just come down to speak to Abado people and speak to their understanding the way maybe they can acknowledge some things and feel what is going on in the country. So that is it, one man. So, but what do you want me to speak about?
All right, like I said, I'm doing 5-minute monologues just to get to people quicker. I am determined that people will not feel strained just hanging around.
Yeah.
So let me give you the headlines, and then just as you will, you can either speak to the headlines or speak to what you find more germane. Students' loan, Nigerian government set to pay 35 billion to 70,000 successful applicants. So that's our students' loan, which is a lot of people will say is a blue sky sort of a policy. It looks as though it's now starting to have its impact. Tinubu calls for
Continue.
All right. Tinubu calls for punishment of civil servants receiving salaries abroad. So this is a space that we were discussing earlier sessions, and we were saying that because of course the head of service then, Yemi Eson, she was saying that they did a head count to see who was actually physically working as opposed to somebody that was just on the books. And they discovered an abundance of ghost workers, and they stopped their payment. So we were saying then that stopping the payment was not enough. It has to be consequenced. And it looks as though the consequence then the president agrees. Tinubu calls for punishment of civil servants receiving salary. So there's that. 50 reps write Tinubu demand Nnamdi Kanu'S release. So Nnamdi Kanu'S release will always and forever and a day be a political decision. It's not going to be a judicial decision. It will always be a political decision. So a political decision, previous sessions as well, like we were talking about article traversing the powerhouses in the north, visiting Buhari, Babangida, Abdulsalami, and it looks as though El Rufai is following in that trail too. So is this disgruntled from the north, or is this the north recalibrating because they are feeling uneasy about Tinubu? So we were talking about that as well. We were talking about Dele Alake, who is now showing off the gold that his ministry has been able to mine at the abundance of resources in a poverty-stricken country. So take your pick and flow for 5 minutes.
Okay, that space is talking about Nigerians abroad collecting salaries. Those are the wicked ones, and I think I don't know why should a citizen be so wicked to his country that have left the country and you are still collecting salaries. These are the issues that Tinubu need to be decisive and deal with those that are perpetrating it. Is a very bad one that he really need to tackle. But the only thing I know is that most of the time the government is only talking. They don't really exercise the political will to carry out some actions to be able to fight the corruption that is beveling our nation and our economy. So, but if he will have the political will to do that, I think it's a great move, and I will applaud him for that. So, the student loan is not a news to me because I don't like all this about. I want to see people that have really benefited from this, and not just about to disburse this and that. These are not news. These are lamba. I used to call it lamba. So, and the other space.
So they shouldn't go through a process of application and verification before the money is disbursed.
All these processes and all these are the issue we have in this country. No,
don't do that. Answer the question. So the government comes up with a policy to support education. So are you saying then that they should not go through a process of application and verification before they disburse the
Nobody
money.
is saying that they should not do that, but most of the time, this issue of application and the process is getting too much. For the past how many months now, it's only processing, and I want to hear another news about it. This is almost the same news I'm hearing about this alone. Most of the time, it's all. How many months will it take? Just how many more? A year and they are still processing student loan. What kind of processing is that?
No, this is the
If
policy that came out. Don't
let
do
me
that.
finish one more. No, I will do that. If you don't, I will speak the way I want to. I will speak
you
the
are
way I want to
spreading
speak.
misinformation, though. You are spreading. Okay, carry on.
No, I'm not spreading misinformation. It can be misinformation to you. Are you telling me that if you want to import container from China, it will take you 1 year to do that? You are still processing a container from China for almost 1 year. What will it take you to do that business? Before that goes to land, you would have already finished eating up the proceed you are going to gain from that goods. Is that how a serious businessman does his own thing? A serious country processing a student loan for almost 1 year. A child born 9 months when Tinubu became government is almost 1 year now. When they handed him over this government, if a child, many children were born that day. Those child are almost they're on their feet now, walking. You are still processing. Since that day, you are still processing. And you say I shouldn't spread lies. Where are the lies? If they're one, let them continue to process now.
No, the lies is one. The policy is it was just birthed about even it was crafted no more than 6-7 months ago, and then they had to iron out the kinks. So the whole process still is not more than 4-5 months, and you are saying there's a year of the speed at which they are now identifying beneficiaries is impressive. So you cannot anyway, but it's your floor. Carry on.
The lack of political will we have in our system is becoming too much. All these process, lot of man. I don't think country can develop like this. If you are processing student loan for 1 year, then
it's
means
not 1 year now. It's not. I just explained to you now. It's not 1 year. Do you want us to go through the books and see when that
this is not
came out?
this student loan was not being talked about this year. The first time Tinubu talked about it was after he handed him over the affairs of this nation. You understand? And since then, they have been processing it. You understand? So it's not something of this is becoming a national anthem. The student loan is becoming a national anthem, and I don't like it. Yeah.
I think to be fair, I think you have to start counting from the day they signed that bill into law. That is the date you can start counting it. You can't count from May last year when Tinubu assumes office. So the day they signed it into law, and I think was it not in March? When was that? So that is the date you have to start counting the effectiveness of what they signed into law. So I think it'd be very unfair as you are counting it from the day one that you assume office. So maybe
okay, maybe other people can count. For me, I will not count it like that. This student loan is becoming a national anthem to me. It's not something of today. This has been a national anthem they brought up during Buhari time. They are still singing it till today. Student loan since the first year of Buhari till today, we are still singing student loan under this APC government. In fact, this APC, they are too much. Since Buhari became the president of this, that is the first time we heard about student loan. Till today, we are still singing about it. A country that wants to develop, and you want to.
You know that the first one, the first sign into law, the how do I say? Should I say repeal? I think they repealed that because that one came with all sorts of conditionalities that are very, very.
And they also wanted to expand it to sweep up more institutions to capture more people. I don't know, man. I think it's just this blanket thing
So
that
Why not let him flow so that other
yeah.
people can correct
All
whatever
right,
is
all right. It's just it's not it's quite wearing when you know.
no, maybe he forgot.
It
Maybe
didn't for what do you mean? It didn't forget now. It cannot does this all the
The
time.
issue is
correct
that
him when you have the
the issue,
time, not to
the
interject
issue
him.
is
He's
that
set in his ways and belief.
I don't have time. I'm not the kind of somebody that I always have patience for. You know, government is all about being active and all this stuff. You don't come every day to give us the same news. Sometimes there are things you see on the news every day, you just overlook it. If I see this kind of news, I'll just overlook it. Maybe I will just be ready to read it when I know that the thing is working. Because I'm already something that I read every day by day. It's become tiring to me. You understand? Other people that are comfortable with it can have a lot of explanation to give to that. For me, I don't have that time. I can't be reading student loan in every pages of the newspaper every day by day. I will be ready to read it when I see Nigerian assessing it and utilizing it. That's when I'll be ready to read the news. Not the same thing appearing in the front of the newspaper every day by day. And you want me to be admitting to that. So in the space of Nnamdi Kanu, I think it's quite time Tinubu do something about it if he really love the unity of this country. Yeah, has to do something about it. A lot of people have spoken up. This is not an Igbo affair again. Edwin Clark wrote him a letter. Edwin Clark is not from the southeast. He's an elderly state man. I listened to him. He gave a long explanation why, give many reasons why this administration should release Nnamdi Kanu. So I don't know what the federal government is still, why, I don't know why they are keeping him when almost everybody that needs to speak concerning this guy has spoken. It should have given at least that should have given them confidence that if these guys misbehave again, they can do him anything they want. You understand? Because majority of Nigerians, notable Nigerians, have spoken. Why not listen to them?
You know, Ekene, Nnamdi Kanu can walk out of that prison today. He only has to do one thing. If Nnamdi Kanu renounces Biafra, then he will walk out of that prison the very next day. If he says, I renounce Nigeria and pledge my fiefdom to the Nigerian state, he will walk a free man.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what is keeping him there. Maybe that is the reason why he's still in that dungeon. But for me, Nnamdi Kanu cannot just give us Biafra. Only him has to have a lot of approval, even from the state governors and a lot of things here and there. Only him cannot give us Biafra. He can only be speaking. So, but he has a lot of followers, and his detention has caused a lot of havoc in the southeast. So, if Tinubu really wants the unity of this country and that region to progress the way he wish, then let him listen to these people writing him letters here and there, and do the needful. But if keeping him will always have him or build up his appetite, no problem. He can keep him there. So I don't have anything to say, but I think it's quite time he listened to the voice of elderly men that have really spoken to him to do the needful. So the gold program Tinubu held 5 million boost of foreign reserve. It's milestone in Renew Hope agenda. Now then, Sabi, that foreign reserve, I don't know, because most of the time it's not everything that they write about that I believe. The only thing I want is
It's a foreign reserve that will boost our economy, do a lot of things in our system, and build up our economy. It's not all this lumber here and there. This foreign reserve, no be today we dey hear am, but upon that, the economy is still collapsing. The price of stuffs are still increasing every day by day. So, if these things I read in the newspaper are not impacting directly to the life of ordinary Nigerians, then I don't see it as a renewed hope agenda. The Nigerian hopes has not been renewed ever since the inception of this.
Is this renewed Shege? Renewed Shege?
That Shege is even a small, it's not, I don't know. That Shege should have, that promo should be added to it. It's triple. It's a very bad one, but you know, you see me enjoy my nightclub and all those stuff. It doesn't mean that things are not really bad. You understand? So all these the lamba trying to feed the headlines in our news every day by day is all sort of millions of dollars. And it's not today we dey hear them. Starting from the inception of this government, the Indians brought in $14 million, or did they not bring the money again? You went to UAE, signed on deal, a lot of them. So where are they? Where are the investment? The money don't disappear. Where is the economy is still collapsing? So, but when those things, when you see them in the pages of the newspaper, they look so nice, well written, well decorated. Only for Nigerians to continue to suffer. Even they say they have saved trillions from the removal of the fuel subsidy. Are we not supposed to be enjoying that as a nation, or is it for their pocket? Is it for buying presidential jet and building vice president lodge and all those stuff? Is it what the money is meant for? Are they not meant to serve the appetite of the common man in the streets? It's high time we continue to judge righteously in this nation. When you judge to feed the rich, then you should ask yourself, where is your conscience?
2 more minutes.
Most of our judgment here is just to feed the rich. And I don't know where is our conscience. Because for me, what I believe from the scripture that I read most of the time, that says that the king, by their judgment, established the land. It is through judgment that you establish the land. So when your judgments are not in order, when your judgment is to feed the rich, you should have yourself examined. The judgment we give every day is what will establish our land. Honestly speaking, we cannot just come every day to say Nigeria government do this, neglecting the sufferings of the poor man in the street because we want to defend the indefensible. It's quite pathetic. So where is your conscience? A king established the land by his judgment, whether right or wrong. When a king always do the right judgment by the way he dispense the resources of the nation, if he does that rightly, give every region what belongs to them, or give every judgment, every region need to receive what they have to receive to benefit from their nation.
All right, bring it
That's
home again.
the right judgment to do. So if our leaders are not ready to give the right judgment, then we are doomed. Then at the end of it, we have followers that received gift take bribe in the expense of these poor masses to defend these evil men. And that is the more reason why we are not developing, because the leaders are not giving the right judgment. Then there are followers taking bribe to defend their inaccurate judgment. It's quite pathetic. That is the situation of our country. We have people here and there wanting to be on a payroll of APC or their government to be able to be giving them some certain amount every month just to defend them and their wrong judgment. And we are killing the nation. We are dealing heavily evil to the poor masses and the wretched in this country. And we should ask ourselves, where is our conscience? Thank you, one man.
Thank you, Kenneth. So that's Kenny, of course, cutting through the BS and giving us just as he feels it. So thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. We're going to go Larry Baba Ajande Koko. No, we go Larry Baba Ajande Koko, Isaac Black. So Larry, you're up next. We've got lined up talking points.
But I was number 4. I was number 4 today.
What do you mean number 4?
Yeah, because the way you call it, you only call 4 names. You call Ajani Koko, you call the other guy, then you call me and with the other guy before others started to come in.
All right. Larry, let Tony go first. But Tony, traditionally, it's not often how people come in. So sometimes I try to mix it up a bit because I know a lot of the politics of everybody. So it's not too monotonous or one-dimensional or anything like that. So, but your 5 minutes starts now. So do you want the talking points or do you just want to free flow like Collins did?
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. I'm very grateful that you let me in very soon, and thanks for the opportunity to let me to express my mind about our country. Thank you very much, sir. Then first of all, I want to say that you should monitor whenever a Kenny is speaking. You give you 5 minutes, and you look at it as almost 30 minutes. So, but let me just come in. I don't usually waste time here. So, it's either free education or nothing. Especially when we are operating a political system that doesn't have a political parties with ideology. So, it's either Tinubu says that okay, free education at social level or free education at all the polytechnic, vocational, and technical colleges across the nation. That is a policy. It should be a policy statement, not be said that they give loan. Because we already know that it's lie. Those ministers, they will take those money and pocket it and say that, we have given, like Sadiq, that Sadia Farouk said that she during the COVID, that she gave out $2 billion to the vulnerables, in the society, in the north or whatever, So this is not correct. The country is not okay. We don't have established governmental, institutions to be doing the checkmating. So the system is just like. So as I always say, Tinubu should, we all supported him to come in. He should he should better do the needful. And then when Collins, is speaking from experience, people will still be coming out later on. And then like yesterday's topic, a woman when we were, me, Ajani Koko, have to be having a tug of war with, me and others that, the place is okay, or there was a symbol that they have farms. What are they doing abroad? If they have farms at home that they don't have any issue with security, with insecurity, what is going on? We said that your state that we have good land in Edo State, we have good land that people cannot go into the farm, but our people are still saying that our people are lazy. What the hell is going on? This is what is just making my brain to go cold sometimes. What the hell is going on? Why can't we, people that are living abroad, see how things are being done here, and then now advising the so-called government people that let us have it. Let us come together, come in agreement to agree that nothing is working. They were telling those guys that occupy those various offices to be doing the right things. But when some of us are trying to say that, there's some other people will be countering us by saying that yes, this is this. We should see something wrong that a whole country and major, oil exporting country is not so poor that to the point that people cannot even have a gari to drink again. Because you say that they okay. But then you see people still coming out, to be said that that the government is doing this, do that. Okay, like you say you are doing something, but you are buying a private jet, or sorry, replacing jets for the government officials, and then renovating or building houses for vice president, where people are just suffering. Why can't you open up all those seaports in the southern part of Nigeria? Why should you allow that Kanu dry dock for Navy, a year to continue? Why can't what is stopping Tinubu for bringing this central bank to back to Lagos so that it can be more useful? Why can't we, as we are doing this Lagos Calabar road, why can't we open up all those ports to make transportation easier for these people from the southeast to transport their goods? Open up to Warri port, then this Sapele, there is anyone they try to build. Let them build it. All those on those area. Let them. Why can't? Like I go to, is it when in Paris pursue? Let them do the thing alongside, simultaneously. But see, we're not seeing anything be done. Why are the ministers not coming out to address the public that, we are sorry. Bag of rice is this is what is responsible. This is what we're having, in our plan, to make life easier. And but they just adamant, they are not speaking. Like, just talk me or hold me, catch me if you can. Woman, the situation in our country is just too bad. So it's either free education or nothing. Maybe they shut up their mouth. Because we have to say, okay, free education to social level, or if you are studying engineering courses in the university, you have free education. One where you live in England and where I live in Germany, all the students, they got benefit. All from primary school to to university, they got their benefit. Germany don't have all these campuses with hostels, but they do provide a private hostels of which I was I also rented back then when I arrived here after doing my matriculation, just to get that free apartment. So there are a lot of so once you go to school here, then they will send you to some bakery, to some insurance companies, police people. Then they are nurturing up the young people that will take over from the people that are getting old, from various ministries and departments. I don't know what is going on with us, sir. So that is what I would say, that the black people are less intelligent or have very lower IQ than the white people. Thank you very much, woman and everybody. Welcome back, Mr. Collins.
All right. Thank you, Tony. So that was Tony. So that's Tony Africa. So thank you, Tony. So we go with that order that I just said. Larry, you're up next. Do you want the topics, or you know them already? But let's hear from you.
Yeah. Good evening, woman. Good evening, everybody. I think I know a little bit, but you can actually lead me, and I'm just going to make it very fast. And so that
yes, we were talking about the students' loan, which is now at the point of disbursement of funds to students. So we were talking about that. We were talking about Nnamdi Kanu, who and really we only brought the Nnamdi Kanu story up because every day they are calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. But now this is coming from within the government itself. 50 reps are writing to Tinubu, but it is really the constitution of those 50 reps that makes it an exciting story. So you have representatives from Kaduna, Borno, Delta, Imo, Kano, Anambra, etc. So it's a broad spectrum of different regions within the country that are saying that just let this guy go. Somebody from Kogi, etc. So now that storyline continues to resonate on the headlines. Tinubu, you remember we discussed this Yemi Eson and her report. Tinubu calls for punishment of civil servants receiving salary. So we were also saying in that conversation then that they should not be allowed to get away with it. And that journey that article made, El Rufai repeats it. El Rufai visits Buhari, rather others in Katsina. So take your pick. Let's hear from you.
Okay. Let me start from the student loan. I think it's a good milestone. and 70,000 students, if they can actually do that. And I think they've actually also opened it up to state universities too. So at least if they can do this first one, then they can actually, start opening things up, which I think is a good thing. They should just go ahead and do it, and hopefully that will definitely open the door for so many people that can actually not afford education. That's a good one. The next one. Let me quickly go to the next one. I think what's the next thing? Okay. Yeah, $5 million. I saw that and I was really happy because, there's no way about it than us diversifying the economy, and it's good that we're beginning to see, you know, one or two things coming from this angle. Prior to this time, more than this has actually been going out. Nigerian goods has been sold. I've seen a couple of people that talk about seeing Nigerian goods, outside in Dubai, particularly in Dubai, and nothing really gets to the government. So I think at this point, I think it's good that Dele Alake is beginning to really bring something in, because I think there are still a lot of things, right? It's not just gold, it's a whole lot of things that they need to really open it up and try to like formalize, so that they don't just give it to some guys, just taking it out. And I think it's also good that they've been able to raise alarm, particularly in the international community, because most of the saboteur in that side are actually coming from, people from China, from some other places, and they've been able to raise that, because that's one
So
of the.
how come they've not made an example of, especially the Chinese? I don't think those people are ripping the country of just resources at an eye-popping rate. They've not made an example of any one of them.
No. I think they've actually been arresting. They've arrested series of undocumented Chinese, particularly I think civil defense too. I think I need to give kudos to NSCDC. I think they've really done a good job, particularly that mining harm. I think it's really what's really helping that sector now. So there are a whole lot of you can't just clear everything one day, because most of all those things, right, in most cases, it comes from, it's not just the saboteurs just coming in. There is a lot of collaboration among traditional rulers, collaboration among even the governors in themselves. Take for instance now, like Ogun State had to like do, I think they just work on a particular act now to stop the traditional rulers, right, for going into selling lands to people to mine, which I think it's something that is really, that is really good. So it should just work more on other places, and let's see what we can actually do. And I think it's also good, right? The fact that we're not really taking the raw materials out. If they can actually, at least get some of all those things, and let's sell it and let's make more money. That's really gonna be good. So yeah, I hope to see more of this. $5 million. It may look a little bit small, but I think there's still a whole lot that we can actually get from that side. For this, yeah, it's normal, right? For them to say they are punishing people, I don't understand, right? How do you really get to? Because they said they saw some ghost worker and they've been able to identify that most of these people are abroad. I don't know, how do they identify that? All those people are actually abroad. I don't know, because probably they need to tell us how they were able to really identify that. I think the first thing they need to do, if you do counting and if actually detected probably some ghost workers, just stop the salary, whatever accounts the money is going to, stop, put a little bit of embargo on the accounts. And, with that, that would definitely help, at least to a particular extent, rather than this, oh, they are abroad. Where exactly are they abroad? Abroad is, there are a whole lot of countries right around the world. So where exactly abroad are they? So which is it's not really, for me, it's not really adding up, right? Because I don't know, they are abroad. Where abroad? Are they in probably in Asia? Are they in some of all those things? But for me,
The abroad doesn't really matter. If they have a presence in Nigeria, then they can take punitive measures against them.
Yeah. I think they can. That's why I said the first thing they need to do is to look for a way to stop it. Let's stop it. At least block the leakage first, right? Before prosecution. Tell us that you've blocked the leakage and let us know how much you've saved.
And also, what Tinubu was saying was that the investigation has to go up the hierarchy. So the line managers that are signing this off, and because there's a lot of complicity within. So at least the ones that are within Nigeria, they should take some punitive measures.
We've always talked about this now, right? We've always talked about this. It's a lot of there's a lot of complicity in that particular aspect. What you see in most cases, even those people are abroad, right? Probably, okay, fine, this is your salary, somebody is collecting so percentage, at the end of the day, and all those things. So I think it's a whole lot, right? And some people have even been covering for probably some of those people that are not even in Nigeria. All these head counts they do. Probably somebody will just come with one paper and say, oh, probably this person took leave, or probably this person is sick, and all those things, which do not really add up in most cases. So they need to really go deep. Aside picking some of those people, the supervisors of those people, try to know what they can actually say, give them queries, run queries, and discipline people, even people that are actually shielding some of others people. So with that, and let us know, right? Come out and let us know what was the payroll, before this thing was actually done. What is the payroll now? How much were you able to really save? So those are things that I really want to see, rather than just saying, oh, we've blocked leakages. Every government comes in and tell you they've seen ghost workers, they've done this. I want to see, let's see the figures, and let's see how much they are able to save with that. Then you can then judge them by that. El-Rufai,
do you think there's something going on in the north? Yes.
Well, you see, it's a normal thing, right? It's a normal thing. It's politics. Yeah, let them keep playing the politics, and it's a normal thing. El-Rufai will go there, pay homage, and Buhari was there, pay homage. Tomorrow you see another now going there, pay homage. So those ones are really normal politics, and I think Tinubu to also know it's also playing his own, right? So they are playing politics with a politician. So they have one or two ways of they checkmate themselves. So it's their politics. For me, anybody can visit anybody. I don't really care about those.
But you don't think they're trying to somewhat circle wagon around the Tinubu administration?
It's normal. It's normal, right? Let them do it. You understand what I'm saying? Let them do it. And Tinubu himself, he's seeing it. So, and he has his voice too that are seeing it, and they'll one way or the other, right? They will try to see how to really checkmate some of all these things. But it's not really a big deal. It's not really a big deal. It's not really what we disturb ourselves, right? Because politicians will always be politicians, right? Politicians, even before election, you see a lot of cross carpeting and all this. It's a normal thing for politicians. So for me personally, I hardly disturb myself with things like that, because politicians will always be politicians.
Right. We didn't actually read out this next headline, but I know you pay particular attention to things like
this.
Is
not even what this is. There's one particular headline that I'm really interested in. And I've not really seen you talk about it. Dangote is crying.
Yes, yes. It was. I didn't actually add it in the list. I thought maybe it was too boring. But yeah, carry on. Yeah,
it's not boring. It's problem that is actually coming, and this is when I need Tinubu to stand up, because that's the only thing I think. Because if you want to reduce inflation, right, that's the only way for now, right, to reduce inflation. Because Dangote needs to come out. There has to be a way to reduce the pump price in Nigeria. And in order to do that, you have to shield Dangote. It's a normal thing, right? The same thing they did for Yema, they need to do it for Dangote and every other local refineries in Nigeria. They need to do it. You see, people can't come to Nigeria and sabotage us in Nigeria. It's not done anywhere. You're right. If the IOCs, probably National Assembly also need to stand up. If Tinubu is not doing anything, National Assembly needs to stand up, right? They need to make laws, right, to ensure that the IOCs.
It was actually the DG of Dangote, the Indian guy, that came out with this storyline. Did he name names? Did he give us the name?
No. Once he tells you IOC, right, you know the people he's talking about, Shell and the rest of them, right? Those are the IOCs. So does he really need to tell you names? It's the IOCs now, because they are actually making it. They are frustrating them, right, to the point that they are even buying, in some cases, they sell to them above market price in order to frustrate them. I think at the point, he said, at the point they had to buy, $6 above the market price, which means...
Are we talking about the sale of crude?
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
So they are making the crude expensive in order then that Dangote cannot drop the price point at the fuel stations.
Exactly. They are
so what's underpinning that? What's the rationale behind that?
Yeah, it's a lot, right? There are cabals, right? There are cabals in Europe, because when they know if Dangote succeeds, that means a lot of those refineries in Europe are going down. And the only thing they can do...
Larry, may I come in, please?
Yeah, come in.
Just give you a question. I mean, oil is not like tap we should buy anyhow. Don't forget, before that company go into partnership in the at the oil well, a lot of things happen. To shatter a platform, an oil rig per day could bring you down about $500,000. And they are all of them until these new applications. They paid $200 million as signature bonus to acquire their well. So, and there's been a lot of contracts going on before Dangote was ready. So they have to fulfill those contracts before they can start attending to Dangote's need. He has to be patient. Look at the first delivery he had from Agbami Oil. I know Fafa Oil did a lot of sacrifice to supply that 1 million or 2 million barrels they took from Agbami and gave to Dangote to jumpstart the refinery. So let us be fair to the IOCs too. It's business.
Okay, Baba, you see, one thing is for us to say it's business, right? But petrol, as in crude oil, it's kind of like, it has a kind of like regulated price, right? And when we say it has a kind of regulated price, that means, it's basically what OPEC kind of like fixed, right? That's what is being sold at. And, for Dangote to kind of like saying, okay, fine, at a point, they have to buy $6 above. That means it's not like those guys are not selling. One thing is for you to say, okay, probably they had 1 or 2 initial contracts that they need to meet up with. That's different. In this case,
sorry, Larry, I love listening to you. In oil pricing, we have 3 major markets: OPEC, Rotterdam, and the New York. What's it called now? The market there, and we have sports market too, and we have long-term contracts. So it varies. There is the volatility in the market. It's something else. So that's why I'm pleading that for Dangote's understanding, and be very patient that they will streamline this thing. Sorry to
you see that patience. I understand what you mean by that patience, but there are instances, right, that you don't even need that patience, because particularly when it's a national issue. Because let's be candid with ourselves. Dangote, them forcing Dangote to go and buy crude from US, it's not really going to favor us, because at the end of the day, Dangote is not going to sit down and make loss, right? Because what he said is that they've been forcing him to go buy crude in US.
How about lowering the excise duty for him? And the import duty also payable on imported oil.
But we cannot insulate their gouging the market now. What Dangote is saying is that these people are selling $6 above the going price.
The spot market is different, one man. I just enumerated to you.
Well,
there are 3 prices: OPEC, Brent, New York, and Rotterdam. And there is spot and there is contract oil sales.
No, we're not talking about spot markets. The going market where that purchase is made, what obtains there, they are selling $6 above what obtains in that market. So who insulates that? So that then traffics all the way to the fuel station to maintain the to maintain the pump price of fuel at an exorbitantly and an artificially high rate. That is what is that the broad stroke of it?
Okay. Every oil well, and NMPCL has a stake in it. So if there is $6 margin, you understand? Let's take the hits. Let NNPC take the hits.
No, but why should
$3 marginally?
Hold on. Why should NNPC take the hit for something that is a deliberate exploitation?
It's not deliberate, one man. It is not deliberate.
All right. Let Larry.
Okay, Larry, carry on.
Yeah, Larry, flesh it out a bit more. Yeah.
I understand your perspective, but in this case, what you're saying is a normal scenario, right? But in this case, this is not a normal scenario. Because when people want to frustrate you, he said either they don't make it available or they frustrate them to the point that they have to sell above the market price, right? And in most cases, all he needs to do is to kind of like just leave them and go look for crude elsewhere. And this is not just Dangote talking. All other refineries, local refineries in Nigeria are also crying. And another thing, right? And this is another thing. Besides that, there's another thing. Now, he's also complaining. He said there is a particular diesel they are bringing in now. He called it dirty diesel. He said the government gave some guys license to go and bring some diesel, which is kind of like, he called it dirty. Basically,
so
right?
Sorry, where's that background noise coming from? Hold on.
No, it is from my house. She's gone.
All right. All right, carry on, Larry.
So he called that dirty diesel, which is, the normal, right? Some guy's license, go look for. I think there's a particular diesel that is stocked somewhere, probably because and Ukraine crisis is stocked somewhere. It's been there for a long and for a while, and they're looking for where to just push that to. And I think Nigeria is where they want to push that to, right? Which definitely kind of like the normal thing they do, right? Dump some of those in Nigeria. So for me, I think Tinubu needs to stand up. I think he needs to do the same thing, right? Because for Dangote to have actually even told you that there are people that never wanted the refinery to come on board. And these are powerful people. And I don't expect somebody, when you see somebody like that, like Dangote, telling you that cabals that are even more powerful than the drug cabals. And they need now, right? If government is not, if they are, they need to do everything to ensure Dangote gets crude at the normal price. And then they Dangote to see how that can actually have effect, right? Multiple effect on what Dangote is going to
Larry, you're breaking up a bit.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. Carry on.
Okay, sir. So I said what the government needs to do now, they need to stand up to ensure that the IOC make crude available for Dangote, number one, and every other local refineries in Nigeria, at least sell for them at the market price. If you sell for them at the market price, then it will be easier for you to negotiate with them in terms of probably even the subsidy you are paying. Pay them the subsidy. Let's see. And let's see how this.
Larry, there are about 12 oil wells now they put on the market. And the president has reduced the signature, bonus signature from 200 million to $10 million. Dangote should acquire one. And those model refineries should jointly acquire 2 or 3. Pay the money, develop those wells so that they can be assured of constant supply. Baba, so this is my own honest opinion about.
Sorry, woman. Baba is just coming in like I just said earlier on that what is going on with us, that the product that we have in abundance in our country, and now at the same time be exported, and then be exported via some vested interests. I mean, something is wrong with us. Baba, what are you doing? Let us speak.
We have to earn money.
What the hell? What kind of money? So you have wait. You plant in your hold on. You plant yam, then you know if it touch yam. You cannot go for England before they'll come bring the yam back to you.
The oil business is not like farming.
It's like that. It's like that. Why hold on. That is the reason that you are in Saudi Arabia right now. Just walking over, be USA. that you think that you are enjoying. We are missing home. We want our country to work so that we can go back home.
I just told you an oil rig could put
you have nothing
down
to say at all about that, because so let us
day.
separate the country. The structure of the
I'm not
country.
talking
Hold
about
on.
separation.
Hold on. The structure of the country. Let Tinubu do that for us. The structure of the country, and let everybody control the resources. You see, within them, and then let them, do something. Dig their oil out. You know what I'm saying? Then invite most of us abroad that are engineers or petroleum engineers, so that we can be able to do our own way. Look now, when you are conducting election in Nigeria, you will not send Germans election inspectors. You bring EU. Why?
Tony, that's not where the conversation is now.
Yeah, I know because of that. Sorry, sir. But I just you don't want to just digress a bit. Okay, thank you.
Let me interject too, because I'm only going to be here a minute, because I came in because of this point. Tony is where the conversation is. Larry,
no. Please don't ruin it.
One man, please.
No, don't ruin it. Are you going to?
I'm not ruining.
Are you saying that Dangote did not? Hold on. Let me just help you. Dangote did not build any refinery. We were scammed. Is that it?
That's one.
Is that yes?
That is true.
Don't ruin it because we're having an elegant conversation.
No, one man. Forget about texture and elegance and all that. Let's tell the truth. Because it's quite shameful. Now, this is the only thing that really concerns me. This is since I've been coming to your platform, which is 2.5 years ago, and you could attest to it, but you wouldn't do it. I told you when I came here that Dangote is not building any refinery. That's what I told you. So how would I know 2.5 years ago? Well, no, we're not stupid, man. No matter what you guys think, we Africans, we're not stupid. So you're going to come here and say, who is it that could muscle Dangote down? Nobody. If you don't know it, there's nobody. That man, the soldiers, the army, everything is under his control in that country. Not because of selfish interest, it's because all the former heads of state, everybody is invested in his stand. His grandfather even. How much more him? So let's not kid ourselves. But anyway, it's not really. Some of these are not going to be resolved by common sense. It goes all the way down from the first story you showed in Congo, and you have this Rwandan. Why is he doing that to the Congolese? It's because it's flat. The flat-nosed Africans. We're so dumb. Larry continue. Yeah, Larry can continue. But Larry, please, all I'm saying to you, why I came in because of you, because you come in here all the time talking as if there's just no accountability. Dangote, everything is supposed to be made for him. He's got about $5.9 billion invested in that refinery by Buhari. Since 2021, he's paid. Do you know how much $5.9 billion is? Let's just not kid ourselves. First of all, do you know how much that is? That's 100. That's 1 million to make 1 billion. It's a lot of money, dollars. So he's got that. First of all, with $5.9 billion, I could build that same refinery he's there in every state, the same one. So, but anyway, look, one man, you don't want me to talk, that's okay.
No, we're having a conversation, and then you come in and tell us that Dangote did not build any refinery, which you've told us 1,000 times. So you've said it and it's documented. So what else?
Okay, but then what I'm saying, first of all, he's gotten 2 deliveries, right, of crude from our. Forget about the money. You got 2 deliveries. You said, oh, he's gonna sediment before. Where is the refined oil? You bought some. We're giving you 2 deliveries minimum. That's why the one they admitted. I bet you that's a pipe going from underneath that south side to that Lagos. So you got it. So
no. Apologies, but no, we can't do this. Back to you, Larry. It's just unbelievable stuff.
Go ahead with your elegant conversation.
Yes. Thank you. We will. Thank you. Back to you, Larry.
Yeah. So Baba, you see, I understand what you're saying, but the thing is this: number one, if government cannot build Port Harcourt refinery, the only option we have now is to ensure that Dangote refinery works and to ensure that whatever it will take for the cost of production of Dangote to reduce, because the multiplier effect of it is that the current price, because actually, right, if you look at the current price that people are even paying for petrol now, it's highly subsidized. It's highly subsidized.
Highly subsidized. So, about 500.
Yeah, so it's highly subsidized and it's not sustainable. So the only thing government needs to do, because when you have those things in your backyard, we are not saying give it to Dangote for free, but we are all just saying ensure that Dangote gets it, and also ensure that Dangote gets it at the normal price, which is the normal.
What's normal now?
What's normal? You can, it's an international price. You can
exactly.
If you go today, that's the price. That price is what we call the normal price. It's an international price. Petrol price is an international price. Everybody that is part of OPEC needs to, sell based on that. But if you are not selling based on that, right, and you're giving to and is even accusing them, you're giving to some of those guys in Europe, because the essence of this is this.
Those are contract, Larry. Didn't he sell Jet A1 about a month ago to Europe too? He sold about 42,000 metric tons.
Baba,
what I'm suggesting, Larry, this is it. Look,
yes,
there are tax components, there are freight components in all of this. You get my point? Those excise duty we charge for what here is producing and selling. You understand? Let us remove it.
Baba, did you read the whole conversation?
Which about the complaints? No, I have not read it. In all honesty, I have not read it.
I think probably if you read it, right, you will understand the perspective I'm actually coming from. I know what you're saying. You're saying in a normal situation, right? This is what happened. This is what happened. No, that's not what happened. Right? That's not what happened. This is a deliberate sabotage. This is just like, take for instance now, when Oyema wanted to go to London, we're seeing a lot of deliberate sabotage from British Airways, from the British government, and some of all those things. And this is just like, probably we say, yeah, that's how the British government do their thing. That's how British Airways does their thing. It's not like that. This is a business, and there is competition. And the essence of Dangote working, we all know that if Dangote can work, if all the refineries in Nigeria can work, then Africa will be free. This is not all about Nigeria. It's all about Africa being free. Whatever it takes, right? As far as I'm concerned, and there is a law. Aside that, let's leave all those ones. There is a law. There is a law. I don't remember that law. Probably people that are versed with law should remember. That makes them make.
So I quite agree with you that we should manage the quantity of petroleum product, the crude oil that we need to feed our local refineries to their production line, so their refining line, before we start talking about exporting, about the quota of the OPEC. We should manage the quantity of crude required to feed our refinery, refinery locally, before talking about marketing the rest. Thank you, Mr. Larry.
So, Baba, I understand what you're saying, but I will advise that you sit down and read the whole thing, right? The whole complaint, what they're actually complaining about. And this is not just Dangote. Last week, it was the other refineries, right? All of them are complaining, and they are complaining bitterly, because whatever you're doing, if you can't even get this thing, Dangote has been going to the US. Can every other refinery go to US to import crude? Every other country cannot go to all those small modular refineries. Do you think they can go to US to import crude?
But the basic economic tells us, I think, in the principle of location of industry, that you have to locate to the nearest source of raw materials. So you cannot have a module refinery inland and expect to get crude without a pipeline.
No, that's not what we're. Okay, which one is? You said the normal economics, right? You have to locate. Okay, which one is faster?
Yeah, because what I learned is that, for instance, those two in Edo State, those two module refineries in Edo State, even they use so ridiculous. They use road tankers to ferry crude oil to this module refinery.
Yeah, but they have enough. They have enough crude oil in Edo State, my friend. It's in Oromo local government.
Yeah. Crude from US. Is that what?
Larry, you're breaking up again.
Okay.
Yeah, Baba,
Larry?
are you saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
no, I think he's moving around to get a better spot. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
much
okay.
better.
Loud and clear.
Baba, are you saying it's better those people get their crude from US, right? Probably that's better. Are you saying that? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, Dangote's refinery.
No, let's leave Dangote. Let everybody down, right? Everybody is talking. Government does not have a refinery to give us, right? So if government does not have a refinery, the ones we have are the local refineries.
The model refineries.
Yeah, the local refinery, be it modular, be it small refinery, be it anything. They are refineries, right? So are you saying It's better for them to go get that crude in US than them getting it in Nigeria?
Of course, they don't have that capacity.
So what are we saying? We have this crude in Nigeria. Before you can sell, meet up all your contracts, whatever is remaining, because before you can sell to Europe, you sell to Nigeria first.
Exactly.
That is it.
But Larry, my point is, before you finish your model refinery, I've been operating my well, for instance, and I have long-term contract, I have mid-term, I have short-term. And you know the penalties I have to pay if I do not meet up.
I'm not talking
my
about
contract.
Meet up your contract. No, you can't tell me that everything that we dish out today are based on contract. No, it's not like that.
You sell on contract.
It's not like that. Wait now, Baba, wait. Baba, wait. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. I'm not saying they shouldn't meet whatever contractual obligation they have. But every other thing, now, this is not only about that contract. Every other thing above that contract, before you sell to Europe, you sell to Nigeria first. They have to make that law. If it takes Nigeria to make that law, you sell to Nigeria first, because what you are selling to Europe is also at that international price.
And at a price consistent to the price you are selling to the rest of the world.
Of course. Why can't you be selling something to the rest
because
of the world?
That seems to be where the problem is. They're selling to Europe at X amount and then adding $6 to sell to Nigeria.
To sell to Nigeria, why? Why? See, yeah. Now, if Dangote comes out tomorrow, now government begs Dangote, okay, fine, we're paying so much, right? And Dangote felt, okay, fine, whatever. So, I bought this thing from US, and I've calculated all the production cost and everything. I can't sell below 1,000. Right? It will sell.
I can hear Etio, Oranto, Fafa, Chrome cursing you out with what you are saying.
I'm not sure you're understanding what Larry is saying, though. But
I understand very well. But look, I'm laughing because the oil business is not your run-of-the-mill business. It's a different world entirely. It's big money, and it is capital consuming.
No, we know all that now. That's not what it's essentially. Given all that, they're still spiking prices to sell to Dangote, and Dangote concludes that
they will come to that. What I'm saying is that it's about timing. They will come to that, no doubt about that.
They will come to what? Hold on, Baba. They will come to what?
Okay, you finish. If I have a well, I have a contract already subsisting. You want me to abandon that contract and run afoul of European law?
Nobody is saying that's.
But there's not asking them to abandon contracts.
They're not saying go meet up your contract. Meet up your contract.
Every well has capacity, maybe 10,000 barrels a day. The other one, 25,000 barrels. They accumulate them.
So, Baba, are you telling me now that everything we dish out every day in Nigeria, right, have been contracted out?
That's what the IOCs are saying. At least maximum, maybe 6 months.
All right. Hold on, Larry. Hold on, Baba, as well. Let me speed through this. It says how international oil companies are frustrating us trying to make our oil refinery fail. This is Dangote space. Dangote Industry Limited has painted a picture of how international oil companies in Nigeria are doing everything possible to frustrate the survival of Dangote Oil Refinery and Petrochemical. Something Edwin, who is the vice president, oil and gas of the industry, said that hold on one moment, Baba. Something Edwin, who is the vice president, oil and gas. So I've lost my momentum there now. Dangote. Sorry, Baba. Let me just mute you for a microsecond. Yes. Dangote Industry Limited has painted a picture of how international oil companies in Nigeria are doing everything possible to frustrate the survival of Dangote oil refinery and petrochemical. Something Edwin, who is the vice president, oil and gas of the industry, said that the IOCs are deliberately and willfully frustrating the refinery's effort to buy local crude by jerking up high premium price above the market price, thereby forcing it to import crude from countries as far as the United States with an attendant high cost. Speaking to a group of energy editors at a one-day training program organized by the Dangote Group, Edwin lamented the activity of the Nigerian midstream and downstream petroleum regulatory authority in granting licenses indiscriminately to marketers to import dirty refined products into the country. The federal government issued 25 licenses to build refineries, and we are the only one that delivered on the promise. In effect, we deserve every support from the government. It is good to note that from the start of production, more than 3.5 billion liters, which represent 90% of our production, have been exported. We are calling on the federal government and regulators to give us the necessary support in order to create jobs and prosperity in the country. While the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission are trying their best to allocate the crude for us, the IOCs are deliberately and willfully frustrating our efforts to buy the crude locally. It will be recalled that the NUPRC recently met with crude producers as well as refinery owners in Nigeria in a bid to ensure full adherence to domestic crude supply obligations as enunciated under Section 109 of the Petroleum Industry Bill. It seems the IOC's objective is to ensure that our petroleum refinery fails. It is either they are deliberately asking for ridiculous/humongous premium, or they simply state that the crude is not available. At some point, we paid $6 over and above the market price. That has forced us to reduce our output as well as import crude from countries as far as the United States with the attendant cost, increasing our production cost. It appears that the objective of the IOCs is to ensure that Nigeria remains a country which exports crude oil and imports refined products. They are keen on exporting the raw materials to their home countries, creating employment and wealth for their countries, adding to their GDP, and dumping expensive refined products into Nigeria, thus making us dependent on import. So on and on. So I think you get the drift of that. So that is where Dangote is conversationally.
The
Sorry, let Larry pick it up, Papa. Sorry, Tony.
Let me tell you something. We in business, there is no sentiment. Edwin is just playing sentimental game with us. Every IOC, every oil well they control, they own jointly with NNPCL. Is a joint venture. You understand? So if by petroleum bill or whatever regulations we have there, then let NNPC take their own share of accumulated crude and supply it locally. How about that? I'll tell you why that will not work. Because the long-term contract, mid-term or short-term contract they sign is with NNPC's knowledge. They all signed it together. So what I'm saying is that it's a question of time. So in the interim, maybe for the next 6 months, in the interim, those crude Dangote is importing from Texas, the federal government should not charge import duty on them. Let them come in FOC. Let them come in FOC to ease its own, to help the nation generally and Africa at large. How about that?
Baba, that duty you are saying is just a drop in the ocean, right? It's just a drop in the ocean. See,
on a 1 million barrels, for
Baba,
instance.
wait now, Baba, wait.
Yeah, but Baba, let Larry come in.
You said they should wait for 6 months. Are Nigerians able to wait for 6 months? This is not a Dangote or IOC's business. This is Nigeria. Nigeria are clamoring for inflation rates to go down. And if Tinubu is a responsible government, all he needs to do is to do everything to ensure that inflation rate goes down. And the only way to do that, because petrol is a key product, right, that has several multiplier effect on several other things in Nigeria. And people are beginning, they are waiting. Do you know how Nigerians are waiting to ensure that Dangote brings their refinery, and look at how they can actually, that can actually reduce price. So if we keep insisting, oh, the IOC, they have contract, don't make any excuse for any IOC. These guys are dirty. They know what they are doing. This is deliberately, you're taking something to your own country, right? In order to increase, you know, okay, you take it to your own country, we will still go back to that your own country to go and import that petrol. Why now?
How about him selling?
Selling what?
All the ones he's been selling. If he buys it cheap and he refines, we can't take all the products. Apparently, he sells all those byproducts and others outside.
Baba, I don't think you get what Edwin, the vice
it's you
president,
guys that don't want to understand my point.
No. There's a cartel that is trying to frustrate the Dangote refinery for reasons that it actually extends even beyond their own company's profitability. Or the gouging of the Nigerian space, it extends beyond that. It goes into their individual countries' GDP and employment and numbers. So if Dangote succeeds, a lot of those oil refineries in like in Holland, for instance, we import a lot of finished petrol from there. So all of those type of spaces, they will experience heavy losses financially, both to their GDP and employment numbers. So this is the weight of what is being weighed upon Dangote, and they're trying to price him out of profitability. Is that essentially where it is, Larry?
Yeah, this is not just all about profitability, right? Because see, Dangote is a businessman. Whatever the case is, even if he buys from America, buys from Europe, he will still sell, at least make a little margin. Right? But this is all about Nigerians, because see, Dangote, it's part of social responsibility that Dangote has. There is a whole lot of Nigerians that are looking towards Dangote's direction. Dangote, give us this petrol at a reduced price. So Dangote is not just more like, yeah, oh, I can do whatsoever. Even in himself, in as much as government cannot ensure that Port Harcourt refinery is working, the only thing we have now is to ensure that Dangote, whatever it will take them, right, to reduce the cost of production from Dangote, which will definitely help in reducing the cost of petrol outside. An average Nigerian does not even care about all these IOC. An average Nigerian cares about, okay, fine, I'm buying at 640 today. Can I buy at 500 tomorrow if Dangote comes on board? So that is where government needs to come in, right? They are telling us, look at the whole subsidy charade they've been doing. They said they've been paying subsidy. Who have you been paying the subsidy to? We don't even know. They said, no, they are not paying. They said it's NNPC that is covering things up. So, but if Dangote, if we know that, okay, fine, this is how much it takes for it to get from Dangote, right? Then you are not even spending money to bring it from anywhere. So we know what it takes. If you are paying subsidy, probably put 200, 200. If Dangote is selling for you for 800, you can pay subsidy of 300 and let it get to people for 500. So IOC or all these guys, I don't believe in, waiting. Oh, they have a contract. Which contract? These are guys. If you know these guys are dirty. They will do everything to frustrate things. This is not just Dangote. This is not just about Nigeria. This is liberation of Africa. Because if we can get that right in Africa, at least West Africa will be liberated. So oh no.
Do you think the forces against him are too powerful, even for both him and the Nigerian state?
No, the thing is, the cabal in those places is not just individual companies. There are nations.
Yeah, I know now, but they are powerful nations.
Yeah, they are powerful. That's when we need the president to stand up. There is no, anywhere you are going, if you are going into it, it's a normal thing, right? You have an existing business and you are going, and this is a business that is more of an oligarchy, right? You are going into that business. It's either two things. It's either every other person comes together to send you out. They did it for, look at what they did for Oyema. All those guys came together. At a point, they were trying to force Oyema out because Nigerians stood and said Oyema must be successful. And thank God, the minister also stood his ground. But if we are looking the same thing, probably Oyema is this, is that, Oyema won't be successful. At the end of the day, those guys will come down. They will give you lower prices. After 4 or 5 months, they'll go back to their normal prices. That is why we need, as far as I'm concerned, number one, they should make, how many days have they been telling us about Port Harcourt refinery? Date upon date, shift date upon shift date. If you are not responsible, people that are responsible, let them give us this thing. We don't even care again about Port Harcourt or Kaduna or Maduguri refinery. Nigerians want inflation to come down. That's the only thing. And this is the only thing they can do to make inflation come down. So if they can't do this, then, Baba,
the Dangote refinery is the key that will unlock or unlock to open or lock to short permanent. And that's why I was trying to tease it out of Collins, is the key that will unlock or to open or lock to short permanently the success or failure of our Tinubu's administration. It is so important. Because I don't even think the government refineries can carry the weight of the expanding need for petroleum. If that guy comes on and delivers as the expectation is, the multiplier effect, food will come down, electricity will, a lot of things, just the multiplier effect on the impact on everyday life. It's unquantifiable. But then, of course, the impact on the economy itself is a propeller for growth on so many levels. So, it like you said, it's a liberation sort of a thing.
Yeah, it's a liberation. And I want Tinubu's government to be successful, because if he's successful, Nigeria is successful. And whatever it takes them, right, for Nigeria to be successful, I'm in for it. So I don't really believe in all those, those guys. Which guys? Do they even care about us? Do you think the IOCs care? So, Baba, please don't even talk about those guys.
Carry on, Larry, because we can be on this for another 1 hour. So we have to save time, other people.
Okay, I can go to someone else, because for me, I think I'm beginning to be emotional.
I share your sentiments in that, and I'm not sure why the one thing that that we want to see from the Tinubu administration that we've not seen yet is Obasanjo used to talk about carrot and stick. We've not yet seen them show that they are willing and able to wield a big stick when it's required, to stand and force a situation. I think we saw that mildly with Alan Oyema, but we've not yet seen that. And this now the moment in time. But Baba, you're up next. I'm not sure if you want to pick it up from the Dangote space, or you want me to move you on.
Well, when it comes to business, I'm not emotional, so I will just leave it, because I always believe that time is a teacher. To tell us, put everything in its proper perspective. I will start off with the gold thing. I can see we are all excited about the gold issue. Mr. Laki has done very, very well. I mean, they are regulating their markets, but let's stop there. I think gold is not something we have to toy with. We shouldn't make the same mistake we made with our oil right from 1956 when the first oil was discovered in Oloibiri. You understand? This gold, I think we have a smelting plant either in Kogi or Kano or Kaduna, I can't remember. Why can't we refine it and keep them? Pay off the mining, buy them off the miners, and then refine them and put them as a store of value in our vault in central bank. It will help us because the value of gold will not come down, and it will bolster our foreign reserve greatly. Because I don't understand this one. We are now selling them raw. Now that we've really
we are smelting them is the thing. That's what they are celebrating.
If not all are being smelted, some of them have been sold, exported raw. You understand? So what I'm saying is that everything to the last ounce should be smelted. And of course, we pay the miners, we buy them off the miners, smelt them, put them in the blocks like this, and then keep them as a store of value in the central bank. If we buy today for 2,600 per ounce or something like that, or thereabouts, I mean, in another 1 year, it could be worth 3,000 plus. So whenever we're in need of funds or anything, we can take some and sell. Because I don't want us to start to maybe become spendthrifts or do the same thing we did with crude oil, with this gold thing, because it's just the beginning. Gold is everywhere. It's in Elisha, it's in most parts of the north, in Nasarawa, in Zamfara, and a host of other places. So we're going to get them in abundance. So we have to be very careful what we do with this fortune again. Because I am very sure, I believe in this government. Believe in this government 101%. And this country will soon be awash with money. In the sense that, look, very soon, the banks, of course, are going to recapitalize. That's a lot of money coming in. And of course, there is also the new oil wells, for which the government will be earning a signature bonus. Those are heavy stuff coming in. The government made a mistake by going to the governors with that 2.53 billion naira they gave them for palliatives, and they all sat on it and even refused to buy one single grain. We all saw what happened, what the governors did with that money. They did nothing. But I think the president is wiser now. He's not going to allow the governors to pressure him the way they pressured Jonathan. You know, we used to have excess crude accounts that runs into billions of dollars. We used to have sovereign wealth accounts, several billions of. They took Jonathan to court, get their overnight Jankara injunction, bamboozle him, and they took all that money. I can't remember the figure for both those two accounts. The governors took everything. These are irresponsible people, these executives of their states. But I think he should be wiser now. It's not a push around. And I know definitely he will deal with them at the appropriate time. So we have to be very careful with our good fortunes, which we are harnessing right away. Let me quickly go, because I know my time is limited, go to the student loan thing. Well, people should understand that between the period when a policy is announced and the period of execution, there is that lacuna period that it takes to incubate. Government is not a miracle. Government is not an abracadabra thing. So when they talk about student loan, you expect people to be coming up now. Does that person remember it's about semester to semester? And schools are going on holidays if they've not even gone. So what are we talking about here? If today they said, okay, all tariffs should be pegged at 900, which they are going to do very soon anyway, mark that down. And you go to the custom the next day because it has been announced. Oh, this is the new tariff. They will just be looking at you like a fool because they will ask you, where's the gazette? Or you had it on TV. Okay, we've not received instruction. So it takes time. And they just announced that.
One man, please, let me just interject a bit, just for 50 seconds. Please, sir. Yes, Baba. So when the government comes in or when the government speaks, it takes effect the next day. Please, sir.
That is military government. That is military government.
No. We're talking about Europe here. Because when the government are coming in, due to the nature of their political manifesto, you know exactly what is going to change the next day. So all this, I mean, when I, if I'm a president, I'm a governor. When I'm be sworn in, then I will get this. Start with things. You know what I'm saying? So, and the people we expect, like in Germany here, if a new governor come into my state today, I know that cigarette price will rise, coffee price will rise, but food prices will come down if other party comes in, stuff like that. Electricity power tariff. I mean, I don't know where you are in abroad. Let us talk to these people that are running the affairs of our country so that they can start to do things the right way. That not be about promise. It's taking 1 year, to implement according to, and then meanwhile it's a scam because you don't have the data to know who are the beneficiaries. I told you, who are being paid to. Yes.
Tony, listen, yes, please. Can you listen, please?
Yeah, I listen to you.
There is a portal. Students have applied. 700 of them have been approved. It's a component. There is tuition, there is board, and there is keep. What I mean by tuition, that's your school fees. Board, I mean accommodation. And keep, the 20,000 they will be paying every student every month. Even if
why can't we just make it free? Why can't we just make it free to some certain level of education?
Well, by my own experience,
yes,
there are millions of Nigerians that can afford to send their children to school.
No, but not presently. Not at present. When you are biting hard.
Look, there are Nigerians. Even if school, why do we have schools where they pay in dollars, $40,000 per semester, $50,000 per semester in Nigeria? People attend, they pay. So for those people, why should we make it free for them? They can afford it. So this is why we have
but that's the money accruing to those criminals from the stolen 400,000 barrels of oil per day. So those are criminal money. So, but the ordinary citizen, the ordinary woman, a farmer, a peasant farmer or market woman, why can't we just say, okay, free education to social level?
Okay, look, what is the difference? You are taking a loan. You understand? They are not going to force you to pay if you are not working. If you are working, when you finish and you started work, then you will start to pay.
That is a complicated process. That's a complicated process. It's what to actually target the poor people.
Yes. Baba,
yes,
why is it that? What is the problem of Nigeria? Who sweat and cost Nigerians? Why is it that where we are living, they are doing things there? This same thing that you are talking about. I'm talking to Mr. Tony. But you hate it whenever it happens. Whenever it happens in your country, in your own country, you hate it. You are living in the US. People are living in Germany. People collect Germany. I think German education is more of a bit free. And you want to compare them with Nigeria.
Hold on, sir.
Let me tell you. Wait. The Germans, you ready? The Germans had blood money in their hand. You are comparing people that had blood money, the blood of our forefathers was in their hand. That was what they are using to forget about it. So the fact is just that the fact is just that we all know the truth. The truth is that do not compare the country. But anytime Nigeria is making headway, please let us be orderly and follow the process. You cannot compare Nigeria with Germany or with the United States. They do it in the United States, and we are trying to do it. See how we can put it in place. Let it be coming little by little until we broaden it. That was why I said to a certain level. So why are we going against it? When we see good things happen in Nigeria, we all come, we are living abroad, we hate it, we castigate it, and yet we know how they started. Something that US started how many years ago?
Hold on,
how many years ago?
Hold on, Darati. I'm not sure if you can even hear us. It's not condemning it. It's simply saying that it should be free rather than so that's his view of it. So I think
I don't fault his view. That's what I'm trying to explain to him.
To some level, one man, to some level.
All right, let Baba carry on. Thank you, Tony.
So that's why I'm explaining to him why it shouldn't be free. Because there are people who can afford it, and for those who can afford it, now there is a chance. I think it's also a way of teaching responsibility to young people. You understand? You apply, you get it. They give you 20,000 every month in your pocket, and they pay for your board, they pay for your tuition. Even if ASU is on strike, they will still pay you the 20,000 keep money so that you can survive. So you are no more a burden on your parents. And when you finish, it behoves of the government also to make job available for you so that they can start recouping their loan. So you pay back. It's a form of making young people responsible. In my own considered opinion, I think it's a good thing. They already will. The second batch will be on state institutions. These mainly is for federal. So I'm happy it's taking off as far as I'm concerned, because they ask all the students, check if your loan application has been approved on the portal. So if it's approved, so they tell you where to go and start, and they will disburse those ones. Nothing will touch your hand. The one for accommodation will go to the normal quota. The one for tuition will go to the normal quota. It is only that 20,000 that will touch your hand.
Is it not the relatives of the minister that will benefit from it?
No. We have names. We are so battered mentally in our country that we don't even. There is a disconnect between the governed and the people who are governing us. I mean, we should relax and try and build trust. I know it takes time. You don't build trust overnight, but let us just lie low and watch. We all have relatives. We have nephews. We have nieces. We can ask the right questions and we will get the right answers. So let me go quickly to the problem of insecurity. Insecurity, like I've said, look, when we want to situate it, you see, I listen to Collins, and he put it very well. Most of the people who talk about insecurity are not getting the real picture. Because insecurity, in my opinion, it's a tripod. In the north, generally, we have banditry, kidnapping, we have terrorism going on there. And of course, we all know what is there is an economy attached to these things in the north. The IDP camp, which is an offshoot of all of this. And I'm glad the IDP, do you know, they do two, what's the cruise language now? I learned it a couple of days back. Weather for two. They do weather for two in IDP camp. In February alone, they had 200 babies. So IDP camp has become an estate of its own, for which they sign out a lot of money from the coffers of the federal government. So there's an economy to it. I'm not without empathy, but let them solve their own problem. Let them solve their own problem. Coming here like Professor Yusuf Usman or Usman Yusuf was depicting a kwashiorkor reading Little Baby and displaying it on screen that this is what is happening now, melanoma or whatever, is the medical man. What's my business with that? What is my business with that? If your governor is paying 77,000, 10,000, 12,000 in a country where we have law as of today that says you must not pay below 30,000. You are not talking about that. You are coming to show me a child with kwashiorkor. Go and ask the governor to pay the father of that child or the mother of that child the appropriate wage. And when it comes to South, the Southeast, of course, we know what is going on about that. But for the rest, like in Southwest, it's about cultism. It has taken deep roots in the Southwest, up to Edo State and Delta, in South generally. So it's cultism. It's about the youths that are not, who has their hands idle, not doing anything. And the devil finds the devil's, what did that saying again? I'm mixed up. Don't let me bite my tongue. You understand? An idle hand is the devil's workshop. So the cultism has eaten deep. It has left the campuses and onto the streets, the crannies of South and Southwest. So the government has to find a way. And we parents have a responsibility too, because cultism, they have a paraphernalia they use. All you have to do is sneak into your child's room when it's not there and remotely or search very well. You will find things that will tell you that this child is in a cult. And you have to nip it in the bud right there. So we have responsibility as parents to do that, to help the government too, because we are under-policed in our country. So we all have responsibility as parents, as citizens. So this is my take, woman. Let other people have their chance of contributing too. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant, excellent, always excellent by Baba. I wanted you to speak on Nnamdi Kanu as well, but maybe we'll look around, come back to you. Ajande Koko has exercised enough patience. I wonder if you're still with us. Ajande Koko, you're up next.
Thank you, one man, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me go to the student loan. The student loan looks good, but those that could not be given that loan, those that were edged out, what is going to happen to them? And what's the reason?
I suspect they didn't meet criteria rather than being edged out.
You can, what did they make any statement to that effect? Those that were the 300,000. I mean,
it's not
out of 100,000, right? How many 100,000 applied?
I think 120,000 applied, and 70,000 met the benchmark. So if you don't, I think where you live, and certainly where I live, if you don't get yes, 120,000. It says that the successful applicants who are students of federal government-owned tertiary institutions across the country were drawn from the pool of 120 applicants who sent in their application as of it says sources confirmed that the successful applicants. So if they don't meet the benchmark, then clearly, they
well, government have responsibility to tell us better why they are not eligible for this. Is it because of the admission is from the state school and not federal school? Is it because of, I mean, that you just, you know, it's better to state it out clearly so that the figure will not look bad. The figure of those...
The figures don't look bad. Though 70 out of 120 is not bad. And I'm sure they would have notified whoever was not successful why they are not. It's not a public, it's between the government and the applicant, isn't it? Or why would they be making public? I don't understand.
I don't know what you are saying, one man.
Sorry, if I applied for a student's loan where I am and I'm not successful, the government does not go on national TV to tell me or to explain to the country why I wasn't successful. I didn't meet criteria. That's just it.
You don't make the release figure, but they cannot.
Can I ask you this question? Can I ask this question, please? Yeah. I know they have prerequisite for applying for student loan in your America, also in Australia. You have to apply. You have to have their requirements they need for you to apply for it. It's not automatic. Or is it automatic in America?
And now, hold on, Thomas. If people don't meet the requirement, does the government then take out an advertorial to explain that they did what they didn't meet in the?
They will send
a letter
to send a mail or letter to you why you don't, and you can still reapply.
I don't know why.
Yeah, if you meet the prerequisite or if you meet their guideline, you can still reapply and you will be granted. Ajali, don't let us turn this to every time government have to government. No, government will not. If I apply now and I fail the application, government will not send it to the world. They will send it to me. I'm the one that will know that this is what I fail to provide. That's what I fail.
Or submit fake documents.
Or
fake name.
Because they are going to do their due diligence, Baba. They will, all your document will be scanned and checked. Ajali Koko, continue. Thank you.
I don't know. It looked like somebody was trying to tell who is that?
Yes, it's me, Baba Ajali Koko. I think I even like the page of that of Nefot. Is that right? I like the page, that's the Facebook page of the Nel Fund. Now I was following them. I think they have some criteria like BVN, your NIN. If you don't meet up those, those small things that we don't count in Nigeria. I'm a student. I don't need it. I don't need NIN. I don't have this. And some people also have issues with their uploading of their stuff. And I think because they I normally check their stuff on Facebook. I follow them. A lot of videos there where how people can apply and stuff like that. So they mailed people that passed the stuff. I mean that met the requirement, just like what was talking about the right time. But one man was also saying that. So I think probably that was the reason why some actually did not meet up. Because of people were given I can see it in the comments on the Facebook. Some people were saying, my NIN, I'm not getting it right. And they were reporting some issues that they were having. So it's possible that such people might not actually, but they may have the opportunity of coming back again to reapply.
Why must it be limited to the federal government colleges? Why not make it nationwide? All students should apply through their local government secretariats.
Ajali Koko, please continue, please.
I think they started with federal first. They started with first federal. Then I think they are open for state government.
That's very wrong. That's why we are pointing at big targeted.
All right, let Ajali Koko carry on. Anyway, just let Ajali Koko carry on.
Well, to me, I think the figure doesn't look good to me. 70 out of 120, 50 lost out. And the reason why they are lost out is not given. I think...
Sorry, it's not given to them or it's not made public?
I said it's not made up. Did you read it? Why they lost out, or what was responsible? Have they exhausted the have they exhausted the allocation or the maximum number of people that can benefit for this year, or what is going on? So look, communication really matter. When we have a national assignment like this on a national important.
I don't think you justified being sanctimonious about it. Are you saying they did not communicate why those students were not successful to the students?
What did you say, woman?
No, I said I don't think you've justified enough to be sanctimonious about it. And then I asked, are you suggesting that the government did not communicate why the students were not successful to the students? Because Darati told us just now that he
I don't want to hear from Darati. I'm not.
I'm not talking about
Darati is not the one in charge of the student loan.
Hold on now. Are you saying that the government did not communicate to the individual students why they were not successful?
That is not what I'm saying.
Or are you saying they are under an obligation to publish why students are not successful, which is not the international norm? I don't know that anywhere.
One man.
Who is that, Larry?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah,
you
speak.
see, when things are just starting, right? There are instances where government need to do more than normal. This is a new thing, right? Particularly for Nigerians. And this is another thing where I think the Tinubu administration, particularly when it comes to their media reporting, right? There are a whole lot of people that don't even believe this 70,000 that they said. And part of what is really going to help them will be, okay, fine, we have 120, 70 people were successful. The 50 people were not successful because of this, because of this, because of that. It's not going to take them anything. We know the normal international, this and that. No, it's a new thing. It's new to everybody in Nigeria. We in diaspora, because we've seen it work, and we know how the process works. But an average Nigerian doesn't even know. So I think there is no too much, it's not really too much when they keep, telling people this is this, so as to really even help other people that are still going to apply. Fine, they can send individual emails because it's more of sensitization, orientation, and everything, right? And they still need to make it, because if we say, oh, because it's international standard, they've sent it to emails and all those things, a lot of people will still fall victim of whatever those other people have actually fell into. I think that's perspective where Baba is really coming from, not really more of, yeah, they should do it. That's how it's done in US. That's how it's done in UK or whatsoever. It's more, it's not too much for government to come out and they, explain more and keep explaining more, because it's new to everybody.
Thank you, Larry. The key point there that you make, which I really, really appreciate, is that if they don't make it public, if they don't explain it to the public why 50,000 could not get this loan, then millions of students will be out there that won't know when they're applying next time. So, but individual message to each applicant, that one is between them and that individual. But a message to the public that, look, those that couldn't get it, this is what was responsible for them not to benefit this thing. So everybody will know that, oh, okay, because they didn't submit their NIN, because they didn't do this, because they didn't do that, because they didn't do that. So every student will now take it serious that, look, I don't want to fail like my friend who was so careless about so thing, and everybody will be saying, and that is, that is very important. So, and being a program that is the first time that we are practicing it in Nigeria, it is very important to carry the public along, because the figure does not look good to me. 70 out of 120, it's not good. Majority, if it is 90 out of 100, then we can say yes. It doesn't look good to me at all. So, and those students that fail out now, that couldn't get this, then what's going to become of them? Their colleagues, some of their friends are benefiting this thing, while they have to go back home crying to their mother in this time of hardship, and they'll be struggling to go to school. Some of them might not even be able to go to school because of this hardship now. So we must be able to communicate. Communication is very important. It gets the government closer to the people in the way they are governing the state. When they disseminate their information effectively, it gets them very closer to the people. They are they are governing. So I mean, the people they govern rather. So
Ajali Koko, 10 seconds. Ajali Koko, I often agree with you, but this morning you are sounding no, you are sounding so now. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. You are telling me 70 out of 120 is failure. Ajali Koko, no. No. Ajali Koko, I don't get you this morning. No.
Yeah, you don't need to get me. As far as I'm concerned, it's not a good figure to me. I want majority of our youth to benefit. 95%, if possible. 95%. That is when I know that a program that, give education to the youth is going good. But when you say out of 120, only 70 got the loan, and 50 is a huge number. It's a huge 50 against 70. Look at it. What's the difference between the two? It's just 20. We should have absolute majority benefited, and not this, the difference is so close. That is not good at all. And it just shows that something is wrong. Something is wrong. What is it that is wrong? We should be able to identify it. Are they the one that fail, or the student? So when we don't critically look into things, we don't critically.
How can the government fail? How can the government fail?
Mr. Thomas.
Yes, please.
Thomas.
Yes, please.
Things like this, let's understand something. Because government has actually told them, okay, this is the exact thing they need, and you understand. And if you are really telling us, personally, for me, if you ask me, 35 billion is too small. Dishing out 35 billion is just too small for me. But
my brother, don't let us go there. Let's see where we are.
Larry,
this is just
for the 70,000. That's for the 70,000.
So, but 50,000 is significant, because if you are having 120 and they say 50,000
50,000 of that 120 failed. 50,000 is significant. So that's, I think, Babajale Koko, for me personally, right? You need to come out. You need to tell them, and you need to give those people that don't. I don't even.
No, my brother. One man just asked earlier on. Sorry for cutting you. I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that government did not told those guys that fail why they fail? The government need to now say, my name is Kayode Thomas failed the loan because he didn't have mobile number. Now they will state everything to Nigerian government. Does that really make any sense?
Okay. Do you? Okay.
People, let me land, please. Are people that fail come out saying that why they fail, government is the one that throw them in the bin? Let's be no, we can't be sanctimonious all the time, my brother.
Okay, wait. Do you think like you said, they don't have phone number? Do you think that should be a reason for them to
No,
fail?
I'm just using that. Don't go there. Don't go too slow.
Wait,
I'm just using that.
No,
that's an analogy.
The major things that they need, probably you say probably they don't have phone number, or probably BVN or NIN, because I think those are the key things that they really need in some of all those things. You know, either BVN or your phone number or NIN. Right?
Do you forget you have to have a guarantor?
No, I think they removed that. Do they still need
guarantor? Do they remove that?
I think they removed that.
No. We don't know actual. No, I think we are sanctimonious.
I don't think they removed that. I think they just reduced it to a more achievable, because they were asking for high-level guarantors and about 2-3 of them. So I think they pruned it down. You have to have a guarantor now, of course.
Yeah, but for me personally, I still believe that, those 50 people, right, they shouldn't even say they are not successful. The government should just help them to whatever it takes, right? Government should help them to at least out of 50, if they can still help like 20,
no,
30.
It's 50,000 or not 50.
Yeah, that's what 50,000, right? Out
Yeah.
of 50,000, I think if they can still help like 20,000 or 30,000, right? Because 50,000 is significant out of 120, right? We are not
so what's the purpose of the criteria then, and what is the achievement of people who met the benchmark if they can just wave it away and say take the money anyway?
No, I'm not saying. See, government is not even paying people directly. They are paying the schools.
Yes, whoever they are paying, they set a criteria, they set minimum standards to be met, and 50,000 did not meet it. So are you? If they grant them this waiver or whatever you're suggesting, then what about the people that met the criteria? Or even what at all is the purpose of the criteria if it's easily waived?
Oh man, this is not a pass or fail thing, right? Let's get that right. It's not a pass or fail. Probably you've passed, you failed, right? This is a government trying to help. And when you're trying to help, some people are successful, right? Then you need to make provision for how to really help the other people. Probably it's BVN, right? Or probably it's NIN, right? I'm not saying probably guarantors and all those things. Yes, everybody cannot be because of guarantor. And don't be surprised that some might actually be probably, NIN is not syncing. All this. I think somebody was talking about probably some people were complaining of NIN and all those things. So those are the ones that government still have capacity to help them with, right? Some of those things, don't be surprised. NIN, BVN, and all those things. It's sometimes it's a cooling tax for some people in Nigeria. You have to go back. Probably there is a mistake in your name. They'll tell you go and get police affidavit for bank to change your name and all those things. So those are things they can, for guarantor. Yeah, I understand. Some little things that, some of them actually be because of some little things, which I think government can still help. If it's NIN, government can expedite some of them even getting NIN, right? Because you can't just go there and say, okay, I want to get this thing, right? Those are things that government can do, right? Scrutinize all those 50,000, see the ones that you can easily help, particularly people that don't have things that government is kind of like issuing, right? You can always help them to facilitate them quickly getting that, where the complicated ones can still, the complicated ones can still, look for way, right? And you still need to give them window, right? Give them windows to still look if they can still get guarantor, because this guarantor of a thing, for me, it's not really easy. Averagely, you hardly see people in Nigeria that is ready to stand for you, particularly if you are coming from that part where I've seen instances where people will even tell you that they can't even, when it comes to money, they can't even sign for you. I've seen instances where even for people, some people those days where for some people to get scholarship that they need some people to sign for them, and they're like, no, they can't even sign. So for me, I think they should scrutinize that 50,000, because 50,000 is significant. It's significant. This is the first phase. 70,000, congratulations to the successful ones. But that 50,000, they need to scrutinize it. Look for people that their cases can still, quickly be rectified, and let them have more opportunity. Because don't forget that we still have the state people from states that are still waiting, right? So they just need to, for me, it's not a win or pass. It's not a fail or pass. It's more of government subsidizing education.
Thank you, Larry. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is not good to me. And I believe why they cannot state all these reasons why 50,000 could not give it is because if they should do that, a lot of these students will go online and say, no, I met this requirement, I don't know why they didn't give it to me. I did everything right. So, and that will make them look bad. But if you're just saying, oh, out of 120, we gave 70, that gave them a safe, there's a safe cover for them right there. You see, when Nigerians don't communicate as to why they couldn't do something, they are hiding something. So I believe these people are hiding something. That is why they couldn't communicate. Why? Because, like Larry said, this is a program that should be absolutely successful. So even if somebody is having NIN problem or BVN number problem, they should be able to give them time to get this thing right and secure their loan. They shouldn't be on the first submission of their what do you call it? Of their document be denied. That is not the way a government program is run. Every government program must give people second chance for resubmission of documents that does not look right at the first instance. This is the way it is done in this country where I live.
Sorry. Let me say something. I think I was just listening to you guys with this back and forth. Well, the thing is this. I'm even looking at it in this sense. This students, I'm sure some of them, they're already enrolled in the universities, right? Isn't it one man or anybody have the information of that?
Yeah, they already enrolled.
It's one of the criteria now. You must have admission.
Okay, so
that's the most important.
So if they already have admission or they already admitted to these universities, and this money is not like it's given to them directly, it's paid to the school. So what NIN would they need that the school doesn't have? If the school has the record that this person is already enrolled in our university, he just needs to pay. But I don't know how they're going about it, but I'm just saying that what excuse would they have there saying that NIN? I mean, it's only when you're opening the bank account or whatever, that's when you can, as long as you have a record with the school that you're a student there.
No, it's for the lifespan of the loan, not for the lifespan of the tuition.
Lifespan, what are you talking about? What does that even talk about? What does that even mean? Lifespan of the loan as that? What I mean, my question is
no, your question is not valid because it is valid, but it doesn't take into consideration that they have the BVN, so when they come out of that school, that loan is still outstanding and it's attached to their BVN, so it has to be documented against that BVN that they have.
Some of them don't have BVN. Is that what it is, or NIN, or what?
No, rational mind. It may not just rational. It may not just be a question of BVN or NIN. They could contact the school because it's a total package you submit on the portal. The school may say they didn't give you admission. We know how children are these days, being forced.
Yes, jump admission letter too. Jump admission letter. Social requirements.
They may just toy with it, think it's a play thing, like we say in broken English.
Excuse me, it's not even only about the students. Also, even your guarantor have some criteria to fulfill. So we should not, to me, for a pilot program, for them to even get 70 out of 120, I think maybe because we should not be, because we don't trust ourselves, we don't trust our government. I think that's why we are doing this. For a start, I don't think it's bad. And
no,
if you know,
I think it's the obedience that wants to attack.
They can even reapply. They can reapply.
Let me tell you this.
Well, you are obedient.
Shadow obedience.
Larry, hold on for Simba. Hold on for Simba. It's a failure.
No, we are not obedient.
No, hold on. That's a bit extreme.
No, just joking.
All right, let's Simba.
Okay, let me give you an example. You know, the way we talk, we don't know how careless some people can be. Let me give you an example. Up till now, this BVN issue started maybe since 2013 or 2014, and up till now, some people have not even perfected the way some people, the way they write their name, they are so careless. Some people, 3 names, that's what we used to write in Nigeria for most people. They will arrange it anyhow. They will just write it anyhow. And that's why when you jump, ordinary jump, for people to even get their result, they have to be doing pre-jump exam to teach them how to even fill ordinary exam questions, examination paper.
Simba, hold on. I think you are making an assumption here. I mean,
it's not an assumption.
Hold on. What did the body in charge of that student loan? What did they say is the reason why the rest 50,000 people have not been included?
They did not give reasons. They just
so why we just
that is what we are saying.
Hold on.
They are hiding something.
Oh God.
Of course. Apparently, there's something. They just
that is the lack of trust that we are talking about. Why are we always saying?
Why would you trust them? Is there anything transparent in Nigeria? Like, I mean,
so what does that one mean to you? So then, when anything, you must always do what you are doing.
Because we know what they've done.
Does it make the way you are saying? Does it make sense that everything they do, you must always criticize?
Osimba, sorry, 30 minutes. Rational mind. Give me a word, please. Yeah, please. Simba, I asked earlier on, are you telling me government did not communicate to those who fail why they fail? Why are we just sanctimonious about everything? Simba, are you telling me that people don't know where they fail? Government will not mail them, tell them why they fail.
Thomas,
must that be a public announcement? What are we talking about? I'm getting angry now. We don't even need to be arguing about this thing.
Even this test that you are saying,
we argue things like,
are you so sure that government has actually even done that?
Are you sure that government haven't done that?
Are you sure they have not done it?
Everything
that's what I'm asking. Are you sure that government has not done that?
That is we are still on the same thing, right? You are not sure that they've done it. You are
But I know
assuming.
government will do that. If you
No,
fail
don't
anything,
say you
they will
know.
send you why you fail.
Wait
And
now.
you can still reapply.
Wait, no, you can still reapply, you cannot reapply. Those are assumptions that me and you are actually assuming here, because they've not even told us that this is the step they've taken.
Larry, are we? I think I'm sorry for using this one. Are we not sounding ridiculous now?
No,
Those 50,000. Let me land, please. You know, I don't have to interject, but this thing is sounding ridiculous in my ears. I don't say you guys are ridiculous. Are you telling me those 50,000 people, and I will know, they will have different ways that they fail? I'm just using as an example. Maybe their phone number is not correct, their NI, I don't know. I'm just using that as example. Are you telling me now government needs to write, my name is Kayode Thomas, fail because he doesn't have mobile number. Ajali Koko fail because he can't write his name very well. Are you telling me government need to do that? Are you telling me people will not know why they fail this registration?
All those flimsy things you actually said, are there things ordinarily, right? Do you think those are things in a normal system? Because of those things, they should disqualify people? And even this
you are not getting it. I'm just using that as an example. I didn't say that is why.
Is it not in phases? Is this not in phases? Larry, is it not? Is it not in phases? Are they saying that is the end? Those are the things that you have to look at now.
If at the first phrase, out of 120, only 70.
The other people that pay this time around, they say that you can only apply once.
Hold on. This first phrase, 70 out of 120, that's a failure. What is responsible? You are not telling us.
When the next batch, let me tell you, the next batch, if the next batch is not lower than this.
If we are talking about this first batch, that is what we are.
Just hold on. This is the first, and is a pilot.
Forget about the next batch. We don't want to talk about the next batch. We don't know what the next batch is going to bring. But this one particularly that is at hand is what we are discussing about, and it's a failure.
And even all these ones that we are saying guarantor, has anybody here taken student loan outside Nigeria before?
The only person that needed guarantor here is if you are a minor, then your parents stand for you.
This guarantor, even in the US, student loan in the US.
Oga Janikoku, they don't give student loans to their citizens here. Only the foreigners like Ghanaians, Nigerians, Indians that are here that we apply. But the citizens have to have something, because this country is a major oil producing country. We are rich people. We can't be suffering in the midst of plenty. That's why that rational mind said that.
No.
Everybody holds. We don't want to go into the direction of are we rich or not, because that's how all these conversations always get sidetracked. So this is well, their public interface. They fund us people, and this is the criteria for the funding. This is this is item number 12. It says how are loan applications processed and what is the disbursement time? It says applications are done online. Applicants are required to input specific personal details that include name of institution, admission number, JAMB number, date of birth, NIN, BVN.
That means there is no guarantor.
No guarantor now. Who is talking about guarantor?
Don't say anything about guarantor there.
This doesn't have guarantor. It was the first one that was revoked.
I knew
that had guarantor. But this one had no guarantor at all. No guarantor. It's you apply and you are eligible, you get it. So these people that are disqualified, what is responsible for their disqualification? And they are not okay, and you are saying we should just accept and just carry go. It is a system is not run like that. A program that is aimed at
I have to come at you again.
should not.
Thomas, just let it go. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with it. Yeah.
Don't one man. It cannot be what you people stand for that really matter. Others don't stand for what you stand for. I know how important education is to the children of the poor.
We all do.
When you don't give, no, hold on.
We all do.
Some of us, came from, what do they say? Silver spoon with, what do they call it? And some came from nothing.
I came from nothing. Ajali Koko.
Okay,
I came from nothing. So I know the importance of education.
Okay, fine.
So don't go there.
Okay, fine. So a program that is meant to give education, make it more easier, more convenient. And now you are telling me that 70 out of 20 of 120, that is a pass. That is not pass. So what I'm saying is that they should be able to tell us why those guys did not get it. They should be able to even come up with statistics. There should be a statistic to this effect. On every phrase that is carried out on this thing, people that are disqualified, this is what is responsible. People without NIM, we waited for them. They could submit it within so period of time, and that's why they are this thing. People without this that had a fake document, they should come out with statistics on this. We need statistics on how or why these people could not benefit, because we want education for all our children in that country. If you don't hold your government accountable, particularly on a program that is so good, so important like this, if we don't hold them accountable to, make it successful, absolute success in it, in the way they carry out the program, then at a point it will run into serious failure. They'll be giving excuses or reason why they couldn't get that, and there will be nothing to back it up why they fail it. We want to know why. 50,000 is a lot as far as I'm concerned.
Baba, it's not even only that. How can we approve less than 60%, and we all agree that that's normal? Why can't we talk about 80%? Because presently, 70 of 120 is just around 58%. So I think they should do more. Look at ways to help those kids, if there are ways, because all these things they name here are basic things: NIN, BVN, admission letter, JAM admission, and all those things. These are
basic.
These are basic things. Which it's not like they've written the exam, right? Because probably some people did not pass the exam. They use that to.
But Larry, Mr. Larry, do you know that it's possible that they look at their academic qualification? I mean, their cumulative gross GP. They can do that. They can also do that too. No, they can do that. It's possible.
Because basically, if they're asking you, they are not even asking you for GPA. They're asking you for admission letter and
letter of admission to be the key, most important.
Which means that most of all these kids that they just finished their JAM, they've given them admission, they are eligible. So those ones don't even have GPA. This is not scholarship. All those GPA and all those things, it's not a prerequisite for student loan. Because it's not a gift, it's a loan. So you may be a first class, I may be third class. That doesn't even stop me from not having access to education. So all these things are just basic things that I think, probably.
Larry, I think the mistake you are making is that you are comparing Nigeria to wherever you are living. You know that we don't have way of tracking people. The way you if you are a US citizen,
Okay.
and you are a PR carrier.
Okay.
Those are the criteria there, and they will give you, because they know how to track you. Whatever you do, you have every number. There's no way you can escape. But it's not so in Nigeria. Then the problem could be from the student, could also be from the people that are doing the program. So now with this one, I think what we should be talking about is that there's room for improvement on both sides. Next time, I think there'll be better approval. We will have a higher percentage like this, rather than say that the whole thing is a failure.
No, nobody said
I just thought that was excessive language. That is a failure.
Nobody said
70 out of
No,
120 people.
said it. It's a
Yes,
failure.
I mean.
Yeah, it's a failure now.
No,
70
as far as
how do you want to say? How do you want to describe that?
No,
70 out of 120.
For
50
me, it's
out of.
not, I'm not saying it's a failure, but I think they should improve. 58%. 58% is not.
Hey, that's a better way. Next, we'll look at the next phase, and I'm very sure that
about next phase, bros. Next phase is another phase. I'm talking about what they can do, right? What they can do for that 42% that are still missing. What they can do to ensure that they bring more people. People they've applied, they've done everything, right? I'm not talking of next phase is another, it's another thing. This phase, this is I believe in what I see now than what I'm expecting. This is what I see.
So if these guys, these kids are just got admission, if they don't get on this batch, this current batch, so which means some of them will not be able to pursue that education.
I'm not sure it will reach to that extreme.
So how do they go to pay?
They can either reapply or defer their admission to another. I mean,
in Nigeria.
Defy it. Look, let me tell you, people's-oriented program must achieve this optimal objective.
So sorry. Where's the background noise coming from? Too many people are muted. If you're not speaking, please be muted. Otherwise, your background noise will interfere with the stream. Back to Ejale Koko.
People's-oriented program like this must achieve its optimal objective. If you fail to achieve it, then it's a failure. On the side of the people that are carrying out that program, because the objective of it is to achieve optimal objective. I mean, the reason for this program is to achieve the optimal objective as to why the program was put in place. So the people handling this thing, they should be investigated. What have they done wrong?
Are you trolling? What's even the meaning of investigated? And what do you mean by optimal objective? The optimal objective is to fund people to an education, and 70. What are you doing?
70 out of 120. Look, let me tell you this. If you don't get it, what I'm seeing in this thing, I think some people should be asked some question. If I'm the president, I want to ask question. Why 50,000 of Nigeria? That's a lot. That's a huge number.
But out of 200 million,
no. Just let Ejale Koko land. I think we've been on that topic enough. Ejale Koko, bring it home and then we'll move on.
If I'm a president, I want to ask question. And I want to push the chairman and his team. What can you do to reconsider these children if their problem is NIM? If all of them have admission letter, I think that should be the most important thing. NIM, all these things, all those one are minor thing. The most important thing is admission letter. NIM, they can get it anytime. They should be given this loan.
When they are in the school, they can get their NIM.
So then they will have to strike it off as a criteria if
it is not strike it off. If they don't have their NIM at the moment, or maybe something is wrong, because sometimes some of this NIM that is given by government, sometimes they fail. When you use them to apply for something, they won't go through, and they will tell you that, oh, there is a the NIM is compromised.
So,
Larry, I'm keen to move on from this topic.
No. Let me just say something. Even this NIM, do you know that last week, do you hear of the case of Nigerian NIM being sold?
Yes, I saw it. I saw the headline. Yes.
Yeah. So that's how porous that particular, and even in the dark web, there are a lot of things that are sold in the dark web now from Nigeria.
So it's the admission number and the admission letter that is more important. They should be given this thing while they are in school. They can get their NIM corrected, and they will file their NIM with the student loan board. It's a simple thing. Let it be successful so that everybody will praise you, and they will see this as, something good for us as people. But to me, as far as I'm concerned, it's not achieved its optimal goal, objective. I'm seeing it as a failure. 70 out of 120 could be big to you because of the 70,000. But to me, those people that are denied 50,000, those are the people.
They were not denied, by the way. They did not meet the criteria. So they were not.
You don't know.
But how do you know they were denied? What does even?
That
is what called for their explanation. That is what called for their explanation. When they are denied, they should explain why they are denied. If they are not telling us, they are hiding something, and they decide.
All right. Let me move you on to Tinubu calls for punishment of civil servants receiving salaries abroad. So this was a space that we were just a session or two ago when Yemi Eson, head of service, she identified just a plethora of people abroad collecting salary still. So she said they were going to stop the payment, but we were pushing them that it's not enough. There has to be some punitive measure. So what are you then making of Tinubu taking the recommendation of our platform?
Every civil servant that engages in what do you call it, ghost workers scam should be fished out and punished. I don't know why they are emphasizing heavily on those that are abroad. They are abroad. And Nigerians, sometimes when you even listen to them on the TV, they want to set particular, some of them, some of their nonsensical political analysts want to, most of the time, they target criticism coming from abroad against the government. Oh, the people that want to destroy this country, they are those in a diaspora. They are this. Everything, people in abroad, we are seen as a problem to them, as if they love that country more than us. So why the emphasis on these people in abroad? I don't know why. You have a ghost worker. Ghost worker is ghost worker, whether internally or abroad. It's a system failure. It's a failure created by the system. So why are they more emphatic on abroad? I don't know. But what the picture they are trying to paint is
that your outtake from this headline? It's more a recovery of fraudulently and you have to say anyway. Sorry, carry on.
I'm reading the comment. One guy make a very, very important comment in the comment section. He said, look at the thief. Saying people in abroad collecting money in Nigeria. What of them, the politician?
No, now it's oh God. No, it's not what of them, the politician. Now, this is a specific
one man. Can you let me
that, all right, carry on. But it's almost like listening to a Ken. You are sounding like a Ken somehow.
I can sound any way I want to sound. What is wrong in the way?
Oh man, do not kill me.
Why should everybody line up behind
exactly
corrupt government?
Exactly.
I mean, one man, for God's sake, why must I be on their side when they are doing something wrong? What they are doing wrong might look good. I can't be on the side of corruption.
The
guy in the
government
comment
is
section,
corrupt, then the citizens should be corrupt, Abi. Is that what? So you are using?
Hold on.
How does that one even sound to you like a good comment? Does it sound?
Join one now. They defend. They wanted to the.
That is not defense. So people are they. It's not that is. How can you consider that one as a defense, Ajali Koko?
I don't know. You can consider it.
It's not a defense. We said some people have done something wrong against the civil. Just hold on. They committed an offense. You are not justifying it that okay because the government itself is corrupt, so they should leave them. I mean, is that what you are saying?
Is that what I said?
Hey, you said he made a good comment. I don't know what
you listen to the comment he made. Listen to the comment he made. I mean, why are you people didn't want any criticism against the government?
Don't you think the headline would have been better if they say Tinubu calls for punishment of civil servants?
Fine.
Salaries. Right.
Fine.
So it's because they mentioned diaspora now. That is the problem now because we are in the diaspora.
This is, let's not deceive ourselves. These are things that
they just want to paint a wrong.
Let me give you
picture about people in abroad.
Yeah. Do you think the person, if somebody is in Nigeria, you consider that person that is in Nigeria, maybe he doesn't go to work regularly, but he goes to work whenever they call for verification, he goes. Would they consider that person as a ghost worker or like somebody that is not even available at all?
There are a lot of people, right? A lot of people in that civil service that are not abroad, that are in Nigeria. There are a lot of people that are collecting salary for 2 or 3 people. What do we call ghost worker? Are they not ghost workers? See, forget about this abroad. This abroad is
let me ask you, is this the first time government is talking about that? This is the first time that they are talking about people abroad. Wait now.
Wait.
The government have been saying this is not the first time.
One voice, yeah.
Larry, this is not the first time they will be talking about ghost workers. Several times, they generalize this several times. But now, maybe their target now is that they discover that majority of the people that they discover are abroad. So for them to mention diaspora people, that has become an offense just because we are in diaspora.
No, see.
And also, by the way, the report by Yemi Eson specifically mentioned that. So that's what she said.
Yes. So what's the percentage? What's the percentage, woman?
No, start asking again.
Hold on now.
No, she did not give percentages, but
so why the fixation on the people abroad?
No. What she said in her report was that a lot of people they did actually a head count, a physical head count, and what they discovered was that a lot of people collecting salaries were actually out of the country. So that's what she discovered.
That cannot be true.
Is that immigration?
And that cannot be true in the first place.
Is it immigration? They said they did head count. They saw people physically. Some people didn't show up. So is immigration now telling you that these people that didn't show up, we can confirm that these are the people, they live in so-so country, they live in so-so country. See, let's not, you see, these people will just come and let's probe them to give us the right thing. Immigration, okay, Eson is talking. Eson is just is a civil servant, right? Eson is not telling us that she's been able to contact immigration, and immigration has been able to tell her that these are the people, right? And these are the countries that these people live, right? She just felt, she assumed that, probably all of them are, that's why they are not around. They are abroad and all those things.
No, it's your leap of imagination to learn that she
No, because she told us, you said she told us that the people receiving this ghost worker live abroad.
Yes, they said they were abroad, but you don't know how she arrived at that. I think we are reversing back to the same conversation we're having, that every minutia of the details. So if she told you that they were in the United Kingdom, then you say, is it in the north of England or south of England? And then if they say north of England, you say, is it Manchester or Birmingham? If they say Manchester, you say which street. And if you say which street, you say which door.
Woman, let me ask you something. Before you left Nigeria, have you worked in the civil service in Nigeria before?
Never.
Okay. I've worked in the civil service in Nigeria before. And I know most of all those things. So that's why most times when, they talk about all those things, there are a lot of things that I can't say on here, but there is a whole lot of things. Even in civil service, probe civil service, probe accountant general's office. Some of these ghost workers that you are talking about are not even known to the ministries. Some of these ghost workers are in accountant generals, under accountant general, who controls IPPIS. So they know what they are doing. There are instances they will go to ministry will tell you, okay, if you drop your resignation letter, the ministry approves it, your PAMSEC approves it, right? And that particular thing is supposed to leave to the head of service. Head of service is supposed to minute on it. It gets to the accountant general to stop your money from IPPIS. But what you see in most cases is probably, if you go to the ministry will tell you that, this person is not with us, right? But that person's name is still in IPPIS. And in most cases, and don't be surprised, some of those money don't even go to those people's accounts. It goes to some of those organs in IPPIS. How do you think every accountant wants to work in accountant general's office? How much is accountant general's salary? Why are they the ones building the big mansions in Abuja? So forget about all these things. It's a whole lot. There's a whole lot of things happening in that system. Let them probe accountant general's office. Accountant general's office know how to fish out everybody.
Another thing I want to say is this. That's a good way of putting it, Larry. I mean, you see, this is something we need to silence people like some of the Agbado people here that comes here and throw some narrative around. Now, another thing I want to say is this: this money that these people are being paid, at least there's an account now. There's a bank account, or did they come physically and collect the money from, like they used to do years and years ago? But now, at least everybody gets direct deposits into their account. So this bank accounts, can they not trace it? Well, don't they have NIN? Can they still retrieve them? Because if these people are abroad, are they saying that these people are moving their naira and changing it into dollar, moving it and taking it to abroad? I don't know. Or wait, they could be able to trace those money and maybe collect those money back, take them back from those accounts. Well, you see, the point is this: is that, like you just said, Larry,
the money that they have spent, the money stay in the attack? Why are you talking like this?
Hold on. I'm just saying.
We were all here when somebody said he knew somebody that was doing it. One man, am I lying? Yesterday or the day before yesterday, somebody said it on this platform. That he said he knows somebody.
Yes. A lot of people know people who do it. Yeah.
Okay, no, not a lot of people. Don't say a lot of people.
Hold on.
People have been sampled on your platform. You say
okay. About 2-3 people said it. Okay, somebody in the comment section is even telling you now that
faceless people that don't even know that they just have a YouTube name. I mean,
we're all faceless people. Are we not all faceless people?
Let me just continue. You see, my point is this: is that, we said this about you people will throw spanner into the wheel. They said, no, it's this and that. I mean, come on. The point is, you just had somebody now. I mean, Larry just explained to us how this whole civil service payment system works. Because the thing is that it's either some of those people in the head, those people, because, I mean, just on ordinary level, level 5 person cannot just say he wants to go and bring somebody and start collecting money. And even if he brings it, it must be in agreement or some kind of in cahoots with the accountant, the office of the accountant general, or whatever, or whoever is paid the money into the account. So my point is this: is that how did they come about knowing that all of them, or this majority of them, are from they live abroad? And if they live abroad, I have to tell you that if they live abroad, at least they should be okay abroad, or maybe I don't know. But then, the money should still be in the account, or maybe they should still be able to retrieve some of the money back. So you see, for me, it's just I want to allow any conscience on people. They just want to distract us from putting our.
Why would the money still be in the account?
Well, I'm not saying it still be. I mean, I'm just saying that.
Why is it likely to be, or how would it likely be?
Go abroad. I mean, considering these people abroad. So if these people are abroad, except maybe they are abroad, they have some other project going on in Nigeria, and they can start moving the money and maybe buying land and also maybe paying stuff.
They don't have to buy land even. They can just use it for daily expenses in Nigeria. So, whoever it is that they are servicing in Nigeria, they service them through that.
But whatever it is, whatever be the case, my point is that I just believe that it's not. There's no fact to that, because like somebody just said to us now, how did they know? Did they find out that these people, they've left the shores of Nigeria? Did they even, somebody was saying, I mean, was it Simba here was saying that, oh, Nigeria is not like America, where you can pin a data to anything that you can monitor the movement of anybody. How did they know? Let me throw that back to you, Simba. How did they know that since they don't have a data, I mean, they don't have a fact, they don't have a way of tracking people. How did they track them that they left the shores of Nigeria? They just go and get Tinubu what kind of news, or no, what we come on the national TV or whatever, and started spewing crap. And they are all abroad. How did you know that they are all abroad? Do you have all the fact? Do you have a come on? You see, when we say these people are just mediocres, we have people who are just not supposed to be leading us. It's unfortunate that we have them leading us, and that's why they mislead us, and we don't even get anywhere. Simply, we're talking about the issue of that and this student loan.
You are using we are using tenuous logic to arrive at indignation.
No, it's not indignation, one man. It is simple logic. Somebody just gave us how the payment system in the national and the civil service works, and somebody just told us now, how can you? How did you know that these people are abroad? Did you consult with the Nigerian Immigration Office Service and ask them, can you give us a list of this social number, social name? Do you see that they left the shores of Nigeria? You don't even have any fact. You don't ever have. I mean, have you ever crossed through the border? I mean, crossed the Nigerian airport. They don't collect your passport away. Collect your passport. Really look at it. It's okay. You have your visa or whatever. Just go.
Rational mind. The issue that they are speaking, they are speaking to. You know that there are some people that are outside of the country legally. They left legally. Probably they are supposed to spend 2 years, and they've been there for about 3 years, 4 years, and they are not coming back home, and their salaries are going on. There are some of those guys that, because I have people that work in the civil service. My own parents work in the civil service for a long time. So I know. Do you know, for example, let me give you an example.
Let the minister come out with a list of the people.
No, I'm going to remove you.
Yeah, don't absorb people of not collect.
Hold on, Darati. Tony, please, just don't just shout in the middle of conversations going on. Just come in a. Don't do that now, please. You know what Darati is saying to you. A lot of these people, they go on sabbatical leaves or whatever it is. So the system even knows that they are abroad anyway, because they made a declaration of being abroad.
What system? What declaration? Sometimes you just say certain things. I don't even know whether I even understand.
No, rational mind. If you are, wait, rational mind. Wait. If you are in the academia, you are going on a sabbatical leave. You have 2 years. Okay, we expect that after 2 years, you are supposed to come back home. Now, you are probably extended your stay for about 2 years, and we are not hearing anything from you. You did not submit any a letter to tell us that you have kind of extended your stay, and you continue to collect salary across different ministries. I'm just speaking about academia now. So that might be. It's also one of the things, not all. Is one of the things that you are talking about. So don't absorb them that people are not doing it.
Woman, I'm sorry. The minister should come out with the list of the number of people they found in the ministry to be, to be ghost workers. They should come out with the list and then the figure. If it's 300,000, if it's 1 million people, before they can start saying that these people they are in abroad or whatever. You know what I'm saying, sir?
They know those that are abroad. Wait, they know you are going to the UK to go and study.
No,
you have said to them, I'm going to UK. The ones that are in Nigeria, they know they are in Nigeria.
Hold on. We must always have just one voice at a time. Otherwise, it becomes overwhelming.
the ones in Nigeria, they know themselves. I'm not absolving those civil service, top civil servants, Auditor General, Accountant General. I know a whole lot of skills that goes on within that space. But that people are telling me that some of these guys, they are even legal. I mean, one man is even saying it there. They are legal. They tender their letters. So, but people absorb it. If you are telling me that they are also corrupt, I know that. I know that. Every one of us know that. But absorbing people that are abroad, that are supposed to have maybe given a letter of extension or whatever, given an information about their whereabouts, and did not see you for 5 years, continue to collect salary, that is a lie. They are lying against them. That's what National Bank is talking about there. And it is wrong.
Have you got the list of these people that are collecting the money and
we
that
don't
are
need
not
to get the
present?
list, Gary. So what are you talking about?
You are the government man. You are the government man.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Let me say this. Can I talk?
Yeah, you can talk.
Okay. I hope you know that even if you want to, anytime you want to travel out of Nigeria, and if you apply for visa, they will ask you for letter from your employer. I hope you know that.
Mm-hmm. Not in all cases.
If you are a civil servant, if you say you are a civil servant, you get a letter from your employer. It's a must, unless you didn't claim that you're a civil servant.
Yeah.
And most of the time, most of these people that travel, it's not as if they got permanent residence before they leave. Maybe some of them, they will say on study leave and all those things. They got letter from government before they leave.
Yeah.
Just hold on. And also, most of the time, they will say a letter from your employer that you will come back. You understand? So this one that you are claiming that as if government don't know that people who are working with them are abroad, is, to me, it's just a fallacy. We are just looking for reason to crucify the government.
Yeah. Do you know that even for government to have even come out to say that, they are even indicting themselves?
Forget about that. Let us talk about how the government know that they are abroad.
There is
a lot of way government, and let me tell you, I'm giving you this one for you to know.
When you are finished.
I finished. Just continue what you are saying.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Before you continue, let me use the window to bail out. Acknowledge the super chatters. Ayo, of course, as always. Prince that they passed through. Tokwe Ho, who turned things today to just super chat. I think that should be good. We should be the ones sending your president. Don't worry about that. That's Tokwe Ho right there. That's Bosun saying a happy birthday to Tokwe Ho. That's Kolata joining Bosun in that space. That's Ayo still acknowledging the importance of the day to Tokwe O. And the Tokwe O fans continue. Timajek right there. Timajek in the direction of Larry, a question, and some difficult to read Yoruba something from Timajek right there. So thank you to all those. Keep them coming for Thomas's session as well. Nobody ever super chats Thomas because it's not that handsome as I am. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
I got super chat, one man. One man, you are very hilarious. Yeah. Simba.
No, Larry is the one talking. Let Larry finish.
Yeah, you should hold on. Yeah, I want to ask this question. I left the shores of Nigeria 9 years ago. Are you telling me if government want to know that I'm not in Nigeria?
Sorry, Thomas. In the order that they came in, I think it was Simba, Rational Mind, and then I think it was Darati as well. But Ajale Koko still has the floor. Sorry. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, Ajale Koko always have the floor. He's very controversial man. Yeah, Larry, what I'm saying is, the last time I left Nigeria, they knew that I left Nigeria. They may not. They knew that I'm going to Australia because my visa, everything was there. Okay. Maybe they may not know. Maybe I've left from Australia to other country. But if you're out of the country, if they want to know you're out of the country, they will know. Because you won't jump out of the country. There's a protocol how to get out of the country, isn't it? So the lady talking, they know what they are doing. The information they have, you don't have
Thomas, this is a personal thing. I just got a visa for my wife. I knew how many times we went to our place of work. Go and bring this letter from our place of work. Go and bring. So you want to tell me that if my wife refuses to come back now, they will not know that she's not in Nigeria.
She's not in the country.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Your wife is she a civil servant like we're talking about here now? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Yes.
And so
Okay.
because they got a letter from the civil service, and it means that they have a record. Is that what it is? Which they should. Don't get me wrong, they should. But do they consult all this record? Do they even have? Look at, you see, come on, hey guys, you people just talk like I said. This country, this country you call Nigeria is even a country. The country whereby Nigerian immigration has their own.
We are not talking about immigration. A letter from your employer.
Now,
rational mind. Somebody is giving you an example. You are seeing.
Yeah, give me an example. Go on.
No, I'm saying that Dr. Simba was still saying, he's still telling you something, which is not. If you are in civil service, they will require you to bring some certain things.
They will even ask
especially
you
if you are going
for your pay slip. They will ask you for your pay slip.
And don't forget that the fact that you are outside of Nigeria, your account can still work. We have a lot of apps now. Your apps, everything. Once your NIN, everything is working. You can join your money.
Okay, let me use that example of your wife. Right.
Larry, one in one sentence, we go to Ajali Koko. So we have to move it around. We can't start with one topic for hours. Yeah, make that comment. We go back to Ajali Koko. Thank you.
Okay. So inefficiency in the system, it's what is causing all those things. Like your wife now. Before your wife, if your wife leaves, probably your wife, took leave of absence or anything, it's still going to get to the PAMSEC, right? The PAMSEC needs to approve, which means that one way or the other, it's still domiciled within the head of service, under the head of service. Now, if your wife actually, they give your wife approval for 1 year, 2 years, and at the end of that 1 year, 2 years, your wife does not come back. And they still, one way or the other, because ordinarily, even from your wife's office, they're supposed to know that this is the exact time that your wife is supposed to come back. Probably 1 or 2 people are covering for your wife, kind of like, oh, she's still, covering up. Now, they covered for your wife. Maximum that should be probably like 3 months. Right? 3 months gone, your wife was able to pass through that. After that, up to the PAMSEC, there is another check at the PAMSEC that's supposed to know that these are the people that are supposed to have, come back at this time. They didn't come back. Nobody checked that. Which at that point, at least maximum 6 months, they are supposed to have another check at that point for them to be able to know and ask questions. They didn't ask any question. Probably that person is still able to, talk to 1 or 2 people at that point. And that person was actually successful. That's that point. Now, even if everything leaves head of service, at that point where money is being paid, if they don't get approval from the head of service, they don't pay you. It's not like they just look at you and just start paying everybody. And she's able to even still beat that place and now beat the IPPIS office. Majority of this problem you are seeing, it's not just one unit, right?
But Larry, sorry for interjecting you. What you are saying is a different conversation. You are leaving the argument. What we are saying initially, your point, excuse me.
Yeah.
Your point was, how did they know? And we're explaining to you that they can know because this and this and this. Whether they are collecting the money. If they are still collecting, we agree that there is inefficiency in the system.
Yeah.
But that does not still remove the fact that if they want to know the people abroad, they will know because there are a lot of. Let me tell you, as far back as even in the 90s, you see lecturers going on sabbatical of 1 year, and some of them will remain there for 10 years.
Okay.
And they will still be collecting salary. Look at what happened. Look at what happened in Ilorin that time when they sacked some of the lecturers they sacked were actually, some of them were in sabbatical that they supposed to have resumed. You will be in a program for 4 years. You will see one lecturer's name on the door, and you will never know until you finish. You understand? We are not saying there is no inefficiency in the system. And whenever you are going on leave, excuse me, any type of leave you apply for, whether study leave, whether leave of absence, whatever leave, you always write your address during leave there. You understand? If you are not leave, you will write your address. You understand? So we should. So this question of whether they will know or not, it should not even arise at all.
We are not saying they should know or not know. Somebody came. Wait,
Larry,
now.
don't let us change the narrative. The question is that how did they even know that they are abroad? That was the question.
Somebody came out and gave a figure. She said 1,000. She gave, I think, 1,600. Right? They said they were able to catch 1,600. And that person told you that 1,600 people are taking money from government covers, living abroad. Right? I'm not saying there are not people abroad that are doing it. But what I'm saying is, for her to have actually told us that those 1,600 live abroad, I don't believe it.
No, that's a lie now. That's a propaganda. This is what I was saying earlier, Larry. How can all of them be those being fished out as ghost worker? All of them in abroad.
Is that what they say, that all of them stayed abroad?
Yes.
Is that what they say?
That is not true.
No, is that the only people that they fish out? No other people that they say, or they just give that figures as, okay, those are the people that live abroad among them?
No, she came out. She said they fished out 1,600. I think 1,600 or 1,500.
Because she's being specific about that. But it's not only 1,600 ghost worker that they discover.
What are you saying?
She was just being specific that, okay, these are the number abroad.
Simba, are you changing what she said? Somebody said they discovered ghost worker 1,600.
She only said that they only discover only 1,600 ghost worker.
Go and read.
Is that what you are telling me? That, okay, they discovered ghost worker and they are only 1,600 and all of them are abroad.
She said they discovered 1,000, I think 1,600 or 1,500 and something. Right? And these are people that live abroad.
Hey, that is out of the people they discovered.
Simba now. What is
any
this
other number
sentiment?
aside what she said?
Listen to the statement. 1,600 are discovered as ghost worker, and these
let
are
me
the
tell
people.
you, Ajale Kuku. Sometimes, you remember what happened the day we are discussing this police when they refused to pay salary of some police officer, that the whole platform was busy castigating them, that why should they be denied them all those things. Before we now read those things, most of the time we just talk because we don't have full information about these things, and we just talk and talk and talk and talk. How can you say that they did verification for the
what did you hear? What did you hear? You heard it.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
That they did verification for millions of federal government workers, and they could only fish out 1,500.
1,500. Does that even make sense?
Does that one make sense to you?
It will be more than that. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Sometimes,
somebody said this is the figure they got, and you are saying it should be more than that.
It's also possible abroad. 1,000. Is it only one country they are going to? Some are in Asia. They are in Asia with different reasons. Some of them are even on scholarship.
No, Larry,
you are listening with bias. With bias.
You are reading with these people. You and Larry.
Abroad, that is still in the civil service. So, and I want to believe probably, and it still is legal. That one is legal. But should you say that that person is not collecting salary? They still be paying your salary now. They are not spending the salary. It depends on the level that you are living. So they will still be paying salary now. So that one.
Dorothy, I don't know if all of us are following what the news read. It says 1,600 people are ghost workers. And all of this 1,600, they're all abroad. Now, let me say this. You and I, you say what?
Go ahead.
Rational mind. I think they are only speaking. Rational mind.
Hold on. Let everybody please hold on.
Yeah,
I'm not going to entertain two voices. I'm not going to entertain two voices. Please, if somebody is speaking, you keep your thoughts. Let him land. You come after him. I always get koboko from one man every time. Please, yeah, rational mind. Go on.
Okay. So now, he said 1,600, and all these 1,600, they are all abroad. But you and I know that before this Japa syndrome or Japa thing in Nigeria, there's always been ghost worker in Nigeria. The ghost workers in Nigerian civil service, and every time they have to clean up that their register or that their employment register, and these people have found out some of them, they are even within Nigeria there, and they are collecting money and they don't work. I don't know how to get them into the payment system. So my point is this: is that if it has been something that has always been there, but suddenly now they see that because people are jackpine, people are leaving that country, and they are trying to cover their track. Because like Larry explained, how could you, the accountant, the civil service accountant, not know that some people are collecting money? I mean, why don't you people have some kind of a system in place whereby? Let me give you an example. I've been a civil servant here. If you don't work, you don't get paid. If you go on a training or you go on some kind of special assignment, then you still get paid because you're still on the clock. But if you're not on the clock. Like the one we gave me an example of somebody who go on a sabbatical leave. Yeah, that's for academical reasons. It still gets paid. But as you elapse that moment, that time they give you, they cut you off. So why don't they have such system in place whereby you be strict on that? Here, you don't work, you don't pay. I mean, if you don't work, you're not getting paid. Even you're a civil servant here, except maybe you're on a special training or a special assignment. So if they know that you went on the sabbatical leave for 2 years, maybe you went to one university abroad to go and work on a sabbatical, and then 2 years elapsed and you're not still back, they'll cut you off. So you see, I believe they all work together in this whole scheme. It's some kind of a big scam, big money making for some of those guys in the civil service, because that's how some of them make their money. I mean, how can you have somebody who is just a civil servant already go to Abuja there? A civil servant who is just maybe what level there? It's already building like 5-6 houses. And when I say houses, they're not just small houses, so big houses of running to like millions of nairas, like hundreds of millions of nairas. And alone the salary, how much is the salary? So you wonder all those things. So my point is that let's not give these people, let's not make case for these people. Whether I don't believe that all the 1,600 are all abroad. Maybe if chunk of them,
rational mind. I'm just checking that news.
The main issue is that these things were perpetrated within the civil service, so that if they can distract us, like, oh, go and look for those people abroad, those are the people doing it, then you can't arrest them, you can't even investigate them.
Maybe I don't know where this information is from. I'm reading Punch now. They said IPPIS verification exposed 1,618 ghost workers, HOS. And let me read it to you. They said the head of the civil service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemi, said on Wednesday that the verification exercise of the integrated personnel and payroll information system had exposed 1,618 civil servants with fake and illegal employment letter. She also said that so far, because they are not finished, 69,308 civil servants who participated in the compulsory verification necessary have been fully integrated into IPPIS after the verification. She said on Wednesday in Abuja that during the Pali, the media in the commemoration of the 2024 Civil Service Week celebration. She also said that the verification exercise exposed 1,618 civil servants with fake illegal employment letter. Now, what is she said about the one abroad? She didn't say that all the 1,000, according to what I'm reading here, she said that some of the workers discovered are living abroad. She didn't say specifically that all the 1,618 are in diaspora. So I don't know where people are getting this.
Well, we're getting it because of what I think one man read to us or whatever he said. Or
maybe you can have selective amnesia because you want to hear what you want to hear.
No,
I'm just reading it now. And that is what I used to say, that sometimes on this platform, we talk from the point of lack of information.
Well, I agree with you on that. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Because if we are getting a new...
He's not saying that all is... This is punch.
Sometimes what we argue on here is what one man reads to us, but only for us to maybe later we find out that there's another new report, another one reply to that. So now, if from what you're explaining and what Punch is telling us now, it means like what you're saying is 1,600 people, but some of them were said to be having a fake letter of employment. So the question now you can see is how did they even have that fake letter of employment? And why is Tinubu? Because look at that headline. Look, this, that headline that was why Larry was trying to correct that headline. That should have said, Tinubu should have said, we will probe or will prosecute all those people who are in the civil service illegally, or something like that to that effect. But he said 1,600 or 1,500.
National mind. Sometimes,
and that's
I can see that. I can see that. Rational mind. Sometimes even the newspapers they want to sell. You understand? They can twist things. You understand?
Go on, I'm listening to you. Go on, we're listening.
Because they want to say, they will just make the headline to be sensational and say, okay, because because now they are talking about diaspora.
People will never read the body of the.
They will not go and read what is on that. Because how many times have you read the headline that you discover that the content does not even match with the headline?
It doesn't match the headline. Yes, it's a sensational headline.
The point is,
the media is killing our country. Those business guys, they are killing. All of you know they are doing the job, but they are also part of our problem too. The media corruption is killing everywhere. Honestly.
So what we are just killing ourselves over wrong information. That's what we have been discussing since.
Simba, but
let me read what this conversation in verbatim, so that you will kind of like at least get more insights. Right? I'm reading this from Premium, and this is from what Esson actually said. Esson said, from what I saw, the number of people that have gone out of the country and are still earning salaries is more in the parastatals than in the core ministries. I actually called one of the heads of the agencies and queried why there is such a large number of people earning salaries and are not on their desk. I asked how the agency came about such a huge number of purported workers, she said. Mrs. Yemi Esson said her reply was that some of the civil servants even returned from the UK for the verification exercise. She said, the head of the agency told me that he discovered that a week after the verification exercise, some of them rushed from the UK to the country with the intention to do their verification. He said they came to him saying, Oga, we are around. We heard they did verification. The agency head asked them to come back in 2 weeks' time for their verification, knowing fully well that nobody working in the UK would be able to have such luxury of time, she said. The head of service said, based on the incident narrated to her, most of the affected workers had to resign from their employment because they knew the game was over. She decried the situation where civil servants who did not have official permission to be out of the office would travel out of the country for years and still earn salaries. So look at that. Is that an excuse? Right? Is that an excuse for us to have that kind of system? Because with what you are saying now, okay, she has
Larry, give me 1 sec. With what you just read now, so is the government the problem or the Nigerian citizens are the problem?
The civil service is the problem.
Hold on. Yeah, I know civil service because they don't do their due diligence. But if you are a patriot Nigeria, I repeat it. Patriot, let me land. Don't cut me off, please. If you are a patriot Nigeria, you will not leave the shore of Nigeria You have already established yourself in UK, Australia, America. You are not on the decks in Nigeria, and you are still collecting salary.
So,
you cannot.
I know.
No.
See, Ross, patriotism, right? Patriotism is one thing. I don't even trust anybody when it comes to money. You get what I'm saying? I don't even trust anybody when it comes to money. I don't even know how people can actually be patriotic when it comes to money. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't want them to, this issue of believing people will be patriotic. Expect that people will not be patriotic. All you need to do is to make the system efficient. If the system is efficient, a PAMSEC will not wait and say, oh, some people, we heard they did verification last week. They came from the UK. And it's even insulting for the PAMSEC to even be telling us that most of them came from the UK. Abba.
So what we are talking about is the inefficiency in the system.
Well, you can say that inefficiency, but look at it now. You see, when we say, I agree with you what you said, Simba, that this media houses, they don't really do a very good job in in relating the story exactly as how it was the event occurred. Now look at what we thought we had before, and then you read Punch, and now somebody's reading more in-depth reportage of that event, what Yemi Son said and other things that transpired. But if we were to go by what you see that there's a conflicting. You see
that what both of them read almost similar. It gives us more insight.
Not similar.
It shows you that even Yemi Son is not even telling you that she got the information from probably immigration or anything, but because the PAMSEC said they came from the UK.
You see now, so we're getting more light.
The issue is she did not put a specific number to the diaspora as we elect. Do you understand what I'm saying? She's just giving the information that okay, some of them are in diaspora, and I don't think she's wrong by saying that.
Prima says a large number of them are from the diaspora. Is that not what you read, Larry?
Simba, did you hear what I read?
You said that again.
What did you read?
Okay, let me look for that place again.
That is not. I understood what you read. Now, did she put a figure to it?
But she said majority. Right, even in the parastatal.
I don't think in the context of what she's discussing, she said that majority of these people that they discovered that live abroad work in the parastatal is not the majority of the ghost worker. I don't think, why are we finding this the way? Is it because of our sentiment?
The person living abroad, is that person a real worker or ghost worker?
You don't understand. She said that majority of the people that live abroad are still collecting salary, they work in the parastatals. They are not working in the main ministry. That's what she says. She's not saying that the majority of the ghost workers.
You see, this when you want has lost argument. Agency, parastatals, are they not civil servants? I didn't know that.
Just wait now. If you have worked with the federal, let me tell you this. Majority of the professionals that even have the opportunity of traveling abroad, let's say even the people working, majority of people that travel, I would say Japa, are maybe probably doctors, nurses, and other professionals. They don't work in the core ministries. Probably these are people working in federal medical centers, working in teaching hospitals, and all those ones are considered as parastatal. That is what she was actually talking about. She's not saying that the majority of the 1,600 are abroad. She said that they are discovered that most of these people are working in the parastatal. It's not saying that the majority of the 1,600 are I don't understand. That was what you read. Is it so difficult to understand this?
Simba, we can say from now to tomorrow. You understand what I'm saying? it's a lot of
I understand your
It's-
argument.
yeah,
If you want to put argument of inefficiency, if you want to put out argument of inefficiency, I understood that. But the one saying that, okay, you want to link it that, okay, she said that the majority of the people, 1,000 they discover is she's not saying anything like that.
You see, oh, I don't even. I think I'm tired of. I'm tired. Continue.
Let me come in here. I think what you read.
Hold on. Let me say this. Even according to Simba and what what do you call it? Larry,
Okay.
Simba and Larry, what they read. On that figure of 1,600, the woman stated it clearly here that the verification exercise exposed 1,618 civil servants with fake illegal employment letters. Fake illegal employment.
Yes.
So where did the abroad people come from? So these people actually showed up for verification exercise.
Exactly.
But they, with their letter of employment, it's their letter of employment that show that they are fake employees. They didn't get their letter of employment through the right source. So what are we talking about? Where did this issue of abroad comes from? Where is the issue of abroad comes from? Even if there are some people abroad that maybe during the time they are doing that verification exercise, they were abroad for maybe for sabbatical leave or what do you call it, some kind of leave, and they couldn't return home during that period of time. How does that constitute that you pay? Oh, they are all living abroad. So this statement is clear. 1,600 are people with fake employment letters. So this apportioning of ghost workers to people living abroad, I don't know where that one.
Is a wrong. Let me, Ajale Kuku, you agree with me? It was a fake news. It was a misinformation by the media. You understand? And
Simba, from what you read, it clearly showed that some of these ghost workers, some of them are also in abroad. Because you read it, you said some. And when Dorach also says his own, they didn't give us exact figure. So from all of this 1,000 plus, there are some of them in abroad. And I know that most of these people, you are right, they are from the parastatals. Maybe university lecturer, professors, or people that are highly qualified people or other government parastatals that always go abroad for this meeting, for that meeting. And at the end of the day, they will stay in abroad for a long time and at the same time collecting their salary, which is not supposed to be. Let's be factual here. We are not saying all the 1,500, all of them are in abroad. But I can categorically say that some of them, maybe 10%, 20%, 30%, we don't know. But we all know that when it says some, so they didn't give us exact figure. So we shouldn't be trouble ourselves.
No, nobody's troubling anything here. It's
things that have been happening in Nigeria.
He said, people said, people abroad, they are going to prosecute people abroad. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're saying. Don't come here and start making it look like that.
No, don't let us go back to.
I did not. National mind. Remy, give me one sec. If they said they will prosecute them, are they not criminals?
Yes, you are collecting the money you don't work for.
They are criminals now. What
Hold on. Are they the only group of people in that ghost worker scam?
Ajale Koko,
Why should he target the
sometimes you will started with this, what about? What you are telling me now is what about?
Hold on, it's not what about. Understand this thing.
It's what about, Ajale Koko.
Are you just listening? I don't know what do you mean by what about. People are covered as ghost workers. Not only people in abroad. All okay. So when you say only, so people in Nigeria that are ghost worker, those ones should be excused. Is that what you're saying?
Do they say they should be excused? Do they say that they should be excused?
Listen now, let's listen to each other. It is not every time you want to defend your some of this your leader. Those some of these people you have chosen as
Koko, from what you have learned, you have just learned. If I didn't read the punch, you are changing your narrative now.
No,
you've already demystified one. You want to pick another one.
To the statement that Tinubu made, that is what
Which Tinubu? Are you sure that it's Tinubu that made that? Have you read in detail?
No, listen to the report that one man just
Which report? You are asking me before. When I now read
this read is different.
Let me tell you, always, let me tell you, I think what we should be doing now, anytime we have any news, we should have it and let everybody read it and know what is the content. It's becoming too obvious now. Most of the time, we just talk and talk offline most of the time. You didn't read it. You only look at the headline and started talking.
I know. One man read it to us today.
One man. Hey, okay, now, from what you understood.
It is not what you read. Hold on. What you read to us now was what a song. What is in that one?
But initially, you said this same song was one you are castigating. That how did she know that the 1,600 are abroad initially?
Hold on. Listen. Let us listen to each other. Don't let us yell on each other. Tinubu reaction to a song that people in abroad are in that ghost workers camp is what we are discussing today. What a song media briefing the other day, maybe 3 days ago. That one has passed. But Tinubu's reaction, we came out in today's report that people in abroad that participated in ghost workers camp should be punished. That is what we are correcting. That Tinubu shouldn't have made that statement emphatic or focus on the people in abroad. He should have a call that all civil servants that engages in these ghost workers, this thing should be punished. Not only focusing on people in abroad. Why? It's not only people. We are not saying that people in abroad that that participated in this ghost workers should not be punished, but we are saying civil servant. Why not describe it that physical? Why focusing on that abroad? That is what we are questioning. That is not good enough. All the civil servants should be. The president should say all civil servants should be punished, not people in abroad.
That's the point we're making here, and then we keep going back and forth. Some of us don't take time to even listen to each other here, and then we just want to jump on because Tinubu name is mentioned, or we are trying to like.
Why every time?
Nǹkan tó ń ṣe wọ́n nìyẹn rational mind. Wọ́n fẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ sí Tinubu rárá.
Don't always hold on, please. Don't always let us go there because I'm not Tinubu fan, Nana.
Yeah,
but we have to stay here. Why we always go to Tinubu?
Ní láti jẹ́ Tinubu fan, Mama sọ wà yóò ẹ̀ jàre.
Is that what the headline says? Did I fabricate it? Am I the one who fabricated who made up that headline?
If the headline
Thomas, you are here. One man read to us. Tinubu said they prosecute.
Remy, one voice. Yeah.
Thomas. Yeah. We were here when one man read it to us. The name Tinubu appeared on that headline. manufacturing. So now we're talking about that same Tinubu now. So people are getting angry. Now
If he said that, what is wrong? What is wrong? If he said that, what is wrong in that? If he said that, what is wrong?
Ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n sọ pé kò wrong. Ṣùgbọ́n.
They are criminal. Are they not criminal?
Or you rational mind? Are you benefiting from such a thing?
Are you benefiting from there?
As a civil servant?
Nígbà ló yẹ ká lọ tú díẹ̀ wò. Ṣèpọ̀ òun ló ń ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú sí tó lọ sí Saudi. Nígbà ló yẹ ká lọ wò, ẹ já lọ tú di kókó ẹ̀ wò.
Well, you rational mind. Should you said you have worked in Nigeria as a civil servant before?
No, I have not. I did not.
Because you know you've told
us.
Yeah.
Hello. If you search for that comment, you will see so many headlines. Some are not even talking about abroad. There was one I'm checking out. He's even saying that he's actually targeting the head of the department. He said Tinubu targets supervisor of civil servant and the head of department of the alleged civil servant who are still collecting salary.
That is very good. That is very good. What I'll
you know that all these people in most cases, most of the things people focus on is either you see things coming from Punch, things coming from Vanguard, right? Or probably things coming from, which one again? Maybe Daily Trust for people in the North. And anything that most of all those people say, particularly when they quote federal government, they don't just write things. There are things, these are things that are given to them probably from a jury or probably from Adenuga or what's that guy's name? Right? It's not like they just wake up and say, because immediately you see they write something, they put presidency or federal government.
Daily Trust there because they
okay, but do you trust Punch and Vanguard?
I only trust Premium Times and Punch.
No.
That Vanguard, I don't trust them too. They are too no. If you are talking about a newspaper, Premium Times and Punch, then
Premium Times, for me, right, in Nigeria, probably you can talk about at least number one in Nigeria for me in terms of newspaper, probably is Punch. Number two is probably Vanguard. Number three can actually be probably Premium Times, because Premium Times is more of people from the North that really appreciate more of Premium Times, not from the South.
Daily Trust are saying, is that Daily Trust are saying?
Yeah, Daily Trust and Premium Times too. Daily Trust, Premium Times.
The Nation,
No, The Nation. Warawa. That's Warawa.
Our TV is in here.
Paper, rational mind in the
year. Premium Times is more investigative journalism. Okay, they are the best.
The Guardian on Guardian, you want Simon.
Guardian is also okay. The Nation is also okay.
This day,
no, that's
I don't have panic.
So in this one now, at least Vanguard, Punch said the same thing. Vanguard is saying the same thing. Civil servants collecting salaries after relocating abroad must refund money. Federal government. You understand? Most of all these things is what they told those guys. So because particularly these ones that are pro-government, because this is a pro-government.
Maybe if they discover at least a significant amount number and they are specific about it, I don't think there's anything wrong in specifying that.
No, of course.
Just 2022 there, let me tell you, just 2022, just this last 2022, over 70,000 ghost workers were discovered and they sacked them. You understand? So I don't think that we should just be laying emphasis on things that are not actually, I don't know, what is the relevant of what we are discussing this morning? That, okay, we made a specific statement about people living abroad. So what is so significant about it? I don't know.
Because let me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
God.
Can I answer your question? Let me answer your question. You see, we are all here as with other quote and unquote political analysts. We try to analyze things based on how our perception and what our reading of the system. And so, if we choose to analyze it in a certain way that doesn't agree with what your own views are or your views is, then you should not. You can push back, fine. I mean, more like respectfully and push back, however I want to put. Like you want to make it sound like, oh yeah, you hate this person, you must hate this person. No, let's not do that. Everybody has a right to their opinion, just like you have your right to your opinion. And also because you have a different opinion from me and say, oh, you hate me or you hate the person that I like. So that's the point. We talk about Tinubu here. I think Tinubu was not brought into the matter now. Maybe probably you can say, maybe you can say, why bringing Tinubu into it? Which for me, I'll still have issue with you on that because every time when I talk, I have to involve Tinubu because I know it involves Tinubu in my own way, in my own view, in my own word. That's what I think. So, but then for the fact that Tinubu's name was mentioned in that headline, and then he was making it sound like, why are we criticizing Tinubu? No, we criticize him because it was mentioned. Why is he fixated on people abroad? When did something say that the majority of people that were in that numbers of the 1,600 and something plus people, there were people who had illegal, employment letters. So why the fixation of? Why don't you talk about those people in Nigeria? The chunk of them that are within Nigeria system that got letter of employment and they are not working for the civil service, whether parastatal, whether federal, whatever you want to call it. But at least they are making money, taxpayers' money, are being used to pay these people. That's what we're saying. Why are you fixating? Or you leave Olombo and you are chasing rats? How did they say it? Face the main thing. That's what we're saying. That this guy sometimes doesn't. I don't think
will it be that the other ones? Let me tell you.
It doesn't take his time to critique things very well. So whatever people.
Will it be that okay? They are used to the ones in Nigeria. They are now finding a new dimension that even the people that are located abroad are doing the same thing.
And then,
will it be that because of that?
Prosecute them, and stop all this.
So if they now said they want to do that, why are we now making it? Why is this single them out as if the other ones will be left unpunished?
Jerry,
can we discuss another topic? I think we have overflowed this issue.
Yeah, let's go to another topic because you see people, you always like this your topic. Sometimes just get people stressed out from it. I'm always stressed from even arguing with you people. Thomas, are you still there? Give us another topic, please.
Thomas, let me give you guys a topic.
Who is this?
I just came in.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, most times people want to listen to this after time discussion. Although they are not with us, later they will go and rewind and begin to listen. Why not let us talk about this or bring this clarity to most of us still thinking that Nigeria is the only is something I just want to bring in. Nigeria is the only country actually passing through this hardship. I want to use where I reside. I reside in Valencia, Spain. We are also feeling it here. Our minimum wage here, those people that live on minimum wage, is 1,200 euro, 1,250 euros. To get a house now, right now, if you are a family of maybe you have 2 children, you get a 3-bedroom flat. It's for 800 right now. You can't get it less than 800. And if you need a very nice one with all the accessories, like the lift and all that, you go for 1,000. And your minimum wage is 1,250. It's hot in here. You pay your rent, you pay your light bill, you pay your water bill. If you don't have a car, you go through buses and metro and all this train. The money doesn't even go to 10 days, 11, 15 days. So that's hardship. I'm not saying that there is no room for improvement, even here in Spain, in Nigeria, but the way Nigerians are taking it is as if it's only Nigeria. So I think we should try and talk on this issue so that Nigerians will also begin to talk about things that should be done. Exactly what I feel that should be done in Nigeria. It's not really this noise we are making. Let Nigeria, let us begin to build Nigeria like the light, the water supply to homes, those basic amenities. Let the government do that for us. Not this, we are hungry or we are dying. I don't know if somebody understand me. Thank you very much.
Make I ask you a question. This one that you are saying, 1,200. How much convert it? When you convert it to naira, how much is that?
I'm telling you that their minimum wage here is 1,250, and their rent to take. Do you take rent for 800 euro in Nigeria?
Hold on. Well,
Monthly.
Must you live in 3-bedroom when you are in Europe? Must you live in 3-bedroom?
If you have 2 children, where are you going to live? You go and live in one room?
Look, before you have 3 children, you not go plan yourself before you have 3 children.
No, it's not a personal thing. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the generality of things here. I'm not saying to one person per se. I'm talking about the generality.
That's bad. Is the situation bad?
Please don't convert the money first.
No, what I'm saying is the situation as bad as we have it in Nigeria.
Me, I'm telling you, I'm living here. I don't know America. You are living in America. I don't know how you people live there.
Oh, you where
I'm
you
using
live
Spain
Nigeria.
and Nigeria.
You where you come out from Nigeria, go to another place. Now luxury life, you won't go live for foreign land where you won't go collect money. You want to go and live luxury. I mean, when we are making this kind of comparison between our country and where we live, I think we should be able to make a fair comparison. That is not, it doesn't even correlate at all.
It's not comparing now. What he is trying to tell you is very simple. Even in the so-called Europe or America that you are living, it's not all that rosy. And he talk about the minimum wage in Spain. So I need to talk about people, because here, even in Finland, if you have 2 or 3 children, and then you are only doing one work, it doesn't depend what kind of work are you doing. If not, maybe not enough. But if you apply to government subsidized house, which most time, if you are the picky type, you might not like it. Government can help you. But if you are the picky type, then you have to work hard to make more money. What he is trying to say is that even in abroad, even in the so-called America, it's not easy. People do 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. So you cannot tell the family of 5 people, husband and wife and 3 children, to cram themselves in 1-bedroom apartment. At least the children will be growing year by year, and when they become teenagers, you don't expect all of them to be sleeping in one room.
Remy, please wait. Do you know why I brought this topic? Because I meet people. It's my job. I do construction. I help people for houses. I meet families. Not even Nigerians only. That's my job. I give houses to people. And the way things are going here, you feel sorry for a lot of people. I'm not personalizing it, maybe like it's something I mean. Something I understand so well. So that's why I'm telling you that we should try and make our people understand also. I'm not trying to say maybe somebody you come and you live Nigeria, you come and live a luxury life here. See, I'm a Benin man, and they said economically or boy. The meaning of that is your Igiogbe is where it's good for you. It's not really home. You might have home, fine. Where you live is your Igiogbe. Benin people will explain it more. I don't really know how to put it in English. Economically or Igiogbe. If a Benima is there and you know how to explain this thing to anybody, explain it to Baba Jali Koko. Economically or Igiogbe. That means wherever you are, that place you are in America, you have to live comfortably. Don't tell me you will be in America, living in America. That's what a lot of girls here. That's what they do. They go and build mansion in Nigeria. They don't even live in it. You see where they live here. It's like this. Is that life? That you go put all your money, you come here, you do all the, you know what they do, all the nonsense they do here. After doing all those nonsense, go and build one big house there. Their aunties and their sisters will be living in that, living big, and you say that person should be living the way you want, the way you just explained now, that he mustn't live the fullness of his or her life here. Is that is that how you think? Is that what it should be? That for me, no. Where you live, where that America you are in, live it to the fullest.
Is that what he was trying to tell you too? I mean, that's what Adeleko was saying to you, that you don't do comparison. Let us leave Nigeria and live it the way we want to live Nigeria, and don't compare it to Spain or whatever you said you are in Europe. So that's when you first came in here. That's what you started with. You said,
no, you people always say that people.
Let me land. You said, "Oh, even here in Spain, we're going through this and that, that." Come on, let's not do that. Spain they have lights. They have a pipe bomb water to most homes.
That's what I'm saying. That's what we should be fighting for. Let
us talk about Nigeria, and don't bring this Spain or whatever. If we're talking about Nigeria, because we want our country to be at the level that people are okay.
I'm saying that people go to market and complain here. Also, they complain. You go to McDonald's, you want to go and buy milk, you want to go and buy bread, you want to go. They complain. The things are high.
Tony,
that's what I'm telling you.
Let me come in here. Tony, the inflation we are talking about is not only in Nigeria. The price of household product or whatever has also increased. Even here, because here they also enter recession recently, and they start cutting their benefit. The people don't like it. They are not happy. But how much did they cut their benefit? To me, it's insignificant because I don't collect any benefit. I just do my work. But those that are collecting, they reduce some of their money. They also felt it. What he is trying to say, let's say the truth. I know that Nigeria might be extreme cases, but here, people are suffering here too. Light is not the only thing. Good road is not is it free? Even the light, you have to pay. First, they provide all these basic amenities. It's not that it's cheap. Here, we pay double electricity from generation and from distribution. That's what we pay here. So if you spend about 20 euro for electricity for 1 month, you are paying 40 euro because you are paying additional 20 euro to the generating company. So the VAT here is close to 25%. So when we are talking, let's just use the same parameter that they are using in developed country. Can they use it in Nigeria? I know we have bad leaders, we also have bad followership. But if we copy what they are doing in this developed country, copy it in total, even let's try to give Nigerian road. Nigerian will cry. It's not easy, except you are just trying to. It takes you years for you to really get yourself in a foreign land. It's not that you come here and 6 months you started picking the money on the tree.
Yes, sorry, Remy. Let me just cut it short. What I really want for the platform, because I listen every day, I'm so concerned. Sometimes I just be there from that time. One man will just open the show. I register myself until most times, until in the morning. You understand? I'm already somebody who is. I don't work under anybody. You understand? I just make sure I make my calls. The people that have to be on site, they are there. Even if it's 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, I'd go meet them, see what they are doing. And then that's why I have time. If I were to be maybe going with, I'm already on my own. My age right now, I cannot even do that kind of somebody calling me to wake up 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock for what? I wake up if I want to, if I like, I wake up 12 o'clock today. I will just make sure I make all my calls. Then I go, I rest. But what I'm trying to say, like somebody coming here to come and be, instead of pointing at the major things, pumping our government to say, okay, do the light, do the infrastructure, do this and do that for the people. He coming here to say people are dying, and at the end you show him, you show that same person on a video in a nightclub spending thousands. You take that place, that light you were saying that time, you before you take any beer there or you take any this thing there, that light they were showing on top of that guy's head, who always come here to say, hey, yeah, people are dying, I'm dying, blah 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 blah, instead of addressing the main issue. That's what I'm saying, that we should leave all those things, put all those things apart. Those things are irrelevant. Let the government do the needful, and then let's stop saying tomatoes is this. The other person came the other day, he said tomatoes is not dollar. That's good. Tomato is not dollar. Plant your tomato. Do those necessary things. Let the government do their part. That's what we should be saying here, not coming here to cry every day. Blah 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 blah. I can't buy tomatoes. I can't buy gari. Blah 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 blah.
Is that what we do every day?
Yes, that's what I hear every day here.
I think you might say maybe some, not every.
Mr. Isaac.
Yeah, some people. I'm not referring to. I respect Kulata. I respect people come here. I respect Ogbeni. I respect. I respect people that come here to make sense. Not and some people come here to make noise. Just insulting people, insulting Tinubu, insulting Obi, insulting Atiku, insulting. Is that what we are here for?
Mr. Isaac.
I'm here.
Do you know why it will be difficult? You see, for you to tell people in Nigeria, because it's extreme in Nigeria now. It's really, really extreme. We all understand inflation is everywhere. Inflation is in the US, is in Europe, is in everywhere. But presently, with what it's happening in Nigeria, it is extreme. I know everybody here that are actually abroad. I'm very sure if you have people in Nigeria that you give allowance, probably you must have probably doubled it or tripled it.
Definitely.
Right? Now, people that if you're an average civil servant in Nigeria, it is now difficult for you to survive.
That's what I'm saying. The same thing here. The same thing here. Average, what do you call it? Average civil servant is difficult.
See, it's even easier where you are. Because the basic things, like in the US, there are some things, even if you're a low income earner, when everything is kind of like expensive, there are some things that you can still afford. For instance, milk. You should be able to afford milk. The maximum thing is probably you don't want to eat organic. You want to eat something that is non-organic, that is cheaper. But that's not how it is in Nigeria.
No, let me tell you something. I'm sorry.
Wait, let me finish, Simba. Remy, please, let me finish.
Okay. Bye.
Please, let me finish. Averagely, if you live in Nigeria, forget about this minimum wage and whatsoever. Let's say you have 2 kids. I'm not even talking about 3 kids. Right? They go to school and probably you don't have a car of your own. And probably what takes those kids proud to this whole thing, 500 naira take an average of one of the kids to school. With what you have in Nigeria now, what would take them to school would be nothing less than 2,000, each of them. Right? That's on that side. Now, you yourself, from that salary, you need to get, you want to eat, you want to feed your family. Most family, I'm not talking about people that are not complaining in Nigeria, are basically people that, they have business, they're into buying and selling. Whatever they buy is what they sell. But people that earn salary in Nigeria now, it's very, very difficult. It's not just what they eat. Several families in Nigeria, probably some of them have changed to 101, normal thing in Nigeria. Because
for you to be able to afford something that it's what you want. People don't even hardly eat what they want. It's more like, yeah, just put something and be, be okay. And this is something that's actually happened, right? It's almost a year. It's not like salaries have increased. And it's always easy for us because we live abroad. It's easy because one way or the other, it's easy. But I can tell you.
Larry, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, ask me a question.
Before you go on, I laid my hand on a document recently, and I discovered that about 26 states in Nigeria, they give wage award. Some of them increase their salary, although it might be little. Some increase their salary by as little as 10,000 naira. And federal government is paying about 35,000 naira wage award. Your state is paying about 25,000 naira wage award because I have a person very close to me.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you talk here, let's be factual also, because when I also check, I discovered that the total civil servant in Nigeria is about 5.6 million people out of 200 million. That is the total number, whether state and federal government, everybody together, 5.6 million people. Now, when we talk about salary, we understand when we say something is minimum wage, and we are trying to also justify to you here that even in abroad, most people, they have to do double work or double shift.
Okay.
The meat you mentioned now, the meat here, the cheapest you can get here is about €1.19 or €1.45. If I convert it to naira, we are talking about.
Don't convert.
So that's why I don't want you to convert.
Don't even go to that point of converting.
Listen.
Yeah.
The minimum wage here is about €10 plus. Some even paying 9.9.
Okay, now let me ask you one thing, right? Because when you want to look at money, you look at the value of that money.
You are right.
So that if you have if you say one hour, if you work for 1 hour, right? What's the minimum wage there where you are?
I told you some are paying 9.9.
Okay,
some are paying 10. Some are paying €11. Depends on the company.
Wait, let's say 9.9. Let's say
€10. Let's say €10.
Okay, let's say €10. Now, that €10 that you said, how much is it's a gallon of milk?
Here, let me hold on. Let me just bring out my milk.
Yeah.
Because we don't buy in gallons like that.
Yeah. No. Okay.
We just buy in that small pack. I forgot it.
Okay. That pack. Yeah.
That pack I told you before. The cheapest you can get in the market if they're on promotion is €1.45.
Okay, €1.45. And that €1.45, how long will it take an average person? Is this something
if you are the only one using it? It depends on how you use your milk.
Okay, let's say a normal person.
If you are the one that use milk a lot, you can finish it in 1 day, immediately, or worse, 2 days, you are gone. And the milk I'm talking about is not the fermented milk, or it's just pure fresh milk.
Don't go for the expensive one. Go for the cheap one.
That is the cheapest one I gave you. The expensive one, yeah, close to €3.
Okay. Now, you said €1, and that person takes $9 an hour, right? From what that person takes, that person working an hour shouldn't even bother about, I can't.
Okay, now let me now ask you some questions before you go ahead. That person will probably take a bus to where he's going to work.
Okay, how much is a bus?
I will tell you here. The cheapest bus you can find there depends on the distance. I don't take a bus, I drive. But the cheapest you can find sometimes about €2.45.
Okay, €2.45.
Minus it from the 9.9.
Yeah, wait. €2.45.
Two and four would be around €5.
Wait now. You said the cheapest one, it's €2.45.
Yeah, I guess it's €2.45. Yeah.
So what other things does that person need?
Probably he might want to eat his lunch or whatever.
Okay, how much is his lunch?
It depends. The lunch you can the cheapest you can get. Let's say you just want to go, like you are too very prudent, you don't want to spend money, you want to buy some muffins like cake, or like for example, the cheapest Coke you can get, which is just the little can the little can, maybe €1.20,
Okay.
and maybe you want to get for your muffin and the rest. Let's assume that you are very, very good with money. You spend about €3.5 for your lunch.
Okay, €3.5. So what else? What else does the person need again?
It depends on him. If he smokes, I don't know. If he smokes, that so many things. People are different from one another.
Okay, so everything you've said, that's not even taking 1 hour. What that person takes 1 hour.
Yeah. Do you know how many hours he puts in?
Wait, averagely what you can do, average, let's say 8 hours.
No, it's not easy like that.
Okay, so how many hours today? How many hours are normal hours?
It depends what kind of work the person is doing.
Okay, how many
Maybe
hours are
some
normal
people can
hours?
have 4-hour shift. It's not like in Nigeria that you just
4
calculate 8
hours,
hours.
4 hour shift. So which
Maybe it's
company?
4-hour shift.
No. Which company gives you 4 hour shift?
What I'm trying to tell you, listen carefully. If you are working for government,
don't talk about government. I'm not even talking about those government. Let's talk about normal least paid person.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And
They
least paid
calculate
person,
your
least paid
money.
person will not see this. Nobody goes to work and least like they give you 4 hours. Nobody goes for 4 hour shifts now. We all live abroad. Nobody goes out for 4 hour shifts. So if a company have several people coming for 4 hours, do you know the number of people they need for to keep
What
things
I'm
going?
trying to say, you cannot generalize it.
So let's say an average person. Everybody here,
platform
everybody here on this call lives abroad. What is an average number of hours? Right.
It's supposed to be the normal 8 hours if you are putting
normal 8 hours. So with that normal 8 hours, right? Everything that you said here, if someone is prudent, right? 1 hour, what it takes 1 hour can take him. And he will still have something to save. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. It depends on your expenses because you are talking from that money you are making.
I'm not talking.
Listen first. The money you are making, you have not factored in the house rent, the electricity,
house rent, or I'm not even talking about. See, the thing is this. Let's just be candid ourselves. I'm talking about the basic thing. You want to eat. If your 1 hour cannot take you, what you take, if 1 hour cannot even take you to even survive, because if you want to work, right? And out of what you've gone to work,
so that we don't bore people, so that we can change as quickly as possible. I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's when I talk about value.
The people in Nigeria are suffering because the minimum wage is not enough. But you are not telling people that the minimum we are talking about, not everybody are in level 01. It's level 1 in Nigeria, level 1, step 1.
But do you know that those people that you
no matter what you can say, no matter what you say or what you're going to say now, because I don't want us to
Remy,
what about it? We all know that Nigeria is in a terrible mess now.
If you're a senior civil servant, do you know that the more you earn, that's the more what you spend?
I understand. I know.
So that shouldn't be a basics. If you're a senior civil servant, probably your child will not be going to public school. Probably your child will kind of like be going to a private school, right? You shouldn't expect probably your child is in secondary school.
Larry,
what we are trying to say,
Larry, please hold on, please give me 1 second. Yeah, I have to propose. I have a Zoom meeting, a very important job Zoom office Zoom meeting. I'm going to use 30 minutes. If you guys can conduct yourself, yes, carry the conversation on. But if we can, we will just shut it down. So let's decide one. It's up to us.
I think it's
I'll be back. I'll be back in 30 minutes. I'm here, but I'll not be able to talk. I have a meeting.
Worry. People are conducting themselves very, no problem.
Yes. So thank you. I will see you guys in 30 minutes.
Thank you, Oga Thomas.
So Larry, let's just change the topic because the bottom line at the end of the day is that Nigerian people are suffering. We all agree. We are in a mess. We are in a mess in Nigeria.
Let me come a bit, please. Larry.
Hold on, I see you talk. But at the same time, you must also agree that all fingers are not equal in abroad. So people are also suffering there.
No, it's everywhere now. Everywhere, even in Nigeria.
as we are complaining, some people are, it's good for some people, which is normal. If you are into buying and selling, this is your best period, because this is when you know, you just, it's what you buy, that's what you sell. You understand? But it's averagely, it's difficult. It's
So
difficult.
you can see that in abroad, to survive individually is not easy. In Nigeria, you can see have auntie, brother, sister, father, mother to go and cry to. Who are you going to cry to in your country? There you are.
Bros, this cry
Everybody
to
is
like,
like putting in the work. So at the end of the day, when you put everything in a pendulum, you can see that, man, if you are
government,
lazy in a foreign land, oh God.
if you ask me, right? If you ask me, government should do things that would make that money have value. I'm not even more of, even if you increase it to 1 million, right? If you don't do things,
you are right.
if you don't do things that will make that money have value, it's still the same thing.
So do you know what I see about Nigeria? I see that some people are trying hard to make that country a better one, but some people are trying to pull it down in both leadership and followership, because it is from that mode, that on that on structure, on organized, that they are making their money. So if that country is organized, they will not make their money anymore. So because of this unstructured and organized way, that is why some elites are making their money. The moment that country is structured and organized, you will see that that country will go. And then an average Nigerian, we should also work hard to make that country better. It's not all about, it's my man that is there now. I don't like his face. And then if my man is there in 8 years, it's not supposed to be like that. Everybody should come together and support the country. Not because it's Tinubu that is there today, or Buhari that is there yesterday, or who's going to be there in the future. If we still continue to have the mindset that this is not my man, and I want that country to fall, and I want that country not to progress, and because I don't like the face of this man, I wish the country all negativity of life, the cycle will continue, and the country will never improve. But if
Remy, sorry, that is where I'm trying to address. I'm not saying the country is Eldorado. I'm not saying the country is good at this stage. I'm not saying there's no need for improvement. I'm saying that this noise making, all this, I'm always against it. No matter what you want to tell me, it's not the best for us to always come. See, these things we are doing will make a lot of our brothers and sisters at home to be more lazy. They will be lazy. They will use that as an excuse that things are hard. Things are hard. The way we preach it to them. So they will be there, not even wanting to do anything. They will always call you for money. They will tell you what you tell them, they will tell you back. You know things are hard.
Mr. Isaac,
But they will not want to even move to do anything.
Those are people that even have options because they have people abroad, right?
Yeah.
There are a whole lot of people that don't even have people abroad. And for me personally, if you ask me, there are so many things that federal government particularly, should have actually done to kind of like alleviate the sovereign. I remember those days, there used to be federal assisted mass transit, right?
Yeah.
And that is so easy. You understand what I'm saying? All I need is give me an alternative. Do you understand? If I have an alternative, right, I know that, okay, fine, whatsoever, it just needs me to queue, for more, probably queue for some time for me to have access to this.
Yeah.
And these are cheaper things to do, but when people don't have that alternative, yeah, it's good in Lagos State. Lagos State are, they have BRT, they have all those things. You understand what I'm saying? But it's not like that in some other states.
So Larry, I want to ask you a question. What stopped your state during Ajimobi time? It procured some buses for the student to go to school. It's free of charge for primary school and secondary school students. When this guy came in, Makinde, we could not find the buses anymore. Where are they? What stopped all the other day? Borno State governor purchased a lot of buses for the citizens of that state. So when you are talking that federal government should do everything, Why are they collecting state allocation? No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Don't push me to where I don't want to go. You know,
Okay.
I've
So
never
in a
said,
nutshell,
I have never said, I didn't say rather that federal
you said
government
it's
should do
easy. You
anything.
talk about transportation assisted
I
through.
said federal government, right, can do those days, but you know there was something like that those days, right?
I'm not sure because
where exactly were you in Nigeria before you left Nigeria?
I live in Lagos and Ibadan.
So, and you've never seen those days. There's this, we call it all this big federal. I know we used to call it federal assisted mass transit.
You mean that plan? Are you talking about plan intercity or the plan
mass transit? Like some of these coastal buses and all
yes, some of these coastal buses.
You mean that plan intercity or just in a city like Ibadan?
They apply both in, okay, for me, you know, I'm an Ogun State person. In Abeokuta those days, we have it. It's like all those coastal buses. So there are those that are intercity and there are intracity buses.
I know about that intercity, but
so we still also have those that are within the city. So the only thing in those days is just that you have to wait. It's a long bus, all those big long buses, right? And it's cheaper. So it does, for me personally, those are things, because I know the states are supposed to do what they are supposed to do. You understand what I'm saying? But
we once, sorry, brother. We once had a Edo line, you know, in Edo line, those days. But what people should try and understand me. What I'm trying to say, by the time we begin to say people are hungry, people are dying, you are not speaking to the government.
I'm not even, all these people are dying. Those are rhetorics.
No, wait. I want to make a point. When you are saying that, you are not talking to the government. You are only talking to the people. But when you say there is no light, there is no water, potable water, these things you are saying, these, how do you put it? Coastal buses and all that.
They are saying all of those, all those lights, no light, no road.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't listen. They don't want to do it.
We should hang on that.
And on top of that, they can't put hardship where people no feel get food to eat again. He say make them no shout, say big power. When road, they no gree be road. They borrow so much. It's little to show for it. What are these people going to do? If they take to the streets to protest, say they are not running the government, they will send out police to go and massacre them. What do you want Nigerian people to do? What as Nigerian people, what are you suggesting now that have not been done by Nigerian people? I mean, we can't be talking against these people as if people are not making effort. Several people have made effort, but are they listening? Do they care? They don't care. So we have to look at this issue. You know, what they have turned our people to. They have turned them to. I don't want to use bad words.
Baba Jali Koko, I understand you. The government is doing nothing, you know, compared to what they should have been doing. I was discussing with somebody when I went out in the afternoon. He brought a top. He said something that happened recently in Lagos. Is it Ikeja? That Chris Oyakhilom's church or one of his auditorium caught fire. I hope you heard that news. And then the whole thing burnt down. The fire service, I think they didn't come on time. So the person was saying, why he was trying to blame the government. You know what I told him? I said, no, in that aspect, please don't blame the government. Chris Oyakhilome himself should be the one you should blame, because we all said the head is rotting, then if the head is rotting, we are the body of the, let's say a fish now, the head is rotting. We are the body. Even the body is not even trying to sustain itself. You will see Oyakilome taking money from the poor, enriching himself. He cannot even buy. He has no contribution of any kind to the system. He cannot even buy trucks, fire trucks, stand by. He has that money, but he can't do it. I know that the government is already rotting.
You know, there's regulation. You know, there's regulation to that effect. You know that what do you call it? I'm not sure if private individual can be approved to have fire truck. I think it's government.
I think we should have a fire extinguisher in that his building. And as a black, the whole building was not burned down. And the fire service, they quickly they went to that place and put out the fire. So they tried in Lagos. So the information your friend gave you is not right. You can go and read.
No, I saw the video. I saw the video.
I also saw
that the whole building went down doesn't mean you won't see anything standing. The whole thing went down. The fire was all over inside the building. Everything, even the.
I think the roof came down. I think
even the church members testified that you saw one pillar still standing. Doesn't mean the whole thing didn't go down or the fence. The fence is still standing.
That also, I don't pray for.
Let me bring in another perspective to this. I think you said you, Mr. Our friend from Spain. You said you're in construction, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes we come here, we blame our people for all this rottenness that the government in the first place. Because what's the whole concept of governance is to regulate the society, right? To maintain law and order, and to maintain the well-being of the people of the space which they govern over. But the Nigerian government over the years has failed Nigerians, and even the current one that is there continue failing Nigerians. And so if that's the atmosphere or that's the reality that we're on ground, why are we blaming our people? Yeah, I'm not saying that people don't share the blame in some ways, but certain things you cannot blame the people for. Now, one of them is that's what happened to that Yakilube church. I don't have all the details as to what happened. But the only thing I just
National Man. Sorry, you will continue. Let me help you. Sorry. I'm very sorry. Let me help you. Let me help you so that you can land well. I want you to put this in mind. If the people begin to do the right thing, like this example we are using now, if all this Oyakilome, they are doing, no, wait now, let me land it now so that you can land well. This Oyakilome thing we just brought now. If our people, they are really doing the right thing, this Oyakilome takes money from the poor, build a school that the poor can attend, build a hospital that the poor can take their people there. You see, wait now, you see this Oyakilome, he will be able to face the government. When the people themselves, they don't do the right thing, how can you face your government?
Oyakilome's place to build school. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. It's not in Oyakilome's to have a fire truck. It's not in its place. So I don't know why some of them will just come here, we live abroad, that's why we live abroad. I don't know, maybe we go through the system abroad where we live, or we just let it, we let the system in that abroad where we live to pass through us.
Rational mind, Redeem, they have fire truck in Redeem.
Well, I don't know of that, but in a sane society,
I said they have.
Well, if they have, in a sane society, in a sane society, it is not the responsibility of an individual to have trucks, fire trucks. It is the responsibility of the local government or whatever person, whatever government that is governing that space. They should have it. And in the first place, you see,
but rational mind, the fire came and Lagos State fire truck fire agency was there.
I saw that too. They came, but
they did the right thing.
Hold on. I know if I start saying this now, some people will say you cannot just don't compare Nigeria. Of course, we'll not compare Nigeria. You see, I just want to address our friend here that says from Spain. He said you're into construction. You understand that some of the places, I don't know, maybe in Spain, but I can't remember too well if I ever said something like that, but I think they should have that in Spain. If you build a house, when it comes to commercial structure like that, like assembly areas like that, because church is, I don't know if you said you did a construction, it's all called occupancies. So the church is under the assembly group A occupancy. So the kind of way you build it is quite different because of the large crowd of people that goes in there. You must put in place things. Hold on, you must put in place things that would allow the easy flow of people in the case of emergency like that. So one of them is you have to have automatic sprinkler, and the structures must be built of non-combustible materials. Now, this is the thing that the local government or the government, let's say even the Lagos state is the one in charge of all the, because they carry everything put for the head like gala. Normally, it should be the responsibility of the local government that should where that thing is. That is where they should be regulating it. They should regulate that building in the first place. Your roof, what you have, the kind of materials you use to build your roof, and some other things are rendered should be of non-combustible material, because an assembly construction. When I mean assembly occupancies, the kind of regulation where they put on it, just because of what this kind of thing that happened. So Lagos State should have done their due diligence in not even approving that thing in the first place. It does not have automatic sprinkler, or they have fire extinguisher being put in the right place where they need to have them. Because if you cannot have a what's it called automatic sprinkler, you should have fire extinguisher, and there should be a number of fire extinguisher that should be there. When it starts, they would have grabbed that fire extinguisher and they would have put down that fire before it escalates like that. But I'm sure they don't have all of these things. Maybe that's why they think just blew out of that. I mean, it got that worse. So you see, the problem is it's the failure of the governance. That is what is reflecting in the people. That's why the people do anyhow. That's why you go to East, you go see people, they do road by themselves. You see people, they build, they dig a borehole themselves. They do their own electricity themselves over there in East, which is because of the failure of their leaders there in failing to do what they're supposed to do. That is why if you go to East not even get, they don't even get, when I mean structure, their road just there will walk. Everybody just build house anyhow. You go see the way we go out, you go see how road just go curve like this. And then where people are supposed to be, they go build house. Because the government is not regulating it. So why would the people not be acting anyhow? When the government, let me not go scripture around that. Let me not go like Bible number. The thing is, when there's failure of leadership, that is when the people go astray. So yeah, I'll blame the people because they went astray because the government is not regulating it. So it is not in Oyakilome's place to build school, to give to the poor. No, it's not his place. If he wants to do it, he does it of his own voluntary will. Because don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of Oyakhilome. I will criticize him if I have to criticize him. But in this matter we're talking about right now, it is the failure of the government. I'm not saying government go and put down, but then go put fire for that building. But
you are right. You are right.
Regulated it in the first place.
So the question we must ask is this, because you just make a very good point, but at the same time, the people that is collecting money from that are donating to the church or giving money every Sunday, these people are poor, and he has not done something to even help their cause. And this is the same man of God all over Nigeria, that they will send their children to prestigious schools. Their university is not for the poor. They're collecting money from week in, week out. They all have private jets. What are we talking here? Only that God is so merciful. These people are not really men of God. They are just cheating the system. So when you now say it's government, don't put any blame on the government.
That's a different argument. That's not the argument.
That is not. Don't put any blame on the government.
It's a different argument.
The fire service was there.
They were there. But I'm saying, again, you don't understand. What you don't understand, you don't understand. What I'm saying to you, you don't understand. Some of us, I don't want to sound like I'm sounding condescending, because it irritates me when I have this conversation with people and they cannot see what one is saying. You don't even take your time to listen. And I know in Finland, where you live there, it's a very, very highly regulated society. That even I'm sure, hold on, where you live there in your very apartment, or where you live there, your house, there must be fire alarm there.
Yes,
fire alarm. You said what?
Of course, there's fire alarm. Why not?
Rational mind.
Just carry lighter. Put it very close to your fire alarm there. Like this. You see everything will just go out. We just go off. That is
you
normal.
can trigger the sprinkler system in your apartment.
Yeah, of course, that is normal.
That's what I'm saying.
Show no,
rational mind. Let me just respond.
It does not have those kind of things. That's why I blame the government.
To the like of Remy.
Go on,
Remy,
sorry, please go on.
do you know the challenges I have with people like you? When we are talking of
share with me, is it with me?
No, with Remy.
Go ahead now.
The challenges I have with you is this. When we are talking about the regulatory issues, we still find our way to dance around what is even not the topic. If individuals will be doing the right thing, then what's the purpose of the government? Let us scratch the government and let everybody start doing the way we like. The government is there to regulate and help us achieve the common goal. Now, people are saying government should be responsible for firefighting. And suddenly we are listening to individuals that say, is that the topic?
No. I told you categorically that the Lagos State Fire Service was there.
The issue is there is whether some people are fake or they are genuine or God. That's not even the problem. That's not the problem.
Telling you the fact.
It is not the problem of religious organization to take over and be building schools. If they are building schools, that's social responsibility, corporate responsibility or social responsibility. Just call it whatever you want to call it. It's not as if it's their constitutional mandate. The constitutional mandate of the government, we are absorbing them of the problem, but we quickly want to blame individual organization. And that is why we find ourselves where we are. It's that we focus too much on the money there. Yes, they are collecting money. They are collecting this. Come on, let's just for once, even.
I think you just came in here. You do not. Well, the first time I said,
I've been listening.
Listen. Maybe you did not hear me when I told as the black, that when that incident happened, the Lagos State Fire Service, they went there and put out the light, put out the fire. Sorry, they did their job. And then when I came back, National Mind was blaming the government again. What did you want the government to do? The fire service that belonged to the state, they went there to put out the fire immediately, so that it does not engulf the whole building. Although we know that there's some damage already.
In that situation, it is just your business. It's not your business to start now protecting the government. What should they do? Well, I don't get it.
Can you repeat what you just said?
So even though you are saying they responded, then so now I can feel that their response is not sufficient.
What do you mean? Any fire incident that will happen. Are you telling me there's no fire incident where you are living?
That's what we are saying now. Look at what about is there. But what about is it now?
Remy, please, let me come in. Brother, let me come in.
Remy, this is one of those things that government.
I don't like the way you guys talk about.
Wait. Government may decide to come with a regulation that, okay, when you have something of that magnitude, you should have some point of water, access to water that people can use, or even if you want individual, the private organization to start participating in firefighting, you can even establish a regulatory.
I think you are very economical with the truth, because you live in Canada.
Your truth is the truth, because sometimes when we are discovering government, but you want to quickly shift the blame to individuals, which is not good. Which is not good.
I think what you are saying, I'm not buying it.
Let me say something, please.
That's where we are where we are.
Let me quickly say this. If there's a fire incident, even here, they call the fire service and they will be on their way immediately to put out the fire. Not every house or every building, we have a water place so that everybody can just go there and put out the fire. It's not easy. If there's a big fire, are you not going to call the fire service? Please, let us be truthful. Everything is not government. So, let me
come in, please.
Yeah, go ahead,
let me come in, please. See, our brother that just spoke. We have right to blame the government. You are very correct. My own point, the point I'm trying to make right now, is that people differ. You see, I don't know actually whether it's God that actually designed it to be so. I see a different mind from our people. When I say our people, I mean the black race. You see, these people here, most times they voluntarily submit themselves to their government. You see all these big men here, they want to do this, or these people having big churches here. When they want to do those churches, they know, okay, I need a permission for this. I need there are documents here. If I begin to put them now, because they use Spanish names on it here, if I say them, maybe you will not really understand. You know, permiso for this, permiso for this, permiso for this. You see them gather these things, voluntarily go to the government, submit these things, inspections will come, do their job, go back, and then they start everything. You see, our people, for example, like people like TB Joshua, the late TB Joshua, these Yahilome, these people, another private entity. You see, when they are doing these things, they hide away from the government. They are so wicked. They don't even voluntarily bring themselves to the government, because I see the government as God.
Mr.
Although God is supreme,
Mr. Isaac.
the government, we feel the government the way we want to feel the government. Sometimes we are so wicked that we do these things in hidden, we hide and do them, bribe our way through, and do all sort of things, and then we do the wrong thing at the end, then we get a bad result. So it's also we also need to also begin to address that, blame the people too. You know, that's what I'm trying to say.
Isaac, I've said it
Mr. Isaac,
over and over here.
let me ask you one.
Human being, we don't want to obey the law.
Mr. Isaac.
We want to do anyhow. No, Larry, just
no. Here they obey law.
Wait. They obey law just because there are consequences, and the consequences is based upon what the government established over time. Like I said, now you don't need to tell me to slow down if I see radar on the road, if I'm over speeding, because you know that radar is not going to argue with me like Nigerian police. Waiting you go bring now. No, because I know at the end of the month, before the end of the month, the ticket will come to my house. If I don't pay, government can take me to court. They hit my credit. They use all the framework within the system to frustrate, in fact, to make me comply.
They go say your photo can't give you now.
Exactly. So that is government. The fact that they are still catching people over speeding, committing offense, going to jail, for America to have over 1 million inmates, is telling you that people naturally they don't want to do the right thing. It is the government framework that put them in place. But when we start absorbing government now, I say, hey, you self, you should do the right thing. You self, you should do the right thing. Abba. Then why do we have court? Why do we have police? Why do we have law enforcement? Because we know people will not do the right thing. What are we talking about here? So we are now saying, okay, don't let us blame the government. It's just like when Tinubu was putting Oracle in place to eliminate the ghost workers and do the right thing. People say, oh, no, people should do the right thing. If we are talking this way and Lagos State government is not putting things in place, probably they will still be borrowing money to be paying ghost workers.
Ola, we are only talking about...
No. All this idea of little things. Government is to be blamed on this thing. Stop blaming Christ Embassy. Stop telling us that they are taking money from poor people and they are not. Stop all those things. Focus on one. Don't change the topic.
No, I'm not changing any topic. We are talking about incidents of fire incident yesterday. The Lagos State Fire Service, they went there and did their job. And you continue to blame the government. Are you talking generally, or are you talking about an incident that happened yesterday?
Let Larry talk.
Let me quickly say this. The thing is, you see, when it comes to things of this nature, there should be a preventative measure and a measure that you take if, in the case that preventative measure does not even work, and then you can now use the plan B. Now, what I'm trying to say is that going forward, because I believe that the problem is we have people who just, their idea of governance is just they want to be there. but they don't know that governance is not about just being there as a governor, or maybe they want to call you president or call you chairman or councillor, but because you want to serve the people. You have ideas of how to serve the people, not just some kind of archaic kind of ideas whereby you hand out 50,000 naira to them, and their children tell you that they come to you and say, I want to pay my child's school fees. You give them. No, you build something in the community that everybody benefits from, that promotes the well-being of that community. That's what governance is all about. But these people apparently don't know that. What they do with their own notion is, empowerment. They will give you a sewing machine and go and empower you. I mean, which is, I'm not saying it's a bad, but can you even do it in the form of a school? Now, let's now go back to what we're talking about now in this issue of this the collapse of the building that got burnt. The point is the preventative measure. Before that building, again, I tell you, if you understand what they call assembly, group A occupancies, is the kind of occupancies that are highly regulated because there are crowds of people. The way you build the exits, I mean, when I mean the exit, I mean the doors. The doors are very large, so that when people, in case of fire incident or they're shooting inside or something is going inside, people can freely escape out. So it's highly regulated. So my point is that in the first place, for that building to have catch fire like that, what happened that within inside they could not have contained it before? It spread. Is it that they don't have the required fire extinguishers numbers in the places that they're supposed to have it? How did they even? I mean, even when buildings like that are built, they are every sometimes depending on how they make that law in that city or that county or that local government, they will go there every 6 months to go and inspect your fire extinguisher to make sure that your fire. I remember way back when in Nigeria they used to do that. I remember my banks, one of those banks I worked with in the past. They used to do that. They will come in there. They will send them. They come and check. The safety manager will come and check the number of fire extinguishers so as to make sure that everything is. And if it's expired, they will replace it back. So what I'm trying to say here is that these are the things that the government should be doing. They will even be making money from it, because what I'm saying is that even for you to because if you call for inspection, you have to pay for that inspection. So you see, there's a lot of ideas people can, generate money and even.
No, rational mind. You are totally correct in what you are doing. If you have problem with your mechanical room, your heater, the government will expect when we come and look at it.
Prevent it from happening in the first place before it escalates.
So no matter how preventive you are, if there's going to be a fire incident and what you don't talk about what causes the fire.
You don't forget about the
you don't know anything can cause fire. So no matter
anything can cause fire, I agree. But how do you contain it? How do you contain it? That's what we're saying. How do you contain it in the first place?
Did you not contain the one of yesterday? We are talking about one incident of yesterday, unless you are generalizing.
That one already escalated. It's different from what rational mind is saying.
Yeah, you see,
escalated issue. That's damage control.
I understand you. Try and do sometimes.
Everything is government.
Yeah, everything is government, because what we're talking right now, because look at it, we're talking about you should build a school. You should know it's not in this place.
That's not how society is being built. Society is who are the government?
How is society built? How society built? Is
it not the people? Is it not the people?
Where you are?
Is it not the people? Mama, is it not the people at the government?
So who built it? Who built it?
What have you done personally?
No, rational mind. Let me give another example again. Look at this. What rational mind?
No, it's not about knowing anything now. It's simple. It's simple logic.
I'm not making any logic. See, what rational mind is saying is this: we should have preventive measure. We know there will be escalated incident like that happened yesterday. We know, but you see, in the area of regulatory research, the government is doing.
Yes, I'm back, but you guys continue. I'm back. I just finished the meeting. Yeah, continue.
Okay,
thank you.
So what rational mind is saying is this: even in the area of regulatory alone, that one is one of those opportunities that we are not tapping into. Do you know that regulators in Nigeria alone can even create close to 1 million jobs? Now, here, during the winter, if we have problem with our mechanical gadget, like either and everything, or maybe some plumbing work, you call the government inspectors. They will inspect. That's what provides them job. You understand? When you are driving, they have some road tester that will carry you through road. We don't have that one in Nigeria. Some people are doing that. You can't just hit the road without learning how to drive. That's just for some people. So in the area of regulations in Nigeria, that is supposed to even be opportunity to create job for people, the government already is failing there. So the thing is, if you have some kind of regulations that okay, your facility will be inspected, or you should be reporting the inspection report, you should be reporting to the government at a particular interval. So things like that, you put them under control before the thing happens. That is why you will see a market, it got burned, and people, they will lose their life savings, the life investment, and their life will never remain the same. So we are only talking of that of Crescent Basin now. We are not even talking about the market that raised down and some other kind of fire incident that has occurred. So the thing is, don't let us say anytime, oh, what do you want government to do? See, if I want to go, I will tell you I don't care.
People are so
I will tell you I don't care. It's either the government do the right thing or they get out of that place. Why do we have government to start with?
People are so used to mediocrity that even when they live abroad, they still have that, I don't know, they don't want a standard for our people back home. When we come here, we critique the way we critique, not as if we want to show off, just because we want our people also to live better life. I mean, we don't, how many years do we have to live on this earth? And then just imagine that some of our people never left that contraction, that good for nothing's country that is not serving anybody's purpose. Imagine they live all their life.
So that is your narration.
Can you allow me talk? Allow me talk. Can I say something? Remy, Joe, let me talk.
Okay, I just go ahead.
Let rational mind end it now. Remy, please.
Come on, Remy. Why do you do all this? Why do I always do this?
Rational mind, continue, por favor.
Live all their life, their 80-something lives, and then they never leave that country, and they just live in that misery. I mean, here you know one is that life they came, and you and I were here in developed countries. At least we live life to some extent, even though we're not that wealthy like some of their citizens here. Some of us were living fine. So do we want less for our people? I want to come here with critique, not because we want to critique for a second, so that they can learn. Because the other day I had, was it on a platform? What's it called? One Kogi State rep member was saying that somebody was saying about the money they were taking, which means they are listening to us. So if I'm critiquing like this, it's for Solu or whoever, any other governor, or any other people working with the governor to learn from us all these things and go back and see how they can replicate it. We're not just going to critique because we want to sound educated. We want to tell them so that they can understand that when you say you want to govern people, if in your conscience, you can set through your conscience that it is not about just being a leader in the country. It's about the things how you impact the life of your people, not in a mediocre way, but in a way that is far-reaching. That even many years, some of us talk about Obafemi all over today because some of us were beneficiaries of his good policies. And those policies is what most of us is helping most of us today, because some of us where we are, the education we have from them, that's what is helping most of us today. Imagine now it's going to be right now that Nigeria is, how can you even get that kind of education for free? So that's what we're talking about. So we want our people, we want them to live
Remy,
life.
please, I will come after, please. Sorry, rational man. I want to throw a very important question to Ola. And please, Ola, I want you to give us the answer with a sincere thought. Leave Nigeria out of it, leave Europe out of it, leave America out of it. Just give us a very sincere answer. Now, the question is this. Now, we heard that the government is about to crack down some directors of some institutions that are still paying some people that went abroad. They are still paying them at home. They call them ghost workers. That now the government is trying to go into that. I think I heard that they've stopped their salary, but they want to push it further to see where that corruption started, at least to hold some people responsible. Now, this is the question. You see these directors in Nigeria, by the time inspectors begin to go into that field to go and investigate, you will see the directors want to influence the people below, the man, people below, and the people below will play along. That is, they will hide they will connive with the directors to hide all the evidence that the government would have gathered. They will work with the directors. Maybe they will give them some tips, some money. They will play along. Now, if such thing happen in our world here, where we live, Europe, America, and government is trying to go into it, do you think the people below will play along the way Nigerians will play along? I want you to answer that question. That is the problem we have. The people underneath, they are not the government. They are the people now. That's why I always put my point. The people themselves need to work on themselves. Please, I want you to answer the question. Will it be the same attitude? Are they going to handle it the same way? Will these people play along with their directors so that the government will not find anything as Nigerians will do? Please, come in.
Ola, before you answer the question, I just want to correct, because when you are making a statement before, you are talking about there's no regulatory body. As I know, there's a regulatory body for fire service in Nigeria. If you want to get a license in Nigeria, you have to go to the Federal Road Safety Commission to get your driver's license, and they are also the regulatory body for that. So sometimes you might talk that maybe they are not efficient enough, and it's understandable. But if you are talking about there is no regulation, and I also want you to take this into consideration, all those things you mentioned, that is an additional cost for the building or for that complex. Now, let's assume they are renting this complex out. Don't forget that this is an additional cost that they will have upon it. And at the end of the day, the people that will rent such an apartment or rent a complex will pay much more than before. So, and then you Nigerians always complain that there's a lot of taxes, a lot of levy, a lot of something, a lot of things on Nigerians. Is it not enough? They want to kill them.
Don't let him forget my question. No, it's very important. That question.
He's an intelligent man. He won't forget.
Isaac, I didn't get your question properly. Maybe Larry gets it. And Larry has been trying to let Larry speak.
But you understand my own question.
Ola, do I want to answer it?
Let me just say something before.
No, I will answer your question, but let Larry speak.
Before Mr. Ola answers your question.
Okay.
Yeah. So one thing is this: there is leadership and there is followership. And what makes followers want to do things even when they are not pushed to do things? It's when they trust their leaders. The government in Nigeria, and it's not just this government, previous governments, right? They've so much done it in such a way that an average Nigerian hardly trusts the government to be able to do the right thing. And that's why you see that in most cases, some people call you, oh, they are not patriotic, they are not this, they are not that. It's not like that. Everybody in Nigeria, even people living outside Nigeria, they love Nigeria passionately and they want Nigeria to be successful. But the problem is this: they do not trust the government to be able to do the right thing. Even when, let's take for instance, it's a difficult period, right? The government is trying to explain things. Oh, things are difficult. You guys have to just, take it with us. You have to minimize how you spend money. You have to ensure.
But you are not answering my question, no.
Wait. Your question is basically, you are basically talking from the followers, probably the citizens, them not really doing the right thing, them not being.
And I compare them to that side and this side.
That is exactly what I'm saying. That side you have, if you live in that side, and even where I live, right, I know that the government will do what they are supposed to do. I know that I'm not supposed to even pursue them to come and do what they are supposed to do. Unlike Nigeria, where I know that the government will not do what they are supposed to do until I shout.
Even when I shout, they won't still do what they are supposed to do. So if you put the same people that are living in that place, if you take them to Nigeria and they face what happens in Nigeria, they will even be worse. So it's all about probably because some people are better. No, it's all about the circumstances around where people live. If they just face a little bit of thing, is it not the same country, even in US here? Small government policy that doesn't really go in line with what they want, they are out. During George Floyd's issue, was it supposed to be a national issue? Do you know how that was in the US? But in Nigeria, what do you expect? You as a follower, you are entrusting your government, you are entrusting the state resources into the hands of the government to do the right thing. But when you now see that they are not even doing the right thing, how will you trust them? It's trust.
No, I mean the government right now is trying to do the right thing. They want to go into this matter. We just heard the news that they've stopped those payments, and now they want to really see to the issue, from the head. And I'm saying that head there, whether he's called the director or also whatever title he's carrying, he's going to quickly go now, gather the institution, hold his own personal secret meeting with them, and they will all agree with him how to defeat the government.
See, why do you think it's like that?
I don't know.
Because
it's the people now. Is it not the people that will agree that, let's work with our director so that the government will not have head?
Wait. Let me tell you something. If you are comfortable, you'll be an independent mind. But what you see in most cases, it's easier for you to quickly say, yeah, I want to be an independent mind. But what you see in Nigeria is that people that have the power, they have a way of, it's easier to influence people in Nigeria. You weaponize poverty and you make it so, so easy for people not to have a voice of their own.
But you and I here, we are dying. We are killing ourselves for the Nigeria, that this Nigeria must work. Why are the people now, you are giving making excuses for them that they are handicapped because they are suffering? They can't take the right decision.
Let me respond to you. You see, one thing is this: you just asked a simple question the other time that, okay, if the government here want to cleanse all those corrupt people at the top, you are seeing whether those people at the lower level will support them, right?
They will never support them.
That's not true. Now, when you hear that Ekiti are specialists in petition writing, what do you think they are talking about? There are some things sometimes that we say that we don't really understand fully. In Ekiti, when they say they are good at writing petition, who are they writing petition against? Because if you do the wrong thing, some people will not argue with you. They will just take their pen and they write petition to the appropriate ministry. Ekiti, let me say the entire Ondo State then, we were well known for that. But it got to a state that even when you do that, even the people you are even writing to will be the one to expose you. Because there was a time too in Nigeria that there used to be spies in almost every community. You will just see that before a crime was perpetrated, you've seen the presence of the police because you are some people within giving info. But it got to a state that when some people tip off that, some people are criminal, the next thing, maybe the person is sleeping in his house, you come and knock in the night, you want to lie to shocker. You got all those stuff. So before you even accuse common people, sometimes you have to look at, are these people secure? Because here, we call people Yasofo. There was a time that I locked myself out, even in my own personal house. And I tried to climb to the upper, because I climbed outside to the upper balcony. Before I come down, I've already seen police in front of my house. I laugh because I already knew that the neighbor they've already tipped off that someone was climbing. You understand? We used to have all those things in that country before. It's not as if they never existed. So don't let us make it as if our people are docile and they don't know what to do. But what if I report a cook, a criminal on my street, and they start knocking my door? They okay, what law shufufo? Now you go report. How they know? So you must even trust the government to start with. The question I want to ask you is this now. All this, they've been trying to clean these people up. They've been trying it forever. I just want one person to tell me that, okay, these ghost workers and all this category of people we are talking about, they are so prevalent in Lagos, they are so endemic in Lagos. Then I will know that, okay, probably the system they put in place in Lagos is not working. But how come when it's come to that of the federal government, suddenly the system is no longer working? Today we shout alpha, beta, alpha, beta, alpha, beta, alpha, beta. Whether alpha, beta, whether it's working for them there. Why can't they have the equivalent of alpha, beta at the level of the federal government?
Ola, are you looking for trouble? People are rational mind will tell you alpha, beta is successful of corruption. It's still
Anyway,
there.
Anyway, this one is content.
And you want them to now introduce to the whole Nigeria, and they will tell you that Tinubu that will be collecting the money.
No, you know, alpha beta is a figurative. It's an analogy. So what I'm saying is this: don't let us believe that people at the lower level will not report. That's not true. I work in a bank, and I know that there's a way your junior officers can mess you up big time, because they have a feedback system that will never reveal who is making reports. All you just need to be very sure is that to make sure that whatever you were reporting, you were accurate. Otherwise, you are gone, because the bank too will not tolerate any falsified or malicious acquisition. But if you get your appropriate fact very right, I can guarantee you, even if you doubt your guy is the executive director, it's gone. But you have to put the system in place first. Anonymous system. That, okay, someone is not coming, and I'm comfortably, I can just go like Lagbaja has not been coming to the office, and you give all the facts.
Miss Ola.
Yes, sir.
You see, it's not like they don't have that system, right? Even in civil service, there's the whistleblower. They call it whistleblower something.
Yes, act. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah.
Yeah. So when they first started that thing, it was, it was working. But the problem is, it got to a point, like you said, you whistleblow, they will whistleblow you back. You are the one that you've raised something.
Continue, please.
So you've raised something. You understand what I'm saying? Don't be surprised that before you know, you are a medium, you are a junior worker or something. You've raised something, and which they are supposed to even, take, somebody somewhere is supposed to, look at the case and everything. Don't be surprised. They will call you to your gas office, and that same file, you see it in front of your gas table. And I'm telling you, they will frustrate you. And that's why, even in civil service, people would rather say, if you don't want to join them, keep short. It's not like a lot of people don't see a lot of things happening. But for your own safety, they would rather advise you to just keep short. Do your normal good thing and move ahead. So it's not like in some cases when you see people not talking, it's not like they are complicit, but they would rather want to, you want to save yourself. Because you know that even when you blow that whistle will fall back on you. And it's easy for those guys, if they want to frustrate you in civil service, I don't know how you will survive it. So it's a whole lot of rejig. It's a whole lot of rejig.
I get your point. A very good point there. That it means there is no hope at all.
So, like, let me give you an example. When I was still in, that we used to have, when I was still, I was still in Nigeria working in civil service. We used to have this person, they call him pastor. There was one particular incident that actually happened. A lot of people knew, some people just said like, I beg, no concern me, make I move ahead. But yeah, a good man, jumped protocol, wrote a very good petition, highlighted everything that actually happened. Even when, a lot of us knew what was going to be the end of it. All of a sudden, we just knew that somebody in Abuja, they said they transferred him to somewhere in the north. What's happened? What's do pastor? Who pastor? It's not like it's a general transfer. There are some transfer that you just know that no, it's not normal. You can't be in Abuja and somebody just transfer you to Adama or they transfer you to somewhere in Yobe. But along the line, we knew what happened. You understand? And they told him outrightly, right, that this is, and they said they have to take you out. And that's how bad the system is. So in most cases, it's not really that people don't want to do the right thing. So if you don't want to join them, right, it's better you just keep quiet and do your thing and move. That's exactly what's happening in civil service. It's more than what people see outside. It's dirty.
Yeah. To me, I think this, what I want to say, will look bad. But it might sanitize the process a little bit. The federal civil service, they need to downsize a lot and use good system so that everybody can be accountable. Because the way we are practicing in Nigeria, you guys are not even talking about the stupid federal character system, especially in the federal civil service. Why your interest is not the same thing. From the southwest, it's not the same thing from the north, or from the southeast or south-south. So a lot of things plays out, but when it comes to money, everybody is my man. And if you are eating from the same pot and you want to go behind and backstab, like you said, they will fight against you. They will fight you dirty and messy. So I don't know, maybe gradual resource control so that the central is not as powerful as it is now. Maybe it will help that country. I'm not sure. But the central is so powerful, a major decision is being taken there. But if we have gradual resource control and most of the power rests in the state more than the federal, maybe we can have some sanity there. Just my 2 cents.
Remy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How many employees do we have in the Nigerian civil service? Any idea?
When I check, I think they have the highest about 1.2.
Then at the end of the day, the problem is not as if the civil servants are too many. Those are the fallacy of giving ourselves
the power they control.
Wait. Yeah, the power they control, we blame the government for that. We blame the ministers that are supposed to be responsible and the head of service that are supposed to be responsible. It was yesterday that I was CBC criticizing one, I called that one uneducated, even though he's a PA, she has master's degree. When he was CBC that all Asian people must undergo a year training before they can be at par. I was like, seriously, at this age?
No,
this is what we look at.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Bachelor of Science in Applied Sciences or normal university is the same bachelor degree they have. There's no disparity.
That's what I'm even saying. It doesn't even matter. Someone with just certification with experience can even be your boss with PhD. Because some of your job you are doing, you don't learn them from university. You understand? We have one joke here. We say after 2 years, your degree has expired. Nobody cares about your degree. They care about what you learn in the industry. Okay, that's one just a side way. What I'm saying is this: on the average, you will find that anywhere in the world, I could be wrong, but at least let me maintain it in North America. About 20% of the workforce in Canada is civil service. They are all government employees. So, and here we have 16 million people that we classify as employee, as full-time employees. You know, there are some that they do their own job. Out of those 16 million, 20% of them are civil servants. So just calculate this: 20% of 16 million, almost 17 million. They are more than the entire civil servant in Nigeria with population of 200 million. Our population of Canada is still less than 50 million. You understand? So sometimes it's not about the size. Those are just kind of some, how do you say, just some lazy argument that some people they've been able to give us over time, and we now believe that they are too many. No, the problem is that they are not effective. They are not effective. So if Canada with population of 40 million can have more civil servants than entire Nigeria, you know, 40 million divided by 2, that means that Nigeria stands 5 for Canada. And we're now saying that when you lay those people up, when you send them out of job, then you have aggravated insecurity in the country. We should think of how to make them functional. We were saying something here the other time. When people like us were growing up, we used to have for sanitary inspectors, awole wole. We used to have those people that will be looking at your product too. All those things no longer exist. We will look some people that will be taking you through road, that will be tested out.
Can you guys hear me? Oh God, this microphone
We can hear you.
Yeah, it's my mic is messing up. Anyway, no worry.
It's not messing up today. Right? It's clearer now.
Yeah, I'm using one. Yeah, not to Bluetooth, but don't worry. I'll continue talking. I'm speaking through the computer, not the my Bluetooth this time.
Okay. So
this one you're speaking now is best. It's better than the other ones you've been using.
I'm telling you, very clear and very discreet, man. So the thing is this: let's forget about you send those people away. It's not a problem. You have to make them, like I was telling you, when I was finishing secondary school, I know get physics and chemistry teacher. And it's still happening today that people don't even have physics and chemistry teacher. And we are still saying civil servants are too much. Where did we get that story? As I speak to you today, we have schools in my village that still do not have English teacher, that they don't have a chemistry teacher, they don't have physics teacher, they don't have enough mathematics teacher. And these are the civil servants who want to reduce their population. So those are the kind of some reckless argument that I'm not talking about people here because we only talk about the information of what we know. There are some people that are supposed to know in that country. Once they push it in the public space, just because we trust them that they cannot go wrong, we think they are saying the right thing. The next thing, we accept that thing as the truth. No, we don't need to reduce the civil service workforce. As a matter of fact, we need to increase them to guarantee job security for people. But you have to find a system to make sure there are no ghosts. Because some of those ghost workers now, as we speak today, are part of those civil servants we are talking about. The workers that never existed. People will die. They prefer to keep them in the system. People they even retrench or fired, they will keep them in the system. And they will see they are accounting for them as part of the civil service workforce. In that country, we don't have enough lecturers. In that country, we don't have enough non-teaching staff. In that country, we don't have enough local government staff. So I will still saying, no, to me, I'm still saying, let everybody go and adopt. Okay, now, it seems as if, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems as if all these ghost government workers are not so prevalent in some states in Nigeria. Maybe, for example, Ekiti, maybe Lagos State.
I think in the Southwest, they are not prevalent because...
So how come they are so endemic in some areas? So go and look at the model that Lagos State used to reduce, if not totally eliminate ghost workers. Go and use it. Like when I was working in NEPA now, there are some people we call NEPA 2. They are not NEPA work, they are not NEPA staff. Even though they were not drawing, they were not drawing pay from NEPA, but then they were working. When you see them outside, you think they are really NEPA officers, but they are not NEPA. So to me, it's all about system.
Mr. La.
Yeah. Yes,
let me say this. I'm sorry, Larry. I'm sorry. You see, which way forward? I was on a platform. Somebody said Nigeria's problem is in layers, and that really struck me. That's a bit. I never thought about it. It's just like when you're piling things together. Some of you who have done construction will understand what I'm trying to say. You're trying to compact a soil. We put them in layers, layers. So if you understand. If you appreciate what I'm trying to say, you understand what Nigerian problem is. So because Nigerian problem is in layers, it's very difficult for one. I see people were just talking now, you're just going through my head. Like, wow, we're in a real deep S. Just like, where do we even start from? Is it the civil service? Is it the local government? Is it the light? I mean, not availability of light. You see, let me say there's something to you here, guys. When you people were talking about the level of corruption in the civil service, where like all of us were talking earlier, that some people their names are on the register, and some people want to do whistleblowing and all of that, and it backfires on them. Let me say something to all of us here. Some of us must have maybe worked in the government, not just even in the government, maybe even some private sectors here in America. You understand that they have cameras everywhere. You are being watched. As you're entering, you are being watched. And the person that is watching you, somebody's also watching. Somebody's also watching it, because even in that situation where they have cameras, there's another camera there that's watching that person that is watching you. And the person that is even watching the other person, somebody else is going to review his plan, and he's going to review his work, whatever work he has done. So the point is, you see, I look at it that where do we even start solving this? How do we start solving this problem? Whereby people can go to work as civil servants and they can do their work in an efficient way that will be impactful. Whatever they're getting paid is based on what their deliverables, what they are giving out to the system. Because you go to the civil service, you see a lot of people. Some people say that we don't have enough. I would say for a population of a size of about 200 million, and we want to maintain this kind of a system that we are running, whereby the center controls more everything. And I mean, the federal government has that power, and there are so many parasitos that has to also function for the effective running of the government. I mean, it's 1 point something, or even 2 million is even small for a population of about 200 million people. It's too small. But then the point is that how are they even putting some of those 1.8 or 1.6 million people who are working in the federal civil service? How are they even put them to use? Some of them, you just go to the office, they're just sitting down doing nothing. They're doing nothing. Nothing they're doing. You see, one thing here, and if some of you have worked in even some local government agencies here, you go work for the money where they go pay you. Whatever you're earning, you go work. There's no redundancy. There's something always going on, because the person who is your supervisor that is supervising your work, somebody is also supervising his work. Another person is supervising his work. So there's a layers there. So there's this hierarchy there that whereby if you mess up, somebody report you to another agency that takes care of reporting and whistleblowing. They can take it up, and even if you want to do some magamago, somebody is also watching you. You see, the point is, if we have people I keep saying it, we don't have leaders who are visionaries, who understand how government runs. They are myopic kind of one-sided way of governance system that will run in that country. It's what is killing us. When we have people like Bubu, who, because we thought maybe he was a general, people like me, I was so wrong too by even thinking of him as somebody who's a leader. A leader in the sense that he can command people, people respect him. That's not what leadership are. Deliverables.
No. Unfortunately, that man was not educated enough to lead the country. That's where we go.
Yeah, maybe that too. So you see, but let me just say this: it's Nigerian problems in layers. Where do we even start from? I was just thinking, like, okay, can we just, if Tinubu can just, because one thing I know Tinubu can, if Tinubu wants to be honest with himself, and he wants to really work and leave a legacy for himself, he should understand that there's so many things he cannot do, because the foundation is so crooked. For him to make it straight, it's going to take a lot. So for me, what I would have just want him to do is, if he's only one thing he can only achieve, is to restructure that country. And even if for that reason he loses the election, I know they're ganging up already against him.
That's the only thing I'm expecting from that guy.
They're ganging up against him from the north.
I said it already.
We'll see whether if he can restructure that country, whereby the local government system functions, and every region probably control their own civil service, and you make the center not in there, because that's where the whole problem is. Because if you look at the way Nigeria is structured, is that every tribe that wants to control the center want to use as a weapon or some sort of weapon against the other people, or to continue, having that control over the system.
Exactly.
It's so strong. But if we can limit that center to like some kind of a lame duck, some kind of like not too powerful, that the regions are where the power resides. Every region, based on their ethnic affiliation or whatever, they would have their own civil service that they can run, that will run their own space effectively. I think that would be the best. Because as long as we continue having this one center that is so powerful, that everybody wants to become the head of that center, that one center, and when they get there, they want to use like what Tinubu is currently doing. So people are complaining, oh, you put all Yoruba people there. Or Yoruba people are the only people having some juicy position. Same way that Bubu did when he was there. You see, that's where the problem is. And some people from certain part of Nigeria feels that, because there's something to do in their own side, the only thing we can go is to go and do civil service, work as a police or army. Come on. How do you run a system like that?
I say amen to rational mind. I say amen. I pray that Tinubu will be able to do these things you are saying. So I think rational mind is trying to win me to his side now, because I join you fully on this one. Or this one you just talk.
If that is the only thing you can achieve. For me, I just believe that the election, the economy is messed up, the whole social thing is messed up. Just restructure that country, and even if you lose that election, Tinubu will command my respect. If that's the only thing you can do, and you lose that election. Because I don't see
your respect, rational mind. Whatever it does, it does not need your respect. It does not.
I'm not saying it needs my respect.
Rational mind.
I'm just giving my own personal opinion. That's my
I know. I understand.
So you don't need to tell me. Don't need to remind me that. You don't need to remind you that. Yeah.
Don't need your respect.
That's my You don't need to remind me. It's not
your
own.
Rational mind.
Please go on, please.
You see, what you said is good, right? But the possibility of it, the probability is very
small. That's where the problem is.
So the probability is very
layers. Nigeria problem is in layers.
I think what it needs to do, and I think is we have started. Number one, fight that local government tone, local government independence. If we can do that and achieve that, that's a very huge milestone. Number, you see all this public service that you see, Tinubu knows what to do now. What did he do in Lagos? Was it not real cool? Was it not real cool that he used? Just outsource this thing. Outsource. Those guys will come in and will get you the real figure. All these 1 million, 1.8 million, those are the numbers that head of service and accountant general gave now. And that's not the real number. Normal active people that are working in that country, federal government will not be more than 600. Not all those numbers they are giving. They give all those numbers, they give 1.8 million, 1.something million. It's a lie. So all Tinubu just needs to do, okay, accountant general, thank you. Auditor general, thank you. Okay, now we want to We want to automate the whole process, give it, outsource it. If it's Oracle, I think he used Oracle. I think he used Oracle in Lagos. Give it to those guys. They will automate everything. All these ones that were this and that. They, you know, the problem with civil services, they create a lot of bureaucracy, and those bureaucracy are bureaucracy of corruption.
Yeah, you see, Larry, here as a civil servant here, even when you're coming into the office, you are clocking in. Not also like you're clocking in, but you swipe your card. There's a system that registers when you come in and all of that. It sends its feedback to the system that, yeah, this guy came in to work today, and he will recognize you. If you're not even somebody, he doesn't recognize, and that thing is even sent to their pay, to the pay department, where they also do the whole paying, because they have to look at whatever your activities.
So rational mind.
These are something we can do. It's not rocket science, but do we even have a structure? Do we even have a Go on.
Have you ever been a contract staff or employee of the civil service in the state?
Yeah, I have been a contract staff before. Yeah.
Yeah, you are just a contract staff. Okay, so this
I have been. I said that's what I have been once before. Yeah.
Okay, you are not a full time.
I've done both. I've been both contract staff, and I've also been a full employee of the civil service.
So you have been a full employee of us. The
so
state.
why all this question? What's this question?
The reason why I'm asking you this question is very simple, because I know that if you take that kind of job in all of these developed countries, it's a pensionable job in future. If you work like, I don't know how many years you put in, because your job is
I have money saving to the federal pension. Yeah. So what's the question?
So my question is that I want to know how many years did you put in?
I won't want to say. I don't want to say that.
Okay, so we can go ahead. No need to ask the further question.
So for me, I think I'll have to bounce. But then I think, like I said, the Nigeria problem is in layers. I mean, it's so piled up that you don't even know which one to strip first before you can get to the other one. You said?
I said Nigeria wire bicycle.
Yeah, I think Larry has put it very well. If we can get this local government autonomy for it.
It's not the panacea. Local government is not the panacea.
No,
it's
government is a continuum.
No, it's the continuum, right?
The problem in 4 years.
Right.
We have to start from somewhere. Let the local government get their federal allocation directly. And then we now start talking about gradual resource control. Let us have state police this year to join it. At least we have 2. And then we talk about gradual resource control. Because I want a state that will be competitive. Not everybody just sit down there and on the 25th of every month, you collect your federal allocation for the federal government. And then you split the money and then they siphon the rest. All of them are siphoning it. So if the states are competitive and they know that the resources in their state are the ones they are going to use to pay their workers, then you will blame less of the central government. And whatever you get from your state.
Let me even say this. Sorry. Let me even say this to you. This whole notion of this whole idea of everybody going to Abuja collecting money. Because you see, let me say this: as Lagos is, you can still create. I still believe that Lagos State should have nothing less than 100 cities or like city or local governments to really make that far-reaching development for each area.
Okay, I will suggest rational mind. I forgot the name of this guy. His name is I Am Bolahon. You can go out to YouTube and check him out. This guy go to various local LCDA in Lagos State, and to my surprise, I think this governor is doing a wonderful job. Most of the corridors, they are building big hospitals, bridges, road construction, so many amenities in all the local government. Just like 2 weeks ago, they started doing what we call medical outreach to all the local government. All the citizens of a local government just need to go to an open space. They will do eye surgery for most of the old people. They will check your BP and they give them medicine, which is free. So Lagos State is covering a lot of ground. But when you're not just opposed with the rest of the states in the Southwest, it's nothing to write them about. So you ask yourself, what are the governors, what are they doing? So I will appreciate if Supreme Court can come with their judgment as soon as possible and it's favorable. At least we can now start holding our local government chairman accountable. Because all these things that state just collect all the money, they don't do nothing. Once we know with the awareness we have now, so everybody can handle their local government chairman. We need road, we need water, we need this in this local government. So I think that will be the beginning of a turnaround in that country. Because when you look at it like 25 or 30 years ago, when the local government are still functioning, at least we have a medium of, there's a pocket of development. But now that they are under the state governor just do whatever he likes. He thinks the governor adjusts his steward. He can just control them anyhow he or she likes. So if we can get that local government, we get the state police, and then we continue to push for gradual resource control. Yeah, I think we are in for it, because you cannot expect all this big problem or difficulty to just go away in 1 year. It will, at least for Nigeria to be good.
But you see, let me say this. You see, again, like I was about to say before you interjected me, I think I have so many things that I always jump around a lot. So let me just try and focus on what I want to say right now. You see, this issue of this notion of having to go every time to Abuja and go and collect, it doesn't work. It doesn't encourage it. It encourages nothing. I mean, for me, I believe the federal government should look into how they can generate that money. I mean, send that money to some agencies. Like I can give you an example, but let me just focus on what I'm trying to say. If a local government is allowed to generate their own resources themselves, I mean, their own revenue themselves, and use that revenue to pay their workers, because you can only hire workers in the local government based on your budget. I mean, based on the revenue you make, and your budget for paying your running the offices and everything for that local government, it's going to be based on the revenue and the budgets you make, because your budget is going to be based on the revenue. If, for example, a local government, say Apapa local government, they run, they make like, say they make like about like a billion naira every month, and out of that billion naira, they are running expenses and everything for that thing would maybe cost them like 950 million naira. That's a good thing, right? So it's based on what they are generating, and so they will hire people to work in that, because they can now overbloat their staffs because they cannot pay more than their budget, what they earn. So that way, people will be able to streamline their own development based on what they earn. And this corruption, there will not be any need for corruption, because if you start giving people money, they don't know how that money comes in, and they won't account for it, because they can tell you will spend it for. You see, I don't know if people understand what I'm trying to say here.
What you're trying to say is not good. What about some state?
Hold on. The point I'm trying to make here is this: if you give people money, they will always depend on that money. But if you make them work for that money themselves, because you know that you cannot balance your budget. You know that you have about 300 workers in your local government, and your budget for these 300 people every month is like, let's say, for example, 950 million naira. But when you tax people, tax property, people pay this, all those things for your revenue that you get for your local government, you are getting 1 billion naira. You know, you are getting 50 saved for other things in the future. So you can have that. So my point is this: is that way there will be no room for what's it called, for corruption, because invariably you'll be declaring your revenue for your local government. This year we'll make this month we'll make 1 billion naira from this revenue. You cannot steal from it. You cannot, because people will see that this is what, because this is how much people are paying for their tax. I mean, you can go on some city, you can go on their website, you will see how much they are, what that local government is earning every month. So one chairman cannot just come and say, I get one. What did you use it for? What did you use it for? But when you give them that money, they just spend it. How would you know? How would you know how they spend it? So we need to cultivate this culture of people really working for what they earn, and that would really it will really cut down on that corruption, where people will just for money without having to give any account for it. So for me, I just believe that if they are able to achieve this, their local government, whatever. But the point is, stop this monthly allocation, states and local government.
Rational mind.
Go on.
All those things you said, right, are still part of the autonomy that most of the local governments need.
it's not just the money coming from Abuja that is the problem of local government. Even the revenue that is supposed to go to local government are being hijacked by the states. Take, for instance, if you're talking about motor parks, right? Most of the money generated in the motor parks are supposed to go to local governments. The states hijacked it. Markets. Most of the tickets in the markets are part of the revenue that are supposed to go to local governments. But what happened? The states hijacked it. Commercial taxes. There are some stickers, right? You see some commercial taxes, also local government, each of them have stickers that they are supposed to collect from local governments, which is actually also part of the revenue that local government is supposed to be making. The states hijacked it. Now, when there is an autonomy, local governments can wake up within themselves and have the ability to sue the state in terms of some of the revenues. And at that point, they know that they don't owe any allegiance to any state governor. They are independent on their own. So the whole essence of this independence is not just what is coming from Abuja, is what is going to give them that ability to be able to challenge the status quo. And when they challenge the status quo, it's also going to give us ability to hold them accountable, because at that point, it will be easy for, EFCC, ICPC to run after, because you were exposed, because you know what they collect, you know how much they make. What happened now, if you have people that are chairmen of some of these local governments, they'll tell you what the governor does is, okay, allocation comes, governor collect everything, governors pay your own salary, and look at what is the total salary of everybody in the local government, they just pay. So at the end of the day, you don't even have anything. Some local governments can't even paint local schools, not build, because they can't even do anything. So that autonomy, it's key. Autonomy for everything. If I'm a local government chairman, I don't even need any state governor. Because if a state governor is taking what is supposed to go to my local government, I can quickly sue without even fear or favor. So that's what that autonomy does. That's why I feel Tinubu should holistically seek for total autonomy. Not just rebel, this money should go to. No, that's not what we want.
I think it's about full local autonomy too.
Yes.
Because they are also talking about the state governor should not have the power to appoint caretaker committees.
Yes.
If your tenure is over, the INEC should be able to conduct another election to that vacant position.
Yes.
I'm even praying that the National Assembly should pick it up so that we have midterm election for this local government chairman. Because once we have this all laid down, at least you can go to, if you cannot go to your governor, like you said, you know that your councillor or that local government chairman, most times are people living in that community, especially the councillors. So you can know your councillor.
But Remy, I totally, it's not enough to even say we are talking about giving them autonomy. What Rational Mind said is actually the fact. And it's not even peculiar to local government alone, including states, even ministries. You understand? We Nigerians, we are just receiving salary, doing nothing. Okay, let's say, for example, even universities. How can you have university that have Department of Agriculture or Faculty of Agriculture, and they cannot even produce food? They don't even have a farm. Prison, Nigerian prison, they used to have farm where they produce food for their prisoners. They don't buy food. What happened to all those things? You understand? I think what we need, let me tell you, as I said yesterday, with that meager amount of money that we are just talking about, it cannot change anything in that country. We need to be more productive. You understand? All the Ministry of Agri should be able to be self-sufficient. Most of the ministries are supposed to be but in a situation where everybody just getting free money and they are just sharing it, nobody is ready to put in any extra effort. If you have local governments now, the local national mindset should be able to generate money on their own and cater for their welfare of the people in that local government, and including their staff. But in the situation whereby everybody will just cross their leg, at the end of the month, they'll be waiting for one money to come from Abuja. And then when the money comes, nobody will even know the amount. Then everybody will just share it and everybody will go home and nobody will do any work. Local government in Nigeria now, you just see them. It's only when the salary is about to come that people start going to work. Everybody's sleeping at home.
National cake.
Simba, I was listening to the Interior Minister interview yesterday, and he said something that really surprised me. He said in the history of Nigeria that just like about 6 months ago, they promoted 32,000 staff from the Nigerian Fire Service, Nigerian Immigration, Nigerian Correctional Service, NSCDC. All of these people are due for promotion like 10 years back in the same position. He said that is the key that make them to work effectively and efficient now. And he went ahead to talk about in the next few months, if you want to renew your passport, you don't need to go to any immigration point anymore, even in the diaspora, that everything will be online. And once they capture everything, then they will post the passport to you. And in Nigeria too, he said in the next few months, once you do everything online, and then if the first time you go for your biometric, and then they'll post the passport to you in your home. You don't need to go and stay.
Have you, Remy? You mentioned NSCDC. Have you ever been to their barracks before, their offices?
Yeah, I've never been there, but he mentioned that
no, let me tell you, if you have been there, you will just be wondering why we even have NSCDC.
Do you know what he said about them? He said they are trying to compete with the police, but when he came in, he told them, you are not policemen.
They are not doing, let me tell you, what they do is that people like you, let me tell you, Remy, hold on. You, as an individual, you can go to their office, you give their organ money, and they will allot maybe 2 or 3 of them for them to be guiding you. Is that what you are paying for?
No, he didn't say that. What he said was
no, let's be fair, right? That was NSCDC of before.
But now they have changed.
Presently, that same
NSCDC. That's what we are saying, that they should make people work for the money they earn. There's a lot of, I don't think there's any argument that there's a lot of redundancy in our system.
I understand.
Now,
presently with NSCDC, that's same NSCDC.
One voice, please. One voice.
I don't know whether you want to talk or I should go ahead because I don't know.
Let me just say something about NSCDC.
Okay, go ahead.
This is actually a public platform. So presently by NSCDC, number one, when it comes to, they have this unit called Agro Rangers. So that Agro Rangers, those guys are the ones that, they go, kind of like secure farms, secure, some local side. Those are the guys that, they wear green. They have another unit that is presently in charge of mining. So those are the ones that Dele Alake is currently using. And there is another unit that works with the guys in Niger Delta.
Pipeline,
yes. Yeah, all those oil pipeline and all those things. That's why in most cases you see NSCDC coming out now to say, oh yeah, we arrested this, we arrested that. Right? So I think and just like someone said, this present minister has really done a great job in ensuring that they are now seeing what they are supposed to be doing rather than competing with the police. Because one of the mandates of that NSCDC is to secure federal government and probably the state, Nigeria's critical infrastructure.
Yes, exactly.
Right? And another thing they do, it's in terms of all those private security companies, I think they're also the ones that they regulate.
Allow it just 5 seconds. Are they really competing with the police, or the police are the one crossing their path?
I think it's the police. That's the truth. Let's just say the truth. I think it's the police, because police will have issue with NSCDC, they will have issues with SSS, DSS, they will have issue with
Okay, a situation whereby you have, let's say, somebody, you have a financial problem with somebody.
Okay.
Who is supposed to be in charge of that? Or if there is a case of theft in the community, who is supposed to be in charge of that? Or
No,
a case of maybe a kind of attack, who is supposed to be in charge of that?
Okay, so
That should be police now.
so yeah, it
All
should be
these things
police,
that I
but
mentioned, let me tell
no,
you, I've seen instances whereby NSCDC are the one handling those things.
Yes, they are also.
So for you to come and say it's police across, because anytime we want to banter the police, they are also taking they are going beyond their jurisdiction.
Do you
The
see?
Interior Minister confirmed it yesterday. The interview I won.
I'm not saying
The NSDC that are
Ola asked you a question and you quickly agree with him and say it's the police.
No. You know why I said it's the police? Right? If you take 10, right, out of 10, police will be like 7 and NSCDC will be like 3. You know why I said that? NSCD has a core mandate. And in most cases, those core mandates, police still believes that they need to, it's part of like duplication of what they do. Take, for instance, private security companies does not have anything to do with the police. Regulation, registration doesn't have anything to do with police. Right? Take, for instance, monitoring and supervising critical infrastructure, right? Does not even have anything to do with the police. But what you see in most cases is that, police still believe it's more of duplication of efforts.
Police will still be doing the work of federal safety.
So you understand? So it's not just NSCDC, and that's why I think that the mandate is, everybody has a mandate, and each of them have not even been able to cover the whole mandate. I'm not saying there are no NSCDC that are kind of like, so particularly in some local places, right? They want to do this, they want to do that. Yes, I'm not saying that.
Another thing I want to share with you guys is that for the first time in the history of the Nigerian Army, they now have an aviation department, and they receive out of 50 helicopters, they received 2 helicopters. They are still expecting a lot. So that is also a beauty for Nigeria. I don't know whether we should call this kind of aviation brand like the American, what do you call them? There's one type of America that they can fight everywhere. What do you call them?
National Guard.
Not National Guard.
What's those people called though? These people.
Yeah, they are more stronger and more.
U.S. Marine. U.S. Marine.
Marine. Yes,
Marine,
something like a Marine. Yeah. So, what I think, if you also look at it, and I know that this will be the handiwork of Buhari before he left.
No, that was Buhari.
Yeah, I think he did a lot of things for Nigerian army and the defense budget. They are buying a lot of planes, a lot of things, and the way Nigeria is going will continue that way, at least. And we must also say the truth. The Boko Haram insurgency, I think they are able to not decimate totally, but at least we are not hearing that kind of news recently.
Mm-hmm.
And the farmers others clash. We are not hearing that kind of news recently.
That's not true.
But they're not like before. Like every time it's a farm.
Why the thing was well reported before, because of the ethnic matter that got into it.
But why are they not reporting it now?
Those people reporting those issues are the one that want Yoruba nation. They are the
so are you trying to say they are lying, or they are just trying to hide under something?
They are not lying.
But why is it not paramount nowadays? We don't hear such news like
wait now. Yoruba Nation agitator now. A person like me now, when Buhari was
Ola, sometimes the way you talk, you make somebody laugh. So Yoruba Nation is not talking again just because it's Tinubu that's there. Abi. So what about Igbo Nation? What about other people? Why are they not talking?
Now you can laugh. It's my opinion, right? Laugh. And I'm not saying I want to be politically correct. So it's just my opinion. It's never wrong or right. The thing is this: Yoruba Nation, while fighting for Yoruba Nation, they have to put all the points together to tell the injustice being perpetrated by the Fulani person there. But now their son is there. The noise will not be as much as it is. That one from the IPOB level has not subsidized. Although the intensity is not as it used to be when Buhari was there, because Buhari kept sending is it python dance or crocodile, which one? Which one there? Because that is no longer existing as it used to be before. And the middle belt too. So the thing is, when you really want to know the insecurity, whether they are still there, you ask yourself, why are still some people going to the IDP? That one is enough to even tell you the story. If those things are not there now, then
so our news agencies, they are not reporting it just because of before.
Our news agency were not reporting them before. There are individual private effort on YouTube, on social media that were bringing those into our notice. Because if any news agency reported that,
Mr. Ola, no, it's not like that.
Okay.
No, sir.
Sorry, guys. I wanted to say something. I think Rational Mind was talking about the need for within the local government councils to also have. First of all, it was advocating for more local government. So I wanted to ask, with the current fight for true autonomy of local government councils, who would then have the power to create more if they are actually independent of the state? But the need for, even within under local government governance structure, they need to also have cities functioning. I know the current system we have, the councillor technically is the head of each cities that represent them, in a local government structure, right? So councillors would be technically the head of that city or that small town. So
no, councillor is from the ward, though, not from the city. It's just from the ward.
I'm saying, like, if you look at the whole, like, if I say South local government in my area now, there are many cities within that local government or towns within that local government. So I'm just trying to, honestly, it's a question to you guys. And I like, do we need to have a city structure within the LG local government structure? That's my question. Like, what would be your own opinion about creating some form of city government within that same structure of local government councils, as opposed to going for having councillors?
We have not considered the local government. We are talking about city.
Hold on, because he raised the point that I agree with, that Lagos, for instance, needs more than 100 local governments. And I'm saying that you can, instead of creating more local government, you can have the same amount of local government, but just have more city government underneath them, where they're able to govern their cities, but under that LG council structure. So I'm asking either or. Is right or wrong.
But don't you think that Lagos State is already doing that with their LCDA? For one local government in Lagos State, they have various LCDA underneath each local
It's
government.
not only in local. It's not only in Lagos. So I'm commenting with Osun. Osun also has LCDA.
Let's not confuse the issue, because technically those LCDAs were supposed to be LG councils. They were only labeled as such because they didn't get approval from the federal government at the time OBJ was in government. So they still function as local government, not really city council.
Okay, let me tell you this. You know, I could remember, but I can't actually mention the year. I don't know that military government that created more local governments in Nigeria, because I could remember my own local government. We have a local government in my town given to us that time, and they have the office. They have all these machines that they brought there that time. Another military regime came and collapsed it. Because I remember, specifically I'm from Odrotin in Osun State, and we have Odrotin Northeast. That is the one they gave to my town that time. You understand? So some of these things are already in existence. But because sometimes you see one government coming, they will do one thing, another one will come and say no.
But
so
I don't know if they've actually changed that number since in the early 90s, because we still have the same 700 and I don't remember the last time
it was changed at the time. I can boldly say that, and I'm aware of that.
But not in the Fourth Republic. I don't think in the Fourth Republic it was changed. Since I don't think Obasanjo and anybody afterwards created more local government.
Maybe it was during Shagari or something like that.
So look at the population boom that we've had since then. So the need for that is obvious. It's so obvious that you need more. But I'm only asking what the dynamics will look like, because National Mind brought up the idea of city council, and currently we don't have that. We have local government council that in some instances they can be in charge of 2 or more, 3 cities or towns, and it's not really, can't really be considered as a city council per se, because that local government can have more than 3 or 4 or 5 cities or towns in like Lagos, for instance. So I was only asking you guys your opinion, not really trying to.
I think, in my own opinion, we should just let it be as it is now. Local government with their various councillors, let them operate that way. Because the problem with that is that if you look at Nigeria, if you see most of the councillors and most of the local government chairman, people that go for this kind of election, I'm sorry to say this, they are not totally highly educated people. They are grassroots politicians. They don't even know whether they just have their school start or
Remy. So who should then have the power to create more? I know who has the power to create more local government?
I think it should be
according to the present constitution. It's only federal government that can create.
Yes. So, but when they have local government autonomy, then local government can create like SCDA, but they cannot create additional local government for themselves. Unless one condition.
Let me clarify. You said the LG Council can create their own LCDC some kind of city government. They can create that by themselves.
Yes, they can. They have a right. They can do that by themselves. Okay. They can. So what I'm trying to say is that if we have total if we have total resource control.
What you said, I don't think I don't think it is true. Now, local government.
What I'm trying to say is that the local government chairman, if they have their autonomy, I think they can have their SCDA by themselves. I think they are not collecting any money from the federal government for their SCDA. They are still going to be collecting what is due to the local government. And when they collect
let me just hold on. What will make a local government chairman to say he wants to create an SCDA?
Maybe for easy efficiency and
he will not do that. Let me tell you, just like saying that a governor, just hold on, just like saying the governor want to create a state, another management under himself. It's not, Nigerians will not do that.
And I think it will be too cumbersome from Nigeria to operate.
Remy,
too cumbersome, too complex to operate. And it's going to be a big fight. Yeah. So let's just be one local government chairman, which is.
I don't know what is being operated now, but most of the states in the southwest, they have created LCDAs and their work is functioning as I'm speaking now.
Function, because the governor
no, do you know why?
Just hold on. I'm not saying at least they created them and they are giving them stipends, and people are working there. You understand? Yes.
Simba, for them to fully function, they have to be an actual local government. The LCDA tag limits their ability to fully function. You know, they were meant to be local government, but because the state don't have the power to actually create them, that's why they
exactly like the one I mentioned from my own area. It was a fully functioning local government before, but now they now call it LCDA just because federal government will not agree for them to name it as a local government.
I think all of them just copy Lagos State, and they are not doing exactly what Lagos State is doing. In Lagos,
Remy, if you call yourself LCDAs, you cannot enjoy some certain benefits compared to what a local government will enjoy. So the reason I was even asking is because the case is in court now. If they grant the LG councils autonomy, so what happens to the LCDAs then?
What happens is very easy.
Do they become local government councils automatically?
No. Under Mushin local government, the money that comes from the federal government, for example, it will know how to share it within the LCDA under Mushin.
We know, BT is right. That will be a problem. Presently, they are functioning because it's state that is giving them the money.
So that means
by the time each local government, let me tell you, if Mushin is receiving his money directly from the from federal government, the Mushin will not go and give one LCDA another money. It's because the total money that is coming now, that is a pool under the state, is the state that is sharing it now.
Well, I think it's not going to be between the working arrangement between the state government and the local government.
No, it will not. Remy, do you know why? Because it has the local government committee now has the power over the money. If he says no, it's no.
So which one is the, do you want this local government to have?
No, I'm only asking the question because
BT, you are right. You are right. Yes. If I'm the chairman of a Mushin local government and I get my money from federal, and then there is one mushroom LCD or 2 or 3 LCD under me, and you want me to now be distributing, I think what will happen that they will collapse everything together again.
So is that would be good for them or not?
Then they have to go find a way to actually create a real local government in those so-called mushroom areas, then to make them, I mean, if you want to get more funding, they have to actually be legit. So that's why I'm saying that the tag LCDAs is not really a local government per se, but is pretending to be one.
I think at the end of the day, if the state if we have that resource control totally, that is when they can have opportunity to create more local government for themselves. But still collecting money from the federal government, just the same local government doing.
Federal government only recognize 776, and those are the ones that will be giving money.
776 or 774.
Whatever it is too, whether 74 or 76, I don't.
Okay. So Remy, the point is making is that once the ruling comes from the Supreme Court that they now have autonomy, automatically the LCDs will not have any more funding. The money goes away.
Yes, from the state. Yeah, you are right.
Then what happens?
Unless Remy, I mean BT, unless the states that created them want to finance them.
Nibo. They're not going to do that.
Well, I think no matter what happens, state like Lagos State will still continue to thrive, but I'm afraid for the rest. Okay.
Yeah, guys, how you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Continue.
What's everybody doing?
We are good.
We are good.
Awesome. You guys have spoken a lot about a lot of topics, moving from security to local government council creations and all that, duplicity of security operatives, NDC, what do you call them, NDC whatever, and the police, and one is doing other performing other functions. You guys are doing excellently well. I don't even know where to come in, but I want to chip in on the state, the policing affair in Nigeria. I hope you guys can hear me clearly.
Yeah, your mic is working today. Go ahead.
I'm not using my phone. My phone is the one messing me. I have no idea why that phone is. I might need to clean up some stuff on my phone. Maybe that's the reason why it's cracking up. Anyway, um, you know, today I was just thinking. I was in a deep thought on how can security, correctional institution can be, rejigged in Nigeria. And I look at the current system that we have in Nigeria, especially when it comes to policing. I mean, we've had this particular uh, system for a while and it works, but it seems that it's no longer, it has lost its potency, right? Because number one, we are increasing in number in population. I think I heard Ola saying something earlier that none of that was the what do you call it, the banditry and all that is still ongoing. And someone said no, that it seems to have reduced in number. That's why you're not hearing it from the media. If I hear Remy clearly, right? Remy?
Yes, you are right. Because we are
Yeah.
not hearing the news like before. So what is going on?
Yeah, so a situation like that is not something you can just sweep under the carpet and think that the media will not pick. If the media doesn't pick it, somebody somewhere in a remote place will just have their camera ready just to capture and post it on social media. But it seems that whatever system the government effort they are putting forward is actually working. But my grouse is with the current policing system that we have. And for those who are actually clamoring for state policing, you can have a wound. You dress that wound with the hope that that wound would not be noticed or it will not smell. Those of you in the medical field, we know that you have to heal it. If you have to put a lot of gauze on it, that is your problem, but you have to heal it first. What we've had a decade of uh, of rottenness and decadence in the Nigerian policing. Can you imagine a Nigerian police was treated like a force where barrack was established for their personnel? You post somebody from Zamfara to go to South and Bayelsa to go and serve with their peanut salary that they earn, and you expect that person to perform optimally in the South is new site. How is that even possible? So even if you are going to continue with the system that we have, I think it's high time we begins to differentiate. What is our police force known for? What is their main goal? What is their purpose? Recently, one of the spokesperson, one of the Nigerian police force spokesperson, by the way, that word, police force, should be changed. It shouldn't be like a force. Number one, why should the police carry an AK-47 in the street when we are not in a war zone to real long? It shouldn't be. So when you have change of mindset in that way, what is our police supposed to be to our people, to serve the people? Now, the crops of personnel being recruited to that department needed to question the rationale behind the kind of personnel that is being recruited. Number one, if you really need to have someone who truly wanted to serve, you don't just go out there. Is somebody snoring? I'm not making you guys sleeping.
No, we are listening.
Oh, okay. So if you are going to recruit somebody into a critical department like policing, that person has to be of sound mind. That person must have a goal. The main reason for, decided to put his life on the line to defend his people and to work for these people. And not just about, doing all that, but the main goal of him joining that department. In America here, they will do some psychological analysis test, even lie detecting test. They will also ensure that you are physically fit, because policing has gone beyond just point and shoot. Uh, you are more or less like how do I say this now? Have you ever wondered why in America or in other advanced countries in Europe you have one police officer against 10 people or 20 people, and you have to escalate that situation and there's a need to call for backup. All these are techniques being taught in the training, not just about Nzobu rolling on the mud, that the one we have in Nigeria, they're sharing
It's a
one
shame.
or one fish. You know, when you and something happened, I saw a video where a police officer carrying AK-47 guiding a supposedly 419, Yahoo boy. This particular individual was even sagging his pants. That is the lowest of the lowest you can subject any Nigerian police personnel to. When you have a police officer guiding a Yahoo boy, a boy of maybe 22 years old. How bad? So when you have all that, and I'm looking at how can you open the floodgate and let go of personnel like that, and now have recruit new people. First and foremost, the government has to provide the alternative for them. In a way that retrenching them, they have to have something that they could fall back into. They have to be compensated monetarily in a way that if they don't want to go into farming, they can go into something else. Because if you let go of someone and they don't have shishi in their pocket, what do you think is going to happen for somebody who has been holding AK-47 for a very long time? So a weapon like
Adewale, sorry to interject. According to the bill in the National Assembly now, they are not going to sack them. They are going to be federal police.
No, that is wrong. The reason why I say that is wrong is that you cannot use the old guard, old people.
No.
Form a new function.
The state is going to recruit their own police by themselves. All those ones that are police now, they are going to be federal police. How they use them, what they use them for, is their own cup of
but they are still called police, right? Police personnel.
They are going to be
So
called
that
federal
means they are
police.
still going to be performing peacekeeping. Peacekeeping function, right? Making sure that the society is free of crime. Police officer is not going to be sitting down in the desk. The office behind the desk all day, right? They will be patrolling. So that means they are for peacekeeping. It's not necessarily that it has to be about war that the police will be doing peacekeeping. That's why they call them peace officer here. So
I think majority of them, they'll just push them into that like SWAT team or something like that.
Yeah, that is even wrong. You know what? You see, here in America, if you had to be recruited into police department, let's say either for the state is even, the standard for the state is even more higher than a local government equivalent. When you have to be recruited into police here, up to your own credit score, they will check if you are so much in debt. If you are in debt, you are not qualified. 2, you must have been of certain height. 3, you must physically fit. 4, you must have a reason and purpose for joining that force because they will conduct those psychological tests on you, and you must be able to pass. 4, you must be able to perform during the training and meet up with the standard. If you don't, you will be let go. And when you go through all this rigorous process, not because when you graduate, you are going to be earning millions of naira. So no, you see, when you have a purpose-driven life, money becomes secondary. Okay, and I think what the federal government should adopt is not to use those old guys back in the federal, because they would not serve the state. Somebody who has been used to serving or carrying back, then be given some stipend at the end of the weekend to go home, take home to his family. Do you think that person will want to leave that when they get recruited to federal police? No, they will continue in that trade. That is why you need a new mindset, new people.
So you are the idea that they should relieve them, give them a huge amount of money to continue to whatever they want to do.
Yes, you can retrain them by maybe they learn certain trade. If people want to retire and still want to learn some trade, you give them options that they themselves will refuse to offer, take those offers, because if you don't provide alternative, they will resort into crime. And you can't let go of such. I don't know. It's like 600,000 personnel in a Nigerian army or so now. You can imagine
Nigerian police.
Yes. So let's assume that the federal government retained 100,000 and let go of 500, because majority of those people that
if they let go of that
You want to cause war in that country, oh?
No, you won't cause war. You won't cause war. Let me tell you. Let me tell you this. You won't cause war. You won't cause war. Let's even assume that state policing is not coming to play this time around. It's still the federally controlled department. You won't cause war. And I will tell you this. I'm trying to use a private sector methodology now. When you are trying to change personnel you want to recruit, you don't let go everybody because somebody still have to perform that job function. But what you would do is you will introduce that changes for those who are qualified.
Adewale, sorry, I'm lost. Oh, I don't know where you are coming from. Is there anything going on that they want to sack people or whatever? I don't understand what is happening.
He's just giving a suggestion.
If you are, I mean, you work in Saudi Arabia and you've seen their police, the way they carry themselves, you don't see them carrying bags.
Because you want to change the mindset, so you want the old ones to go and recruit another set of people.
They have to. They have to, because the reason why I say they have to go is this: to sell changes to people. People don't accept changes so fast. When I was in college, one of my professors used to use this methodology or school of thought that how do you unfreeze and freeze people's brain? When you're trying to sell changes to people, people will resent it and they will revolt. Because now you are changing people's mindset, you are changing people's routine. They are accustomed to some of those routines. So to change this overnight is going to meet with resistance. So definitely when you are introducing some drastic change in the Nigerian police department, a lot of them will not want to take it. For someone who is so used to wanting a roadblock.
So you think that the present crop now, they are beyond redemption?
Definitely. Oh, definitely. If you take those ones that are privileged to be in the position of or some privileged position, if you consider those ones, the rest are just there just to sustain body and soul. I'm telling you this. Okay, how many of the Nigerian police force personnel are college graduate? Even if they're college graduate, were they well trained enough? Have they ever had the opportunity of traveling out of the country or even within the country to have a serious, effective police training? Definitely not. Some of them could not even handle weapon. That is how deficient that department is. So for you to make that changes that will be of good service to the country, you have to take a very, very drastic one. And in order not to create a shock or what you guys are trying to, a crime spray society, you have to provide alternative. And when you provide alternative, I can bet you the majority of them will.
I'm sorry to interject. Don't you think the crime rate in America is totally different from, the crime they commit in America is totally different from the crime they commit in Nigeria? Majority of the crime they commit in Nigeria is like armed robbery or maybe kidnapping now. So we don't, in fact, Nigeria is relatively peaceful in terms of crime. But when you look at America, there's some crime that you won't even believe yourself. There's a lot of gun in the streets, gunfight every now and then.
So what could be more dangerous than having a gun in the
So what I'm trying to say is that maybe you should not look at it from the lens of America crime or something like that.
No, I'm not actually looking at it from there, but I've seen their training. Their training is one of the best around the world. I'm not saying there's not some bad eggs, and they are easy to fish out because you will see them performing below standard. When you have a police force, after going to the training for maybe 4 or 5 months, some take 6, depends on because majority of the training are completed on the field, and you are paired with a partner. And by the time you spend like a 2 months to 3 months with a partner, maximum 3, if you are not, if you are assessed not to be ready enough, and by the time you started doing some street patrolling, you could tell your supervisor will be able to see some of the things you are doing that are not adherent to the policy and procedure of your department. And that is how you'll be able to assess a well-trained police officer. So, for example, now you remember the police officers that arrested. What is this guy in the is it Massachusetts or Minnesota? What is this guy name? The guy George Floyd. I believe George Floyd is his name. You guys remember that scenario? You guys remember that guy? George Floyd. Is it George Floyd? Yeah.
Yeah, George Floyd.
George Floyd. What is the reason you think the court convicted those police officers? Anybody? Anybody have a reason why they were convicted?
He gave us the reason now. We don't know.
Okay. The reason why they were convicted because they went against the policy of their department. Their performance was below standard. Number one, when you arrest somebody, you assess the situation, but their ego was in the way. So when you assess the situation, did the subject matter comply? One, if it complies, what are the measures that you use? It has to commensurate with the same energy that subject matter is using. Now, you don't just arrest somebody and start punching that person in the face. So you subdue somebody and you put handcuffs on them. They're on the ground, they're powerless. You're not just one, you have others that can help you, and you have one person controlling the crowd that were gathering. So in that situation, what do? You quickly, assess if that person has medical need. But you didn't do that. You kept him in that same position for so long. And that was the reason why the jury convicted them. So they performed below the standard. During the training, any policing standard police.
Hey, Adewale, you have spoken so much. But what I want to ask you is that, do you ever ask yourself, as okay, why do we have the kind of police that we have? What are the factors responsible for us not to have an effective policing or have a very badly trained officers? If those factors are not addressed, if you like, you can throw away and throw away and throw away. It will not change anything. Gone were the days when you join police. By the time you join police, they will give you everything that you need, from your shoes to your boots to your uniform. And anytime you want to get another uniform, usually then it was free. But those are not there again. Let me tell you, most of the problem that we have in that country, this America that you are using as an example, do you know how much they spend the budget of their police? Probably it's more than the whole budget of Nigeria. You understand? So if you don't have funding, Yoruba máa ń pòwe kan wọ́n ní ó náà ṣe ti máa ń pòwe yìí náà pé lówó darin or something like that. Ta ló máa gbé?
How do you do on that?
No, that's different. Friend do on that.
You understand? So if you
Simba, you are right. Okay. But one thing is this. Not all local government, I call them local government, not all county or local government are the same. There are some that are much richer than some state in America. But we've seen some state, and I'll give you an example. A state like Mississippi, one of the poorest states in America. If you happen to be in one of their police department and you are working remotely, God help you. In some instances, you and your supervisor will be the only one on shift. And in some cases, they have shortage of fund. Okay. But despite that, Simba, I'm hammering more on the training. No matter how poorly funded.
I don't think the worst of states in Nigeria can be compared to the best that we have. You agree with me?
Yeah. I'm not even looking at this.
Don't even use America. Even go to some other country. Even here in Saudi Arabia, if you see their police, you understand, you won't see their shoe tattered. If you see the kind of cars that they use, the kind of jeep they use for policing, you will be proud to be a policeman. You understand what I'm saying? And I've never seen them with AK-47 or all those long guns. The highest I've seen them is just pistol that they would tie to their trouser.
So you wonder why our police department is now using AK-47. I grew up seeing police officers not even using any weapons.
So let me ask you guys something. Don't you guys think the police in Nigeria are overstretched?
Actually, if you look at look at the population to the police, you understand? You know, Larry,
You can't use that. You can't use
the
that.
ratio.
Simba. No, you
The
can't
ratio
use
is too small. Let me tell you.
It's small, but you still can't use it. You know why? You know why?
Because you are comparing the people. Okay.
Simba, wait now.
So
you know,
Mr.
you, yes, sir.
Let me just tell you something. You see, what an average police goes through in Nigeria, a lot of people blame police, or probably police is doing this, police is doing that. The people that are in charge of police, I don't know if you are close to police officers in Nigeria, and if each of them can actually tell you what they go through. You can't have a police, right? Just like Mr. Simba said, you expect that same police to look after himself, to be able to buy uniform, to buy liards, to buy shoes, to do everything to look good. Have you even been to any of the police apartments in Lagos? Do you know how it looks like? You can't even live there. And you see, all those things are psychological. You want someone to be psychologically active. And how
Larry, I don't even know why we're having quotas for them. I don't think that here they don't have quotas for their
I don't know if you pay attention to what I said at the beginning. I said, I don't know why we make it a force that, treated them like a military where we have a barrack.
Do you know why we have barracks for them? It's not like they really want to have barracks for them. It's because you don't even give them what it takes for them to be able to even afford a house in Lagos. Do you think some of those police officers want to stay in that barracks? Because that's the cheapest place for them to stay. An average police officer working in Ikeja, where do you think he can actually
I think the aim of providing barrack for them that time maybe is for ease of recruitment. I mean, as in mobilization when they are in need.
They weren't that much like this before.
Yeah, exactly, because it's not only in Lagos. I think they have virtually quotas in all the states of the federation.
Let me give you another example. Recently, the Lagos State Commissioner for Environment, was going around. There are some uncompleted buildings. There are some, at the point they saw some people living under the bridge and stuff like that. But one of the uncompleted building he went to, who are the people living there? Police officers. And he was asking those police officers, oh yeah, do you think, because you're a police officer, you can just live anywhere? And one of the police officers told him that we don't have any other place that we can afford. And that shows you, right, that what an average police officer goes through in Nigeria, it's a whole lot. That's why most of them won't even want to stay.
Larry, what you are saying is right. But what I discover in Nigeria is this. It's not even peculiar to police. If you have worked in Nigeria before, people will normally give their excuses. I remember sometime when I will be chastising my junior colleagues. I say, okay, what have you done today? They will say, hey, I'm the only one on duty. You can see this number of patients. What I'm asking you is, what have you done? At the end of the day, they will be claiming that they have so much to do. And then at the end of the day, they will do nothing.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
You know the problem.
What I'm saying is this. You have several instances they have to go to police station.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to their police station, it's not as if you see them doing anything tangible.
Okay.
Most of them will just be loitering around.
Okay.
You understand? And then when you now lay your own, make your what's it called now? You complain.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next thing they will give you is that because we lack this, we don't need this. They will only give you reason for not to do anything, and they will not do anything.
Okay.
I know some police officers that I've never seen them in uniform.
Okay.
You understand? The issue is this. Even let's say that 600,000 that we say we have, I can say it categorically that more than half of them are not even working at all.
Okay, now let me tell
You see that some of them, because let me tell you,
no, don't say they are not working. See, wait, let's tell ourselves one truth. It's not like they are not working. Every policeman does not want to stay in the station. One thing you want is you want a beat, or probably they assign you to somebody. You understand what I'm saying? And every time when there is a new IG, there's one general thing. IG will say, "Oh, want to
they say they want to put them back to the system,
put them back." That's a normal thing. Every IG, they just
and at the end of the day, nothing will happen.
right. And
You see them carrying bag for politicians.
Yes, and you see them saying, "Oh, why are they carrying bag? Why are they carrying bags?" Right? Who posted them there? Do you think do you think as a police officer you just go and post yourself there? It's not like that.
That was the same thing I was saying when we were talking about the NSCDC thing. You go there, you give their organ money, and then they will attach some people. They will attach some people to you.
Yeah, even that guy. Some of those guys self. They don't even pay them. It's the guys that it's the only small thing that some of those guys get from all this. That's what they just.
And they are just they send them on errands. Okay, take this, take this,
take this, and that's why in most cases, they do a lot of eye service because it's from those eye service that you see all sort of things. So it's a whole lot of things, right?
You're right on that one. You're right on that one. But it's
even
we can make changes.
Even in the military, do you know that at a point, the military, even within the military, there was mutiny within the military?
It happens.
That even the guys at the war front, at the point, they were even attacking some of their bosses.
Yes, I heard of that.
Simba, earlier you said that the number of police personnel we have will not be effective against a 200 million population. And I will tell you this, it could be. I'd rather have a smaller, efficient number that can perform and do excellently well than to have times 10 of that number and yet they have no value. And I'll tell you this. And I will use, because I know
I agree with you. It's the quality that matters. It's not the quantity.
And that is why I support mass retrenchment of police personnel in Nigeria. No, I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this. And I'm telling you this.
They are very wicked, though.
No, I'm not wicked. I said earlier, government has to provide alternative first.
How about you telling the government to retrieve like 4 or 5 policemen that they gave to MC Oluomo?
No, there's no point. See.
No, wait. You want efficiency, right?
You yourself, you can get a police attachment if you want any police officer today.
So why do we have that police attachment?
Good. That is another thing that I've talked about. Changing of virtually everything.
Why do we have police attachments?
So for those people that are attached to Oluomo, that are servicing Oluomo, right? And if you tell them, oh, we are no longer needed with Oluomo, come back to the barrack, you have to be performing. Do you think they will be happy knowing that they are getting a lot of things from? That's why I say you have to let go. You have to see. When I joined banking, up to 2005, when we merged, the rumor then was that our own bank will be well treated because our MD came from our own bank. Immediately after I retired and the other person took over, guess what happened? It was like as if they planned against our own bank. They just come back every weekend, collect your letter. So what I'm trying to say is this. If you really want to do cleansing, or you want, because look, I put the blame on the personnel and those who are in charge. They have Nigeria Police Commission. Even it's a lot of duplicity, you know, and they also have Ministry of Police or something like that. And none of them, majority of people that are actually overseeing their functions are maybe retired police officers and, you know, this and that. But they have gone out of the country, attended programs, training. They've seen the way training is being done and conducted abroad. And they know the benefit of that experience that they've gotten. And yet they fail to transform it to help the Nigerian police officer. That's the reason why I said if government really serious about security operating, because look, domestic issues is police handle domestic security, whether we like it or not. Allow the military to even see into the Boko Haram of a thing is like more or less overstepping of boundary. They shouldn't, because their job is not peacekeeping in the first place, like domestic keep peacekeeping. Now, I'm not saying they cannot assist. Of course, we have national guy here in America that assists from time to time, but part of their training is for peacekeeping. Now, I'd rather have efficient police department. I refuse to call it force, because now you are confusing the people, the personnel now, when they say force, because now they're using higher weaponry. They are going around carrying a war weapon. I grew up seeing police officer without gun. That's why they have Kondo. I mean, you guys remember Kondo now, Kondo and Lokpa. And that's what we're used to seeing. Yeah,
that's
right?
long.
And look, the weapon you will see in the hands of criminal today probably comes from the police officer, rented it out for them to do their dirty stuff and return it back to them, because there's no accountability. Now, I would do in such a way. The training people receive at the police academy is you against 10. That is the standard. You against 10. But you have to assess the threat level. If any of them have a weapon in their hand, a gun is not just a weapon, but I'm talking about somebody holding a club, a baseball bat, or a machete, cutlass, knife. Those are weapons. Even somebody behind the wheel is considered a weapon. Now, that is no longer one against 10. Now, it's now 1 against 1. So you have to assess that. If you need to get out, you get out. If you need to have reinforcement, you have reinforcement. Those are the training you get. Now, we send the 600 are not enough, and then we are dashing the likes of Oluomo. Those are the things we have to change. If I'm employed as a consultant to help out with rejigging this Nigerian police department, I tell you what, the idea I will show to the federal government is to let go, open this floodgate, and let's flush out. And have you ever wondered the commissioned police officer are well trained, comport themselves properly in the society than those that were recruited and are singing Sobu? Have you ever wondered why? Because of the training that they get. Some of them are college graduates, so they have to respect themselves. They can't go around, soliciting for bribe here and there. Not because they are well paid, but they have a way of paddling their own income as well. But the point I'm trying to say is that if federal government is really serious about security situation in Nigeria and they want to utilize what they have, I'm talking about Nigerian Police Department now, is that they have to take a very strong U-turn, a U-turn that will shake
So
the
why
entire
change
people
them
down.
to department now? They are not
Yeah, I want to
department.
call. They shouldn't even be called force. No, they should not
Force.
even.
That force
Be
is
called.
very no. That force is no. It's not
You
really
can't be
good.
my
Yeah.
friend. You can't be my friend and be a force. I hope you are told me. I took short. Oh, sure, now you can't be my friend. You say police is your friend. We are here to serve you, and here you said it's a force. Why must it be force? No, it should be a department where people can go and lodge complaint and talk to them. Like when you're in an office setting, you talk to somebody who will hear your grievance Number one. Number two, police also serve as a arbitrator, where you'll be able to settle quarrel between two people amicably that would not get to, law court or what do you call litigation. They do that, all right? And in some situations, you have them, doing some social activities as well, providing security. Okay, I've seen police department going out, even supporting education. A course. Sometimes you will see something that is burdening the community, and they will come together, pinched 1 or 2 cobbles in their account, and they will support a good cause, sponsored thing. Those are the things police does, not military, not a force. Okay, and when you have all these things, you will see that people's mindset, people's perception about police will change. Now they will believe more in them, and they too will be able to do their job
But
efficiently.
can they do that without improving the financing?
Okay, the issue of financing is this: when you have a department, a police department, that you fail to commit some certain part of the budget against, if the federal government really serious about this, and I'll tell you this, people are serious about their security of their life and their property. If you today now you say Nigerians, you are going to task them to contribute certain amount of money towards a stronger police department, they will do it. And
they will not. They will not now. Why are you talking as if you are in another planet?
They will not, because they know the kind of police that
Nigerians
we
on the
have.
platform, they just said this morning that they don't trust their government. So the government they don't trust.
Like I said, if you purged the department and you now have people that have the reason of joining that,
Adewale, the way Nigerians look at that country. They look at that country, we have so many resources, then everything should be free. Everything should be, we should get it on a platter of gold. That is the mindset that everybody has. But we have not come to reality
Obanjale Koko's mindset.
You understand that even if you have the resources and you are not making use of that resources is useless to you.
I believe it's a lot.
If you ask even Nigerians now, if you are talking about tax, even the money that we have, why are they spending it? We don't trust them. We don't. But you have to start from somewhere.
In that situation, you will adopt this model, this theory that I call dog and bone. When you go to the Kajalon,
the funny thing, Adewale, indirectly they are paying under that too. If you go to most of, like, let me give you for example now, in my own community now, we pay security level every month. You understand? And we are paying it willingly just because we are the one controlling that resources.
That's what I'm saying. If you are,
you understand?
If you are contributing,
just like a Nigerian that they said, okay, for you to have electricity, you have to pay 10,000 as electricity bill. They say it's too much, but ask them how much they spend in buying petrol to power their better pass money, but they might probably be spending more than 30,000. But let them say that 30,000 or less than that, pay it for as electricity bill. We will not pay. It's just our mindset.
Yes.
You understand that we see anything government is doing, it must be free.
But Simba, you remember recently when our brother in the Ministry of Interior says passport renewal, passport acquisition is going to be this and that, and people were praising his effort, right? Because they've seen him putting that effort forward. That is why they're embracing whatever he said, and they are trusting and they believe he's going to stay to the last. Now, when you have a government or department that they're truly serious about rejiggling, revitalizing, in whichever way you want to call it, and they are serious about having such a what do you call it? Making those changes, people will be convinced. Nigeria don't care about paying the premium for better service. They will. You just have to convince them that you are serious about what you said. That's it. And if tomorrow
I agree with you.
And government comes and say, look, and this posting of from Zamfara to Enugu should stop. Those are the stages.
Adewale, what influenced that decision is like they think that when people have stayed in a place for so long, they tend to compromise a lot because they now know all the hoodlums, they know all the criminals, and instead of them they are not doing policing again. What they are doing is that they just go and be extorting those guys and allow them to be doing whatever they want to do. And that's why they usually occasionally say, okay, after spending this social number of years in this place, so you have to be transferred.
Yeah, but but you see, that theory.
The only thing I could have advocated is that whenever you are relocating somebody, they should be paying some allowance to make their relocation very easy for them and to settle very well.
Our country is big. It is wrong. It is completely wrong. Look, if you have a system that checkmate itself, there's certain part of it serve as a check and balances. You won't have any problem to detect who is being compromised or who is complacent. But because we have a system that is deficient, that is why anything goes, and we are afraid that.
Let me tell you, the problem with Nigeria is not as if we are bereft of ideas. So everything that you have been saying, I'm very sure that people will have made that kind of proposal before.
It's
but do we have the will?
No, it's just one person.
You understand? Earlier on when we were talking about the local government, and I was saying that my town used to have a local government before, but I couldn't remember. I have to go and search, and I discovered that in 1976 we used to have 301 local governments in Nigeria. 301. You understand what I'm saying, Adewale?
Is it over 700 now?
No, now the Shagari regime increased it to 781. You understand? The military that came after them collapsed it back to 301. You understand? They were not the one now increasing it bit by bit. Those times they now started creating new states. You understand? They now started creating more and more to get to 774 that we have now. So you can imagine, as at 1981, we even have more local government than what we used to have today. Look at our population in 1981 and our population now. So that means we have more local government in 1981 according to at the federal level. Now this 2024, we now have 774, lower than what we used to have in 1981.
And by the way, Simba, creation of local government should be as a result of national population census. That would have been the outcome of that SSA if the federal government had come, because the purpose of local government is to see where or to identify part of the country where there's much number of people. So the number of people should have been the reason for creating local government, so that there will be enough infrastructural.
But now, if that's what I'm saying now, the number. So look at our population. 1981. Probably we are less than half of what we have now.
Or even a quarter. I still don't believe the number that we have now.
Exactly. Exactly.
Even federal Buhari wanted to conduct census, decided to postpone it indefinitely. This government too is not even willing to open that chapter. That is how many years? More than a decade of when the last one was.
2006. 2006 was the last time we had census.
So it's almost 20 years now.
So by 2020, 2 years time, it will be 20 years.
And they are able to formulate policy. I mean, come up with.
It shows you. Adewale, that is what I used to say, that if you look at, have we really have any good government in that country? It's just that country is just on autopilot. You understand? Because the previous leaders, what did they really plan for the future? You understand? We don't have any plan. Because let me tell you, okay, the example that we just gave now, if we had 781 local governments in 1981, and we say, okay, we have futuristic leader, are we supposed to even be talking about 1,000 now? We're not supposed to be talking about 1,000. And that is what you see in every sector. Let me give you another example. When I was doing my master's in public health, I went on an excursion to the water corporation in Kwara State. They have one dam in Ilorin, they call it Asa Dam. That Asa Dam, when
you say you're from Ilorin, right?
No, I'm from Oyo.
Oh.
So what I'm saying is this: we went there and we now saw they have turbines in that. I think they had 12, and this thing was constructed by the military regime between 1973 and 1976 for the metropolis water.
Is it working or
No,
abandoned?
I want as at the time I went there, that was around 2012, 2013. It was only 6 that were functioning. Okay, look at 1976 to 2013, I mean 2012, when the population had maybe triple or quadruple. We now have less. It was not functioning to the capacity that they installed in 1976. And no governor or government has deemed it fit to even increase the capacity. Rather, the capacity is actually reducing. And that is what you see in everything. And that is why we are where we are today. The issue is this: when you provide infrastructure, you have to project that, okay, in 10 years' time, this is where you can build infrastructure that can cater for the next 10, 15 years. But meanwhile, the one that we have, we are not even improving on it. They are getting dilapidated. So let me tell you, if you pump $1 trillion, let me tell you, in Nigeria today, we will barely see any significant change. And that is why any government that comes, there is no way Nigerians will ridicule you, because there is nothing that you can do. Whatever resources that is available, let me give you an example. Okay, how much was our budget this year? We said about 27 trillion. Divide that by our population. Maybe probably each citizen will be getting like 6,000 naira. That is per year, 6,000 naira. That is what each citizen is supposed to get from that budget. And it's a budget deficit because we cannot even finance it. We have to borrow to finance to get to that 27 trillion. So what can that one do? And out of that money, you have to provide infrastructure. It's not as if we use it to feed the people. Some people will take what belongs to maybe 1,000 people. If you are earning 1 million, how many 6,000 can you get in 1 million? If you are a civil servant, you are earning 1 million, or you are even earning 500,000. Then out of that one, the senators, they will use 150 million to buy a vehicle. So some people will not even have access to 1 naira out of that budget. I think what we're supposed to be talking.
And remember, implementation of the budget, we always go in 65 or 60%. It never rose to 80 or 90. So some people will even never get kobo at all.
That is it. So I think what we're supposed to be talking about is how can we mobilize our resources in that country? Because if we continue this way, we are not go and bring with the best of the best person. He cannot achieve anything. Adewale, you can say what you want to say.
Yeah,
Maybe say a few words, then we shut it down. I have to go. Almost 9 hours.
Okay. Okay. Well, what I would say is that I hope somebody is listening from the federal government, because I'm ready to be a consultant to help out, so that
Listening, Adewale, they are listening.
eh?
They
Oh,
are
okay.
listening. They're listening.
I'm ready to be that angel of change in the criminal justice department, and then policing. Are ready to serve and help out. Just to ensure that Nigeria is safe. Well, I'm getting distracted here anyway. So whoever is listening that is in government, look, people like us are ready to serve, and chip in idea. I mean, some of them have traveled around. They've seen how things work abroad, and if they're really ready for that changes that we crave. Some of us are ready, and I'm ready. I know some of our panelists, the show also. There are some sound, good economists that ready to serve. Anyway, let me say that I'm getting distracted a little bit here.
Yeah, that's all right. That
Thank
will
you.
give us a window to. Yes, thank you so much. That will give us a window to bail out. Thank you, everyone. The comment section, the super
Thank you.
chatters, the
Thank you,
haters.
guys.
Yeah, the
The
lovers of
haters.
the program. The haters, what now?
Mhm.
Haters, good one now.
Mhm.
But we love you all. We love you all. We don't mind. No matter the category that you belong to, we love you all. Thank you, guys. God bless you all. Thank you. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace.
Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. Obedient and useful. Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. Yeah. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obedient and useful. Oh yeah, Obi, get it. Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. For better life, for better health, for better road. From consumption to production. kachama. Before Nigeria, we go to good. But we follow Obi. Daga 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 daga. Obi 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 Obi. Che Obi Adema. Okay now. Ewo dewo, I beg you. Ewo dewo. Òyìnbó lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀nsí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá nílé. Moritala lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Shagari lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣónẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Ewo, abẹ́yẹ. Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. And useful. Obedient and useful. Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. Yeah. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obedient and useful. Oh yeah, Obi Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. For better life, for better health, for better road. From consumption to production. Obi Adema, Obi Adema,
Nigeria catch up. Before Nigeria, we go to good. What will follow will be. Daga 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 daga. Obi obi obi. Che obi ademma. Okay now. Ewo dewo, I beg you. Ewo dewo. Òyìnbó lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀sí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá nílé. Moritala lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Shagari lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣónẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Ewo, abẹ́yẹ.
You can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never be there.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Nigeria, we hail our own dear native land. Nigeria, we hail our own dear native land. No tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. Ọmọ Naija ẹ̀yin dà, Nigeria we hail thee. Our own dear native land. Nigeria we hail thee. Our own dear native land. Those tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honor, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.